I'm doing recording. Okay. So coming to web development, yes. Finally, we are developing web applications. And first of all, what is a web page? We need to just get to understand what is a web page. A page which is executing in browser. A page which is going to be executing in the browser called a web page. And finally, we need to get to understand what is a web application. Okay. So coming to web application is a collection of web pages. Web application is collection of web pages. Okay, fine.
Yeah.
Yes, okay. Web application is a collection of web pages. And coming to the development of this particular web development, if you want to do the web development, we just want to get understand some major building blocks of the web page. Okay, major building blocks for web page. What are the major building blocks for the web page? The first major important thing is HTML. Second important thing is CSS, and third one is JavaScript. These are the three major. These are the three major building blocks which are going to be available. The first one is HTML, second one is CSS, and third one is the JavaScript one. And finally, we need to get understand what is this HTML and all. And HTML is simply hypertext markup language. Hypertext markup language. Okay. And HTML is simple syntax. Okay, this is not a programming. Okay, HTML is not programming, so need not to worry about it. Not programming. HTML includes all tags. Okay, these are the number of tags which are going to be available, like paired tags, unpaired tags, paired tags and unpaired tags. Okay, one is a paired tags and one is a unpaired tags. Paired tags which is having some open tag and close tag. Okay, so we just want to discuss how paired tag will be, and we just want to discuss how unpaired tag will be one by one. Okay, coming to the paired tags, open tag and close tag. Okay, open tag and close tag. Okay, so for an example, what is open tag and what is a close tag? I will just tell you. Suppose something like a tag open. Tag open will be like this, and tag close will be like this. Okay, I will give you the list of tags coming to this paired tags and unpaired tags over there later. For example, if I want to design a paragraph, I need to start with the P tag and whatever the content, blah blah content you can write. Hello web development, something like this. And finally, I want to close the tag called F. If I want to create a header H1, okay, and I want to write something like hello header, I'm just writing something, and H1 is going to close like this. So these particular tags called paired tags. And some other tags are there in HTML called unpaired tags. Unpaired tags are very important. Unpaired tags are also there. Unpaired tags, or sometimes we will call self-closed tags. Self-closed tags. So there are a lot of self-closed tags or unpaired tags which are going to be available, like IMG. Okay, IMG is going to be self-closed tag, and break tag is a self-closed tag, and link tag, link is the self-closed tag. Okay, a lot of tags which are going to be available in HTML, like paired and unpaired tags.
Okay. So
After
there is no
doing,
closing tag
yeah,
available in
there is no closing tag for this.
Okay.
Okay, directly self-closed. Whenever you are opening, and directly we will close that. And these are the combination of tags. HTML is combination of tags. Completely we are writing tags. I will give you a list of tags and I will explain each and every tag one by one, no worry.
Okay.
Okay, that is about HTML. And coming to CSS, we will discuss what about CSS is. CSS is cascading style sheets. CSS is cascading style sheets, and CSS is not programming again. CSS is not programming, and CSS is simple syntax. CSS is simple syntax. We need to remember some set of properties and attributes, nothing but values and properties. So we should remember, we should remember, we should remember, okay, sorry, we should remember some set of attributes here. Okay, I will tell you the list of attributes in part of the CSS here. And why we are using CSS? CSS is using for making our web page stylish. Okay, so why we are using this particular CSS is CSS using making our web pages stylish. And why we are using HTML? A main motto of the HTML is very simple. Motto of the HTML is we are using HTML for simple creating a building block, creating a building block. This is simple HTML. HTML actually using for creation. Just a building block we are creating, just a design purpose we are using this HTML. And we are using for design a web page. This is clear, right? We are
also can
using,
create a layout in HTML, right?
yeah, I will tell you the different type of layouts, different kind of layouts with HTML and all. Okay. And coming to the CSS, CSS using for making our web pages more stylish and giving some set of decorations and all. Okay. And
Yep.
coming to the JavaScript, so this is the important concept we are going to be discussing here. JavaScript is simple scripting, browser-based scripting, browser-based scripting language. Yeah, so we are actually coming to the programming now, but this programming is also not complicated programming. JS is simple browser-based scripting language. Okay,
Mm.
so for example, if I want to make a web page functional, if I want to make a web page functional, definitely we need inject JavaScript. Definitely we need to inject JavaScript. Okay, with HTML and CSS only you are going to be creating a templates. But after creating a template, if you want to make it functional, suppose for example, if I want to click a button, okay, if I want to enter some text in text box, enter some text in text box. Okay, suppose if I want to making connection to server, render dynamic data. See, whatever the functionality, whatever the functional part of the HTML we are doing with the JavaScript, that JavaScript is a very important, and this is core building block of the web page, major building block of the web page. HTML and CSS very fundamental. When we know HTML and CSS, definitely we will move to the JavaScript. And JavaScript, when we use JavaScript for the web page, your complete page is converting into the dynamic web page. See,
Okay.
what is the dynamism here is you are going to be connecting to the servers and you are getting the real data, and you are going to be doing a lot of events on top of the web page, and a lot of things we can do with the JavaScript. Okay, I will discuss with you how to write JavaScript. And JS is browser independent. So JS is browser independent. It means what? For any browser, JavaScript will work. For any
For
browser,
any
JavaScript will work. Not a worry with any browser like Chrome browser, IE browser, Safari browser. Okay, any kind of browser, JS is going to be work for you.
Okay.
Okay, when we understand HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, now we are moving to advanced web pages. Whenever we want to learn some advanced level web pages, we need to learn so many other technologies like jQuery, Bootstrap. Okay, so suppose if I want to make it jQuery UI, jQuery mobile, something like that. Okay, if I want to make my web page into the advanced level, I need to learn some other libraries like jQuery, Bootstrap, jQuery UI, jQuery mobile. All these libraries are depending on JavaScript. Okay, first you need to understand JavaScript programming. Finally, you can
Mhm.
able to learn all these particular libraries. I will tell you how to utilize all these particular libraries one by one. Okay, and finally jQuery. What is jQuery? jQuery is simple library based on JavaScript, and jQuery is teeny version of JavaScript. Teeny version. For example, I don't want to write a lengthy code in JavaScript. JavaScript is having lengthy code. If I want to do a click functionality, we need to write a some set of lines code. Okay, some 4 lines, 5 lines code for clicking process. I don't want to write 4 lines or 5 lines to do the clicking process and all. But in jQuery, we write only single line. That's why
Oh,
jQuery is tiny version of JavaScript. We don't need to write JavaScript when you are using jQuery. So I will tell you how to import jQuery, how to utilize jQuery one by one, step by step. Okay.
okay.
And finally, coming to the Bootstrap. Bootstrap is very interesting one, and Bootstrap is a library, a JS based library for create responsive web pages. See, the concept is very important. Responsive web page. What is this responsive web page? A web page which is going to be support all type of devices, all type of resolutions. A web page is set all type of resolutions, all type of resolutions. We will use Bootstrap for that. Okay. Okay. A web page is set all type of resolution. We need to import jQuery library and we need to use a lot of components over there from the jQuery, and all predefined components which are going to be available inside the Bootstrap. And Bootstrap also nice one, and this is like advanced web pages creation. And jQuery UI is also having some set of user interfaces. Those user interfaces also we can able to do with this part of the web page creation. Got my point?
Yep.
Once again, yeah. Coming to jQuery UI and jQuery mobile, I will let you know what is jQuery UI and what is jQuery mobile also. jQuery UI is also this is also a JavaScript based library for ready-made components. Okay, ready-made components. Those are some ready-made components which are going to be available. All components we can utilize when I import jQuery UI in my web page. One more
Like
is
which type of
jQuery mobile.
component? Like which type of components
Yeah,
you have?
some like buttons, nav bars. Okay,
Okay,
I will show the default components which are going to be available in jQuery
okay,
UI.
like the check, but the checkbox is ready button.
Exactly. Like checkboxes, time pickers, date pickers. Okay,
It
ready
is like toolbar, working
toolbar.
like a tool.
Fine toolbar. Lot of components which are going to be ready-made components which are going to be available. Those particular ready-made component we can able to utilize from the jQuery UI library. And jQuery
Okay,
mobile, this is also JS based library and mobile compatible components which are going to be available here. Mobile compatible, mobile compatible. Okay.
yeah, like mobile menus we have like something.
Yes, correct. So there are a lot of mobile compatible components which are going to be available in jQuery mobile. I will show one by one. Okay.
Okay,
So this is under coming of the advanced web development concept. Advanced web pages, we can able to do all these things get in added. Basic web pages, whenever you want to create a basic web page, completely HTML, CSS, JS will be involved. And whenever you want to develop some advanced web pages, jQuery Bootstrap, jQuery UI, jQuery Mobile can be involved. And whenever I want to develop something like a modern web pages, I will tell you the difference between normal web page and modern web page later. Okay, and whenever I am moving to the modern web page, this is like a single page application. Whenever I want to develop a single page application, a concept called spa. Okay, single page application, this is called a modern web page. Whenever you want to create a web page which is like a modern web page, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, WhatsApp, you need to choose some other different kind of front end and back end libraries. So front end, here we are using some front end libraries like here we are using some front end libraries like React, Angular,
Mhm.
React, Angular, Vue.js, EXT.js, okay, Express, sorry, EXT and yeah, Sencha for mobile, EXT and Knockout.js, and more. A lot of modern web pages which are going to be developed by the React Angular Vue. But React Angular is very famous whenever comparing with the other libraries over there. And backend also getting supported. Backend is also giving from the JavaScript. Backend JavaScript is also available now. That backend JavaScript people are mostly using Node.js, Express.js nowadays. Node.js, Express.js combination, and people are communicating with the MongoDB database. MongoDB database. Okay, this is
It's like
also
an interface. The Node Express and the Node JS and Express is like working
yes, yes, correct.
like as
See,
an interface between back and
interface.
front.
Yes. So coming like a front end. Finally, for front end, whatever we are using, HTML, CSS, JS, BS, React. For front end, I am going to be choosing these are the things. For back end, we will choose Node, Express, and MongoDB. MongoDB. These are the enough things. Okay,
What
so for
is
front end, we
what
will
is
use
BS?
Bootstrap.
What's Bootstrap?
Bootstrap.
Okay.
Bootstrap. I'm writing a shortened words here.
Okay. Okay. Sure. Got it.
JS nothing but JavaScript, Bootstrap nothing but BS, and React. React is nothing but also a front end library coming from the JavaScript. And coming to the back end, Node is very interesting one, which is going to be connecting to the servers and it is going to be generating the APIs and integrating with the MongoDB databases. And MongoDB database is NoSQL database. There is no SQL query inside it. Okay, so directly it will write like a JSON format, and very interesting one. Okay,
Okay.
so these are the backend. This backend is actually JS related backend. This is JS related backend.
Okay.
You can
Mango is
choose
easier than SQL Server, right? Mango is
correct,
easy.
exactly. Sir, if I don't want to go for the JS related backend, I want to go for some other. So this is JS related front end. So front end is common. Front end is common anywhere you go. JS related only front end will be there, but backend JS related also there in the market now. But if I want to go for some other backend, you go with the Python Django. You can go for Python Django or Python Flask. Python Flask is also nice in the market. And after that, PHP is older one. .NET we will choose. Java we will choose. Ruby we will choose. There is no worry about the backend. So backend is anything. Backend is anything. Any type of server side programming we can use for the backend.
Yeah, it's used to store the data.
Yes, yes, yes. That is just like a storing data and picking the data. That's it. Preparing the API and accessing the API. But front end is common. Anywhere you go, front end is common. For example, I will write a diagram for you. I will prepare a
Which one is the
diagram.
secure one? Like page where we talk about the security.
Tell me.
About the security, which one is like most secure?
Yeah, all good, all good. Security level, all good actually.
Okay.
See, whenever they are creating some sort of server side programming, all are secured only. But performance wise, some sort of things actually getting changed.
Okay.
Okay, secured. All things are secure. No worry. So this is like a front end, and this is like a back end for you. And somewhere you will be having some databases. Somewhere we will be having some sort of clouds. Okay. For example, let me choose. This is cloud. It's like a cloud. Okay. For front end, we will use mostly front end is common. Anywhere you go, front end is common. I'm not going to be changing the front end anytime. So front end is common. That will be, I will write all the technologies which are going to be using for the front end here. HTML, CSS, JavaScript, and jQuery. If you want, you learn jQuery also. Then you learn Bootstrap. And coming to the advanced level, you learn React. That enough. That enough. But I don't want to choose Angular. I don't want to choose the Vue.js and all. Okay. So I will tell you the major differences between the Angular, React, Vue and all. Okay, I will give you complete differences.
Mhm.
And coming to the backend, whenever I go to the backend, 1 second, I am having call now. 1 second.
Okay. Okay. No problem.
Sorry. So we'll be having so many backend here. Finally, we will be having something like a Node.js and a lot of things like a PHP, something like a .NET, something like Java, something like a Ruby. Okay. Anyway, Python is there in the market nowadays. Python, Django, and Flask. Okay, we don't care about the backend actually, but in my case, Node is good actually. Why? Because here front end completely involving with the JavaScript, right?
Yeah.
Front end completely involving with the JavaScript. So here we are using JavaScript majorly, and we are also making the web page with the JavaScript, and React also JS related, and finally backend also from the same family we will choose. So better the page is good. What is called giving a lot of quality, and it is
Okay.
going to be giving accurate result with you. faster performance. We don't depend on other platforms like PHP, .NET, Ruby, Python, Django, but people are doing with the backend Python, Django, Flask also nowadays. Actually, this is also very nice. Okay, but we will go
Okay.
with Node.js. We will go with Node.js. Okay, if you want, I will show one project with Django Flask. Okay, finally, end of the day.
Okay, sure.
That's fine. And finally, coming to the databases, the better database is MongoDB, and one more database from the Google called Firebase, and we will go with that also. And I will tell you how to use Firebase database also.
It's on cloud base.
Yes, yes, Google Firebase database. Google's one. This one is Google's one. And MongoDB is NoSQL. NoSQL, nothing but there is no query inside. Directly we will write a JSON format.
So how we can filter the data with
Yeah,
there is no key.
we will filter the data with keys.
Okay.
Yeah, and this is the one format. And see, this is front end. Front end is always communicating with the backend. We are giving some request to the backend, and backend is going to be giving some responses to the front end, and we are going to be merging the data in the top of the web pages over there. And this backend is always communicating with the database, and database is giving the data whatever you make a request for that. This is the process of the web page. Complete web page is running process. Okay, front end and back end. This is all backend. This is all called front end. This is all backend. This is all backend. Yeah.
Okay, good. Yeah.
Let me take a very simple, nice color for this. This is all called backend. Sorry, the color is not fitting. Okay. And this is called front end. This is called front end. Okay. And we will communicate front end and back end finally in real time. If I want to do some application, definitely I need to learn one by one, step by step. HTML, CSS, jQuery, Bootstrap, JS, and finally we will choose the React. So I am picking all the things here, what we are going to be discussing finally. So we will go
Okay.
with HTML first.
Okay.
We will go with HTML first, and we will go next to CSS. Then next we will go JavaScript and Bootstrap. Next I will pick up the I will pick up the React JS here. This will take time to you, and after that this will take some time to learn all these things, and we will create some project level training. We will go with the e-commerce project, whatever you want. Okay, so
Okay.
better you go with e-commerce project, whatever the projects you are asking. We will do a lot of projects here. Okay, some e-commerce
Okay.
projects, some hotel management things. Okay, so how many type of product you want, you can do that. I will give you a better support with you.
Okay.
So
Sounds good.
in class I will share with you e-commerce project, and later I will share some links, different kind of projects also related to the front end and back end, and you do the work with that.
Okay.
No worry.
Yep.
Okay. Okay. So today I'm going to be closing here, and tomorrow you are asking 9:30, right?
Yeah, because it is a midnight, so I'm working like 10 hours in
Definitely,
office.
definitely, definitely, definitely.
So I
So
need to be sleep at
sure,
night.
sure. From tomorrow onwards, it will be 9:30 to 10:30, 1 hour session. Please
Okay,
send
sure.
me your email ID. Okay. So your Zoom meeting.
Sure. I will send you.
Another recorder.
Uh,
Regardless now.
mm. So web development, which is going to be available with HTML4, CSS2, CSS3, JavaScript 5, HTML5 with JavaScript APIs, jQuery, Bootstrap, React.js. HTML4 is nothing but hypertext markup language. HTML for design web page. HTML is not programming. HTML is collection of tags. HTML files are going to be saved with the .html format. And one more is tags are two types. Tags are two types. One is a paired tag. One is a paired tag, and one more is a unpaired tag. Unpaired tag. What is the meaning of a paired tag? Paired tag lo there are multiple things in the paired tag. Pair tag containing with open tag and close tag, like open tag, tag open, and the same time you have some content inside and tag close. And unpaired tag, what is about unpaired tag is very simple. Unpaired tag, unpaired tag containing with only either it is open tag, or it is closing tag, or it is closing tag, close tag. Whether it is open tag or close tag. One more thing, I just want to give you how HTML architecture will be. And before going to all these things, we just want to understand what are the different kind of editors which are going to be available to practice your HTML content, all these things. Okay. And for editor, first one is Visual Studio Code. Visual Studio Code is a nice editor where you can do practice for the HTML content. And one more editor is called brackets. You can use brackets, and you can use a Sublime Text, and we can use Visual Studio, and we can go for Notepad. See, all our editors which are going to be possible for the Notepad++. Any editor, you can take any editor. The editor is not a problem here. Editor is not a problem. The finally subject is the problem. You are going to be learning the subject. That subject is web development. Web development will be with any editor, but better editor I will follow is Visual Studio Code. This is having lot of plugins. For development, and Visual Studio Code is a developer friendly editor. Yeah, I will use the Visual Studio Code. So this is the Visual Studio Code. I am trying to opening that. And after installing the Visual Studio Code, what we need to do is we have to install one plugin. That plugin called Open in Default Browser. There is a plugin basically here. Open in Default Browser is a plugin. So this plugin we should install from the fifth button of the left side window. Fifth button of the left side window, you can search for the default Open in Default Browser plugin. When you click on this, and you can search for install button, you have to click on install button. Once you click on install button, it is directly going to be installing to you. So what is the benefit of this editor is this plugin is where you can create your HTML files, and you can able to run directly through the browser from here. So let me create a new file now. Creating a new file. This is going to be saved as, I'm going to be saving the file first, and a new file, I'm just creating a folder on top of desktop. Key UI. I'm creating a folder on top of the desktop. Okay, so on top of the desktop, I'm creating your folder. This is the Winky UI, and I'm creating a new folder for today class. Today class is 29/9. Every day I'm creating folders for you, and I will send you files. Okay, and 9 I'm creating the file called something like index.html. The .html is extension for the file. I created the dot extension, and where in this index.html, this is the HTML tag. This is the root level tag for you always web page. And inside HTML, there are two sections. One is the header section, and one is the body section. Head is very important. Body is very important. And what is the meaning of the head is? Head is for declaration of the page. Head is for construction. Head is a declaration of the page. That's it. Wherever you have some title tag, meta tag, all these things you can place in the header tag. Okay, so I'm just placing the title. This is my first page, or just give first, and come to the body. Inside the body, whatever the content we want, we can just place the content. Suppose I want to place some HTML, CSS, JavaScript, all these things like this. Or jQuery. Okay, so if I want to launch this page to the output, I'll click on right click and click on Open Default Browser. See, after installed my plugin, I got this particular button, Open in Default Browser. Otherwise, this will not come. By default, this will not come. After installing the default browser plugin, then only it is coming. So let me click on the open in default browser. So output come to the default browser. Your output is very simple. HTML, CSS, JavaScript, jQuery, everything came into the same line. Everything came into the same line, but I don't want to see in the same line. I want to go for the breaks. Then what I want to do, I just want to give a break. So BR is the tag for the break. This is unpaired tag. BR is unpaired. BR is unpaired tag. But HTML is paired tag. Head is paired tag. Title is paired tag. Body is paired tag. But here BR is unpaired tag. Basically BR for breaking the line. Basically BR for breaking the line. Whenever you want to break the lines, and you can go for the BR. BR is just making break. So this is the way of writing your HTML construction. HTML construction, which is going to be available two sections. One is the header section for declarations, body sections for your construction, whatever the content you want. And let me go for the multiple kind of headings now. So H1 is one heading. So let me write something like a web development here. I'll be having a lot of headings: H1, H2, H3, H4, H5, H6. Okay, so this MDN is going to be providing only 6 headings for us: H1, H2, H3, H4, H5, H6. Okay, H2, H3, H4, H5, H6. Only 6 type of headings are there, and each and every heading is having some specific size and font. Let me get and check all the headings now. So can you see, observe, we have multiple kind of headings here. H1 is bigger, H6 is smaller. H1 is bigger, H6 is smaller. Different kind of headings we got placed. Then and I want to take a paragraph. If you want to take a paragraph, you take a lorem. So this is a plain text for the paragraph I'm taking from this lorem ipsum. So whenever you want to take some plain text for the paragraph, just search for LO, lorem. Lorem is a dummy text. This is emmet version, so you can get a plain text for the paragraph. And I'll be having a lot of content for the paragraph. Your paragraph is basically, if you want, you can take one more time lorem. Okay, so I'll be having a lot of text now for this. And this is paragraph. Let me have multiple paragraphs. Can I take a multiple paragraphs here? So copy here and paste here. I'm taking 2 paragraphs now. If I'm taking 2 paragraphs, obviously paragraph and paragraph side one after another. Paragraph and paragraph one after another. See, what is happening here? H1 is occupying full width of the page. H2 occupy full width of the page. H3 occupy full width of the page. Each and every heading tag occupying full width of the page. And even this particular paragraph also occupying full width of the page. And this type of elements we call as a block level elements. So later I will tell you the differences between block level and inline elements, but now you can just understand what is paragraph, what is H1, all these things. And let me go for some other kind of list items: order list, unordered list, definition list. Okay, let me put a HR for each and everything. HR means horizontal row. HR means horizontal row. For each and every concept, I'm giving the horizontal row for you. Later you can easily understand what is the difference between this and that. This is order list. Order list is having a list item. List item. For example, I'm going to be writing something like a Samsung first one. This is Samsung. Let me copy this and paste it, paste it, paste it. This is Samsung, this is Apple, this is Microsoft, and this is Oracle, whatever it is. Okay, I'm writing something like companies names, and just check it out, output. So this is going to be dividing. The first one is just a plain text we placed with the BR tag, and the second section we got headings. Third section we got paragraphs. Fourth section we got ordered list. Ordered list is coming with numbers. Order list coming with the numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, something like that. And there is a one more list item called unordered list. Unordered list. Unordered list. UL and LI. UL is the root level tag. LIs are your child level tags. UL LI. Now UL LI also having one more dots. This is coming with the dots. This is not coming with the numbers. That is a unordered list. Then there is a one more list item called a definition list. There is a one more list item called a definition list. So if you want for each and every section, I will take a HR here. HR making you some horizontal row. It is dividing some section to section and all. Next, one more list item called definition list. Definition list having two child elements. One is the DT, one is the DT, one is the DD. DT is something like apple, and the DD is the description for the apple. Apple is a fruit. Apple is a fruit. And I'll be having one more DD for this. I can take n number of DDs, not a problem. Apple is a US based company. Okay, this is one DT and DD. Let me take another DT. Another DT. This will be a Samsung. Okay, Samsung is DD again. Samsung is US based mobile brand. Sorry, India based. Samsung is India based mobile brand. Okay, let me give it output of this definition list here. So you can see the definitions here. There are two kind of definitions. One is the first one, Apple is fruit, Apple is US based company. That is the definition title and definition data. And again definition title and definition data. You'll be having a lot of definitions and lot of definition data over there. These are all actually list items. Very simple ones. Next, we can go for some different kind of text decoration tags. We can go for the different kind of text decoration tags. The text decoration tags, so let me go with the one by one. First one is U for underline. U for underline. And I'm taking a break. Okay, after underline, I will go for one more thing that is called italic. Text italic. I want to change content to italic. And after that, I want to go for one more. This is called DEL tag. DEL for deleted text. And after that, I'll go for one more thing. This is called bold. Bold for bold text. Then after that, I will go for one more thing. This will be strong text. Strong means more than thicker. Bold. More than thicker than bold. So that is called strong. Then one more is so this one is a subscription. So how to write H2O subscription to O. I want to write some subscription like this H2O. If you want to write H2O something like this, that is called a subscription. And if you want to get a superscription, some A square plus B square, so A superscription square plus B superscription square, A square plus B square plus 2AB, something like this. So let me get and save this. Okay, can you see a lot of text decorations you got initialized here? First one is underlined text. Second one is italic text. Third one is the deleted text. Fourth one is bold text. And down, this one is a strong text. And this one is a subscription. Subscription, nothing but subscripted text. 2 got subscripted by the H2O line, and a square plus b square plus 2ab square nothing but superscripted. Superscripted text, you can have a lot of things like this. Then okay, so then we will go for hyperlinks. Hyperlinks are going to be working with hyperlink nothing but anchor tag. How anchor tag is going to be working with this is having a special attribute called href and link name, whatever the link name you want, we can provide it. For example, I want to load Google page, Google, and for Google I want to take the Google link. I want to take the Google link, google.com. Take a google.com here, place here for the href. Okay, so when I run this one, I will go for the Google. So click on the Google link. This is going to be redirected into the Google page. Just observe. Click on the Google. It is redirected into the Google page. Okay. So I want to open Google in the new tab. Whenever I want to open the same Google in the new tab. Whenever you want to open in the new tab, we need to give a new attribute called a target and a value called blank. Target underscore blank. Target underscore blank, that is must actually. So I'm going to be providing a target underscore blank for that. So when I say a target blank, then automatically it is getting a new. Okay, let me get Google in a new tab. Google in new tab. Can you see this one? First one is Google. It is opening with the same tab. I come back and clicking on second one, Google in new tab. This is communicating with the new tab, opening with the new tab. And this first page and Google page is opening in the new tab. Yes, this is important. Hyperlinks, anchor tags are important. And later on, we will provide all the CSS cascading style sheets for this, decorations, okay, styles, cosmetic changes, whatever you want, we can do provide with the CSS. But now we are just moving with the index.html. This is simple construction of the page, how you want to create a page and all. Then we have the one more important concept called iframes. Iframe is loading with src. Attribute is src. Anchor tag is having attribute called href, but iframe is having src. Src nothing but source. Okay, so let me take some iframe. Whatever the URL you want, you can take the iframe. So let me go for something like YouTube. I'm taking a YouTube link. Take a YouTube link and load with a hyperlink. Okay, so let me take this one. So this is a clickable like a share, and go to the embed here, and you can copy the complete iframe, paste the iframe here. The iframe is going to be having a very important attribute called src, and title I don't want, and all these remaining attributes I just deleted. Iframe having width 560, height 315, and src some value, some link I'm going to be providing for that. Okay, so this is the iframe which is loading some YouTube value, YouTube data. So can I go for that? Iframe is nothing but some internal frame. Okay, this is having some copyrights. It is not coming. It is not coming, but you can go for any other things like. So that is having some copyrights. That will not come. Some of the links you can open with your page. That is the called iframe. Iframe means internal frame. Iframe means internal frame. Internally, I can able to load something from my browser. So after that, we will go for some other topics like tables, how to create a tables and all. So if you want to create a table, table tag, and inside the table there is a tag called a tr. Tr is a table row, and inside the tr we will be having a tag called a td. Td is the table data. For example, for the table data, I am giving something like a product name. The first TD is the product name. Second one is product price. second one is product price, third one is product quantity, whatever it is. Quantity. Okay, so let me have multiple data for the tables. So this is my first column, this is my second column. So product name is something like Apple, and product price is something like 70,000. Product quantity, let me go for the 34, and the product name is Samsung, and the product price is going to be something like 34,000. Product quantity, let me give you 120. So this is the table, and table is not basically good, feel good whenever we don't have some properties. Table is not look feel good. Can you see the table? Table is there in the bottom. Product name, product price, product quantity, and all.
Yes.
Okay, so let me do one thing. I'll put a HR for each and everything. That is making breaks something. HR means horizontal row. Okay, so I'm giving some table here, but this table should be having some other properties like width, 100% I want to mention, and some border I need to mention. Border is equal to 2. Now your table got complete width occupied. One is the product name, one is the product price, one is the product quantity, and you will be having the values for the table. I just want to make a align text center. All the product name, product price, product quantity should be in the center. Then you have to write some CSS for that. Without CSS, we can't do that. Otherwise, you can do one thing. All the TR for this in the center tag. First TR in the center tag. You can do like this. First TR in the center tag. Then I put the first TR in the center tag. You can just make it arrange. Not working. So that is the why reason we need to write CSS for the first TR. Center tag is actually deprecated, red color coming. Okay, for the first TR, I want to write the style sheet. Okay, text align center. Font size, font weight, bold. See, I just want to make some differentiate the first line of the first TR. I want to make some differentiate. So whenever you want to make a differentiate, it will get some differentiation. Product name, product price, product quantity. Coming to the center of the page. Coming to the center of the page. Can you see that? PRD name, PRD price, PRD quantity coming to the center, and highlighted with the red color with the bold content. Highlighted with red color and bold content. Yeah, recorded. Started. Okay, so in HTML, hypertext markup language, right? Hypertext markup language. And finally, if you want to create HTML, first of all, we need to use any editor and one browser. Editor and browser. Okay, so you already have any editor. What is your operating system?
Windows 10.
Windows 10. Finally, please download it, Sublime Text.
Okay, now I'm downloading now.
Go to sublimetext.com and download Sublime Text. Sublime Text download. Just go to sublimetext.com and download Sublime Text. Okay.
Okay.
Or any editor you can use, no problem. You can go with the brackets also.
I can download this one.
Sublime Text is nice one.
Okay. Yes, download it now. Yes, install.
Okay, so let me go with first application, how to prepare first HTML now. Okay, if you want to
Okay.
prepare first HTML, what you want to do is take Sublime Text, new file now like this.
Okay.
What is the color you have? Sublime Text color, editor
Black.
color.
Same. Yes. Same
Same.
as you. It's
Okay,
black.
like okay. First of all, save the file.
Mhm.
Save it as prepare a folder.
I will do on my desktop.
Yeah, you do that. Index.html. File name.html. Save the file as index.html, something like this.
Index.html.
Done.
I'll save it. Yep.
Okay, so open curly braces, ht
Okay.
enter, enter.
Okay.
So automatically you can able to see this particular format of the HTML.
Yeah.
Got it?
Yes.
So this is the plain HTML. This is the structure of the HTML. Whenever you want to prepare HTML, this is the plain HTML basically. And
Mhm.
HTML having root level tag HTML, and inside we will be having head and body. Okay. For
Okay.
example, whenever you create any HTML page is having two structure: one header section, one body section. This is the header section, and this is the body section for this. Okay, I will tell you what is header section and what is the body section. And this is the body section. For example, this is the header section, and this is the body section. This is the body section. Header section containing all the declarations. Header section not for any other things. Header section containing only title tag and meta tag, and all declarations like JS includes and CSS includes. Okay, and
Okay.
body, all elements body containing it. Suppose body containing with a lot of tags. Suppose body having something like divisions, okay, like this, okay, and body having lot of elements like this. Whatever the elements you want to design, all the elements you put in the body itself.
Mhm.
Okay, coming to this part of the head, title is there. This is the title. We can able to show this title on top of the editor. Okay, so title of the particular page. Okay, let me go with hello app. Okay, so if you want, you put a title like this.
Okay.
And after that, coming to the body, inside the body, I can able to write something like a hello HTML. I am here, something like this. I'm writing. Save the file. Saved it.
Yep.
So after that, right click on the particular page editor and open in browser, and you can able to see the browser like this. Okay, make window sizes off of the screen, browser and editor
Okay.
like this.
Yep.
Make the windows both windows, one editor, one is the browser.
Mhm.
Okay, so finally, this is not a recommended structure, but this is basically structure of the HTML, but this structure is also not recommended. Okay, hello HTML, this will also run. This will also run.
Okay.
Okay, but recommended system is this one. Recommended way is writing HTML, procedure is this one, head and body sections like this. And inside the body, I want to put some sort of text like this. Okay, for example, I want to write like something like a Srinivas. I just want to write something like a Noor. Okay, and
Okay.
run it. And whenever I save and I run, automatically Srinivas and Noor side by side. But I don't want to see the text side by side here.
Uh-huh.
I don't want to see the text side by side here. If you don't want to see the text side by side, what you want to do is you need to give a simple recommendation to the browser: take a break. This is the break time. This is the break time.
Mhm.
Okay, whenever you give some input to the browser, some recommendation to the browser, automatically browser is making your text side by one by line, one line by line. See something like this. You can see that.
Yeah.
Yeah. So this is simple instruction. Browser can able to understand BR tag is going to be breaking your lines.
Okay.
BR tag is actually breaking the lines. Okay. And let me go with a lot of tags one by one. First of all, what is a HTML tag? HTML tag for root level for HTML, and header tag, head for headings, and meta. A
What
body
is
tag,
meta? What is meta?
meta will tell. Meta is some sort of declarations,
Okay.
and the body tag contain all tags related to page. Body contain all tags related to page.
Mhm.
Body tag contain all elements related to the page. Okay, inside the body, I want to do a paragraph now. P tag.
Mhm.
P for create a paragraph. P for create a paragraph. Let me prepare a paragraph right now. P open, P close. P open, P close. Okay, let me take some plain text here from Lorem Ipsum website. Copy the plain text, paste it here. This is some plain text I am taking. Okay, let me have multiple paragraphs like this. Copying multiple paragraphs and executing in the browser. You're doing with me, yeah?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. So taking multiple paragraphs like this, P open, P close like this. And
Okay.
paragraph is a tag which is going to be taking a lot of text data, that is a plain text container. Paragraph is a simple text container. And heading tags. A lot of heading tags which are going to be available like H1 to H6.
Up to H6.
Up to H6. No more. Okay, only H1 to H6. HTML is actually providing us only H1 to H6 tags. Hello HTML, something like this. H1, H2, H3, H4, H5, H6. That's all. H2, H3, H4, H5, H6. Can you see this?
Yeah.
All headings came like this. So headings are useful. Headings are by default bold text, bold and different font size. Okay, headings are by default bold and different font size. Headings are using create a headers. Okay, next center tag. Make text to center of the page. Make text to the center of the page. Center tag. For example, for H1 to H6, I want to put in center. Center
Okay.
open, center close. This is overlapping. Center open before H1, center close after H6.
Okay.
Okay, center tag is actually alignment tag. So what this particular center tag will do, your text is aligning to the center of the page.
Okay.
Your text is completely aligning to the center of the page. Is it clear?
Yeah.
Next, number of tags we will discuss today. One more is the break tag we already discussed. What is the break tag? Breaking line.
Breaking the line.
Yep, breaking line. That's it. Okay, so this is self closure tag. How to write self closure tag like this. And one more tag is a U tag for underline. U tag, underline text. I tag for italic text. U tag for italic text. EM tag for emphasize the text. U tag, I tag, E tag, and DEL tag for deleted text. DEL tag for deleted text. Strong tag. Strong tag. STOR. Strong tag for strong text. Okay, let me do one by one. U, I, EM, DEL, strong. Okay, so let me take U tag here. U open, U close. Make it break. And this is I tag, right? I open, I close. Make it break.
Break is only break or slash pure.
Just yes. Slash is not required. If you want, you put it.
Okay.
Not required. If you want, you put it automatically. So HTML is actually not case sensitive. Okay, HTML is not case sensitive. You can write capital letters also, but we don't write capital letter in HTML.
Okay.
And emphasized. And this is like a DEL tag, deleted text. And this is a strong tag, strong, strong tag for strong text. Can you see?
Yeah.
One is the U tag, one is the I tag, one is the emphasize the text, one is the DEL text, one is the strong text.
Okay, U tag underline, I tag italic.
Yep. U is underline.
Emphasize.
I is
Emphasize mean.
emphasize and italic both are same, look like same.
Okay.
Okay. One more tag called bold tag. Bold text. B tag. B. B tag for bold text. Bold and strong both like same. Bold and strong look like same. But in print media, that thickness will be changed.
Okay.
Okay, strong text and bold text. Both are look like same. Bold and strong look like same. But so, small pixel changes there. So in print media, that pixel changes you can able to observe. But in web media, we can't able to see that. Okay, the next item is list items. List items. Lot of list items are there. One is ordered list. Second, unordered list. The third is definition list. Ordered list, unordered list, definition list. Ordered list, unordered list, definition list. Okay, first one I will go now. Ordered list. Ordered list of items. Ordered list of items. Okay, what is the ordered list? I will show for you. OL, LI. Suppose like HTML, CSS, JavaScript. Ordered list items. OL is the root level tag, LI is the child level tag. OL is the root level tag, LI is the child level tag. OL for creating ordered list.
Mhm.
LI is for list item. LI for list item. Okay, you can see order now. 1, 2, 3.
Yeah. Mhm.
This is ordered list. Now we will go for unordered list. Unordered list start with UL tag, close with UL tag. UL, UL. UL open, UL close. Second one is unordered list. Unordered list of items. Unordered list of items. So how to place unordered list? This is the unordered list items. Syntax. So when you see unordered list like this, UL open, UL close. That is unordered list. Dots will come.
Okay.
Dots will come.
Can we change this symbol or is by default
Yes.
like this
That
dot?
list style attribute we have to go with. So there are a lot of list items. So list styles are there. List style, list properties. List style type. Yeah. That will do in CSS actually. Anyway,
Okay.
we will go with that. List style. List style type. List style. So this is CSS basically. We don't go CSS right now.
Okay.
List style in HTML. Let me go with HTML. Yeah. So there are some different kind of list styles are there, but this is coming in CSS, not in HTML. See,
Yep.
not in HTML.
Okay.
HTML list only ordered and unordered. That's it. Okay. Then one more is a definition list. DL, DT, DD. Definition list.
Stuff from
DL,
DL.
DL, and DT is the definition title. DD is the definition description. Definition list is very simple. Creating a definition list items. That's it. Okay, that is the syntax for that. Definition list item. This is the syntax. DL, DT, DD. DL is the definition list. DL for what? Creating definition list. DT for creating definition title. DD for creating definition data.
Okay.
That's all enough. Okay. So DL, DT, DD. Definition title, definition data. You can see this. Coffee. Coffee have black hot drink, milk, white cold drink. So this is like a definition and this is like a description. Okay, for example, I will do change HTML hypertext markup language. This is like a CSS cascading style sheets. See, whatever you want, you can write it. Okay, the data is your wish, the text is your wish. Can you see this? Observe.
Yeah.
Yep. Finally, there is one tag called a div tag. Div is a container tag. Inside the div, I can able to place a lot of text. Inside the div, I will place a definition list again. Div is a container tag. Div is a division or container tag. Div is a division or container tag. Div tag. Let me go with the div tag. Div is a division. Division or container tag. Div is a division or container tag. So when I take a division, automatically, see, there is no difference between this normal and div, right?
Yeah.
We put a style, simple style, but don't worry about the style. I will tell you later.
Okay.
Why I'm putting a light gray color for the div, only for understanding purpose. So that section is a different section, right? Division section is a separate section. So this division is different. And let me take here also div. This is a separate div and this is a separate div. And this particular definition list I will take in the div. And this is the light blue color. Can you see two divisions are there now in the page?
Yeah.
Two divisions are there in the page, right?
Yes.
And let me take this kind of division for all the list items here. So all the list items in the one division. For all the text manipulation, we are putting in the one more division. All the text items I put in the one more division. Div is something like a division. Okay. For all the headings, I will put one more division. Just for your understanding purpose. All headings I am putting in the one more division. This color is yellow. Can you see that? Observe.
Yeah.
So now we will be having how many divisions? 1, 2, 3, 4 divisions are there. Paragraph, we don't have any division. If you want for paragraph also need to take a division, you take a division for the paragraph also. Lot of paragraphs I will place in one more division. I will take a lot of paragraphs in here. This is a simple paragraph. And I'll take two paragraphs over there. Okay, all paragraphs should be having a separate color called orange color. Orange. Now you will be having all paragraphs in one division, all headings in one division, all text related content will with one division, text related tags will with one division, all list items with one division. Okay, can you see, observe?
Yeah.
That's the way actually preparing divisions. Okay, fine. Now hyperlinks we will take in one division.
Yeah.
Hyperlinks will take in one division. Hyperlinks are very simple, and how to use hyperlinks I will tell you. Okay, this will be again pink. Okay, hyperlinks are very simple. Href is a special attribute for hyperlink. and this will be something like a Google. I want to connect with Google, and a Google URL you will paste for that. Take Google URL, put in the href. Okay, now you can able to see Google hyperlink is there here. Whenever you click on this Google, automatically Google page is getting open for you. Do you see that?
Yeah.
Yeah, let me take one more hyperlink, and this will be Apple. Apple.com. I will take Apple official website. I'm taking, so copying it, pasting it. Then I can see two hyperlinks one by one, side by side.
Mm-hmm.
And when I click on Google, automatically Google is connecting with me. And then come back. When I click on Apple, Apple website is going to be communicating with us. But I want to open this Google in separate tab. Then there is one more important attribute called target underscore blank tab. See what is happening with this. I will show. When I click on Google, it will take a new tab, right?
Yes.
So tab is taking separately. Tab is taking separately. Why? Because we are giving actually target underscore blank. Okay, so you have to remember these particular two attributes over there. Okay, next hyperlinks, right? Hyperlinks. Hyperlinks creating from a tag. A tag having two special attributes. href connect. Href is for what? For reference. Reference of the link. Second one, one is the href, one is the target equal to underscore blank. This for what? For open a new tab. And one more important note point you need to remember: hyperlinks by default underline and bold, underline and blue color. Sorry. Hyperlinks by default underline and blue color. Okay, by default style is there for hyperlinks. Can you see this blue color and underline?
Yes.
Can you see this? Hyperlinks,
Yeah.
blue color and underline. And one more thing. Hyperlinks are inline tags. Okay, what is inline tag? What is block level tag? I will tell you. Okay, first one, block level tag. What is a block level tag? I will tell you what is block level tag. A tag which is occupying complete width of the page. A tag which will occupy complete width of the page. Complete width of the page. I will share this notes, okay?
Okay.
Don't worry. A tag which will occupy complete width of the page is called a block level tag. So div is what tag? Div is block level.
If, okay.
And paragraph is block level. Paragraph is occupying complete width of the page, right? Paragraph is also block level. Okay, if you want to see, can I show paragraph is block level or not?
Yes.
Okay, let me go to the paragraph and give some style background white. Now you see paragraph is occupying complete width of the page or not?
Mm-hmm.
Paragraph is occupying complete width of the page. Can you see this?
Yes.
Okay, let me do this one. Blue, light blue, light blue. This paragraph, okay, sorry.
It's changed in white color.
Now you see paragraph is occupying complete width of the page, correct?
Yes.
Color will be white. Color is nothing but text color.
Mhm.
Now you see,
Yes.
but your paragraph is occupying complete width of the page. A blue color is occupying complete width of the page. See, complete width of the page it is occupying. See,
Mhm.
whenever the tag is occupying complete width of the page, that is called a block level element.
Block level. Okay.
So what are the block level elements here? Okay, paragraph is a block level element, div is a block level element, headings are block level elements. Okay, I will write all the block level tags here. One is the div, one is a paragraph, one is the headings, one is list items. All these are block level elements. What is inline elements? Inline elements. Inline elements not occupy complete width of the page. Inline elements not occupies complete width of the page. Okay, what are the inline elements over there? Hyperlinks most of the time. A tag. So A tag is not occupying complete width of the page, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, next span tag. One span tag also we will discuss. Span is also not occupy complete width of the page. Let me take one span here. After the division, I will take one span. Span HTML, span CSS, span JS or JavaScript. And span is having something like a background color, span style. Background is yellow. See, without CSS, you can't understand how the things are happening. Okay, so I'm writing a simple CSS, but don't worry, the CSS later you can understand. Okay, now we will be having three spans. I'm taking three spans right now. One span is HTML, one span is CSS, one span is this one. Can you see the spans here?
Yeah, and the below axis. Yes.
Yellow color. Yellow color spans are there. Okay, for each and
What's
every
the job
span,
for a spine?
yeah, that's a span actually. You see the margin 10 pixel for each and every span. I'm taking a bit margin for that. Margin is nothing but some space is getting allocating all sides. Okay, now you see span.
Yes.
Span is a box, a simple box.
It's a simple box, like a
Simple
text
box.
box.
Simple text container. Simple
Mhm.
text container, but it is inline. It is not block level.
Okay, got it.
Span is like a paragraph, but span is occupying inline element. It is not occupying complete width of the page.
Mhm.
Whenever you have that type of requirement, you go with the spans.
Okay.
Suppose I want to take something like a home about on top of the web page, on top of the header. Go with spans.
Mhm.
So go with spans and prepare the header. Okay. Am I clear?
Yes.
How spans will be? Okay. These are the basic level of HTML, and we are slowly moving to the tables now. Table. Table TR TDs. TR is table row. TD is
Mhm.
table data. Tables HTML. Okay. I don't want to write all the things. I just do copy paste. Okay. Table is the root level tag, and TR is the table row. TD is the table column. Table data. TH is the table heading.
Mhm.
TH is the table heading. Now you see output of the table now. You see output of the table.
Mhm.
But the table needs some properties like width of the table should be 100%. Okay, and the table is having some property called border 2 pixel. Now your table is completely look like table only. See how the table is now. Table is having some completely border, right?
Yes.
And table rows are there, table columns are there, table headers are there. Table headers are th.
TH table here and TR table row.
Tr is table row, td is the table data. Let
Okay.
me tell you. For example, this is the table, and table is having table row. Table row is having th, th, th. Then tr containing td, td, td. And again one more tr containing td, td, td. Am I clear?
Mhm.
One more tr containing td, td, td. This is the architecture. And th is taking the header. Okay, what th can do, I will tell you. I will
Okay.
write all the things now. Table for create a table tag. Tr for table row. Th for table header. And important note point is header will be in bold and align center. And again td is table data. Table data nothing but table column.
Mhm.
Okay, so these are the important tags which are going to be available for the tables. These are the important tags. So this is architecture of the table. So you see this table is the root level. Inside that
Yes.
child level tr, and inside that th, 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 and tr, th, th. So this architecture is very simply I'm designing like this. The same way we are actually doing here. Table tr, th, and again tr, td, td, td,
Mhm.
tr, td, 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 tr, td, 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 tr, td, 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 again tr, td, 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 something like this. This content you change it. That whatever the content you have, that you can able to change it. Understandable, right?
Yes.
A lot of tags we discussed today, and images and some other forms, all the things we will discuss in the next class, tomorrow session. Tomorrow
Okay.
session we will complete HTML.
2 days.
Today is enough HTML.
Yeah.
It is as very easy.
Mhm.
Okay, you're getting understanding very easily. But if it is a school guy or college guy, I need to explain HTML 10 days.
Yes.
You can easily get understand. Okay, if you have any questions and queries after the practice, please ask me. I will tell you. Okay,
Okay. Sure.
definitely. And one more question I am asking to you. And can I use this ID for another classes?
The Zoom ID.
Yeah.
Yes, I can give no problem. It's our business ID. Don't change the password because
Yeah, I
we have
don't
like,
change it. I don't change it. Just I'm
yeah,
using only for the session.
yeah, sure. I will give you no problem.
Yeah, you just give me the username and password.
Okay.
I don't use for anything. I just want to record the session and I will share for some other things.
Okay.
One more session is there. That session is actually ending within 40 minutes only. That's a problem.
Okay. No problem. I will give you.
And one more thing, this session, recorded session, I will share with you. Okay,
Okay.
right now. Okay, so yesterday we discussed about some components, right?
Yeah.
A lot of components we discussed, and today we will discuss about images. So yesterday we done with the tables.
Yes, sir. But yes, we're done. But I have some issue in the table.
Yeah,
If
tell me.
yeah, I create the table. and I add the border. Yes, I have like an issue with the margin and padding. Just do one example that put the padding in the table, like the
Yeah,
margin of 6.
paddings and tables will come in CSS.
Okay, just we learned the border yesterday, right? How to put
Yeah,
the
yeah,
border.
that's a simple attribute actually. Simple border tab. Border is not style actually. That is a inbuilt attribute in HTML.
Okay, okay.
That was not
And,
in CSS.
yeah, and one more question is in the div. We did the div tag,
Yes, yes,
block level tag we have, and also in inline elements we have.
yes, correct.
Just if you review this one, it will be good.
Fine, fine. So, okay. For
Okay.
example, uh, what is a block level tag and what is the in level tag? Inline tag. I will tell you very, very clear. For example, okay, let me tell you. This is my body. So
Okay.
inside my body, I am going to be preparing a paragraph. When I am going to be preparing a paragraph, this is block level. Okay, in this particular paragraph, I have the content like this only. Okay, just I have the content hello. That's it. I have the content like this only. But my paragraph occupied the complete width of the page.
Okay.
So it is not allowing the second element side by side.
Uh-huh, uh-huh.
So the complete space is occupied. The complete width of the space is getting width of the page is getting occupied. That is called a block level element.
Okay.
Even you prepare H1 also. H1 also will take a lot of uh, space of the page. Okay, complete width of the page. For example, this is the H1 tag. This is the H1 tag. H1 tag is also occupying the complete width of the page.
Mm-hmm.
For example, if I create hyperlink is the inline element. Inline element nothing but all hyperlinks are taking side by side like this. All inline elements are taking side by side like this. So this
Okay.
particular hyperlink is called inline element. That is the major difference between block leveler and inline elements.
Okay, got it.
Okay, you could understand now.
Yeah, yeah.
So now we have the space, and I can able to provide multiple components in the same page only, a same row only. That is called inline. But the
Okay.
complete row is occupying with one element, even though you don't have the lot of content. That is called a block level element. Got my point, right?
Okay, yeah.
Yeah. So and fine. One more thing is table. And the table you have some attribute called width and border. That is a default attribute. If you provide a default attribute called width and height, width and border, automatically a border can be created and width is going to be created. Otherwise, the table is inline.
Okay.
Okay. So
Okay.
when we enter into CSS, we discuss all the paddings, margins one by one slowly.
Okay, sure.
Okay, a padding is the inner space. We can provide some inner space for that particular table, and we provide a margin. Margin is outer space for the table. Yeah, we will do provide each and everything one by one. Okay,
Okay.
I will tell you all those things in part of CSS. Okay,
Okay.
most probably within 2 to 3 days, I am going to be starting CSS first.
Okay, sure.
Once I finish out of the HTML and I come to the CSS.
Okay.
Is it fine? Now
Yeah,
understand what
fine.
is block level and inline.
Yeah.
Okay, fine. Now I just want to go with the images. Okay, whenever you want to place image, placing image on top of HTML, we need to use img tag. We need to use img tag.
Okay.
Img src equal to source is the important attribute for the img.
Okay.
Image path, then you have to provide end with the this one. So image tag is self closure tag. Image tag is
Self close.
a self closure tag. Image tag is self closure tag, so it is automatically closed. And this particular image having two important attributes called width and height. Width I can provide, height also I can provide. Okay, for this image, width and height, two important attributes are there. I'm not writing style right now, but attributes I'm writing. So these
Okay.
are actually called attributes. We are providing so many a number of attributes over there.
Attributes means the property.
Yeah, correct. Property, nothing but attribute.
Okay.
Okay. So for example, you take a dog, like you take a dog like this. This is a dog. And dog have a number of properties, right? So dog
Yeah.
is having like dog is having some name, and dog is having some color. Dog is having some height and weight. Dog is having some height. Dog is having some weight. All these are actually properties of this particular dog, right?
Yeah.
At the same time, for each and every element, there are some predefined attributes are available. Those particular attributes we have to mention. Without mentioning those particular attributes, that element is not actually visible to you. Okay, if you miss the
Yeah.
basic attributes, the element is not able to visible to you. So let me
Yes.
do one thing now. Let me place the images. So whenever you want to place the image, what I said, img space src equal to path of the image. Whatever the path you have, that path you need to mention and you need to close it. This is basic image you want to create. Without providing width and height, automatically default width and height will take. Whatever the image width, the image height is there, automatically it will take. Okay, let me
Okay.
design one thing. Let me design one thing. So when we want to prepare these images, we need to have 4 different steps. Images with 4 different styles, 4 different sections. Okay, or 4 different ways. What are the 4 different ways to prepare these images? I will tell you one by one. Okay, the first way is very simple way. Image and HTML file in the same folder. So image file and HTML file in the same folder. This is the first case we can go. In this case, I can do directly img src and equal to path of the image path, img path. That's it. This is enough. A second case, images are loading from separate folder. Images are loading from separate folder. Suppose I just want to put all my images into the different folder. So whenever you place all your images into the different folder, what you have to do is syntax is very simply change src equal to folder path first. Folder path slash img name. Folder path slash img name. Then you have to close it. Got it? So without mentioning the folder path, you can't able to see that particular image. Whenever you have all the images in the separate folder, got my point? Whenever you have all the images in the separate folder, you have to mention the folder path compulsory. That's an important thing. And third case, images are in images and HTMLs in different folders. Images and HTMLs in different folders. So I will draw the picture, then you can understand. Okay. Images and HTMLs are in the different folder. How to load that image? Loading images. Okay. This is like this. Double quote, double dot, backslash, folder name, backslash, and img name. Got my point? And the fourth way of loading images from URL and img src equal to and URL address you need to copy and paste it. URL address you need to copy and paste it. That's it. This is the image address you can place it. This is the fourth step. Can I draw the picture for all these things? Can I draw the picture for all these things? Okay, day 3. Okay, so let me save this as notes. Okay, let me draw the picture for all these things. Okay, what is that first case? First case is very simple. Image file and HTML file for both are in the same folder, right? This is the image file, suppose, and this is the HTML file, suppose. Both are in the same folder. This is the root folder for me. This is the root folder for me.
Okay.
And this is the image file and this is the HTML file for me. And this is the root folder. This is the root folder and this is the image file. Suppose 1.jpg, something like that. And somewhere you will be having a HTML file. So this is my HTML file. What my requirement is, I want to load this image into this HTML. I want to load this image into this HTML. In this particular case, what is the syntax? Very simple syntax you can write. What is the syntax? We already discussed about it. img
IMG.
src equal to
Image path.
image path. That's all enough. Okay, this is the way you have to mention. This is the case one, what actually we are to design. So this is case one. Let me do the case one. This is the case one. In the first case, we have to design like this. Let me do the second case. Let me do the second case. In the second case, what is the thing? Images are loading from the separate folder into the HTML. So I have some HTML here and I have some images folder here. This is called case 2. Let me do case 2 here. Case 2. What I want to do for the case 2, I need to load this HTML file into this particular HTML. I just want to load these all images into this HTML folder. For example, I'll be having a lot of images here. I'll be having 1.jpg, 2.jpg, 3.jpg, etc. I'll be having lot of images available in this particular images folder. Okay, let me have images folder here. Images folder. And what my requirement is, I need to load those particular images into the HTML file. I need to load these particular images into the HTML folder. How to do that? Access all images into the HTML folder like this. Am I right?
Yeah.
In this particular case, syntax is a little bit changed. What is that? img src equal to, first we
Folder
need
path
to mention the folder path, then slash
slash.
img name
Yeah.
and backslash. This is closed. This is the second case what we have to do. Case 2.
Okay.
Now let me write case 3. Case 3. In this particular case 3, the thing is completely different. What is the thing in the case 3? I'll be having a folder for images separately. I'll be having folder for HTML separately. HTML, all my HTMLs are in the separate folder. All my images are in the separate folder. This is my images folder and this is my HTMLs folder. All my images are in the separate folder. All my HTMLs are in the separate folder. How to do load these images into this particular HTML. So these are in the separate folders, right?
Yeah.
So this is my HTML, this is my image. So how to load this particular image? How to load this particular image into this particular HTML? So this is having something like a 2-folder jump process. One
Yeah.
folder need to be out, one folder need to be in. One folder need to be out and one folder need to be in. In this particular case, syntax is very simple, straightforward. Only you have to mention double dot backslash. So now I should provide img src equal to double dot backslash folder name backslash img name. That's all enough. This is the
Okay.
fourth case what you try to do it.
Yeah, the HTML mean double backslash mean one step back.
Yes, yes.
After dash folder name will be the images and image name into this one.
Yes,
Okay,
correct.
got it.
Yes, correct. And the fourth case is the important case. Most of the people don't want to save the images in the local file or local folder. Most of the people actually loading the images from the URL. Okay, from server or URL, whatever it may be. Okay, most of the people loading from the images from the URL. and I don't want to waste my memory of the application. I just connect with internet and load the image. In this particular process, what you have to do is take the HTML file here, take the HTML file here, and you have the URL. Somewhere in the URL you have images. This is the URL. Let me take a URL. This is internet, right? This is internet. From the internet I want to load images.
Yeah.
From the internet I want to load images. Okay, whenever you want to load images from the internet into this particular HTML folder, you need to specify the URL image address. This is a URL image address. URL image address. Image address. Am I clear?
Yeah.
So let me do one by one. First case, second case, third case, fourth case. All the cases we will discuss now. Can I go for the first case now?
Yeah.
Yeah, this is the day 3. Let me go for day 3. So this is the image. Yes, let me go one first case now. Go with the first case. First case is very simple, straightforward. Image file will be in the same folder, right? Okay, let me prepare the new HTML now. Okay, let me go for the case 1. img.html. HTML img case 1. Okay, img src equal to, just load the image directly. Whatever the image you have, that image can be loaded directly. Okay, let me copy paste one image into my folder. So my folder is somewhere. Where is my folder? Just look into the folder. We prepare this HTML in some folder, right? Day 3 folder. Day 3 is my root folder, right?
Yeah.
So in the day 3 folder, I want to load some image. So what image you want to load? I just want to copy paste some image into this. Okay, let me copy paste some image. Okay, so let me get some image, HTML images. Okay, so some image I downloaded now. Okay, let me change the name for this one.jpg. Can I load that image into this?
Yeah.
One.jpg. Yes, fine. So can I go for this one.jpg? So directly image can be loaded in your top of the browser. Image can be loaded from the top of the browser. So this is actually loading from the local file, a local folder.
Yes.
You are loading from the local folder. If you want to take multiple images, yes, you take it. And image tag is inline tag. Image tag is inline tag. What is inline tag? We already discussed about inline tag.
Yes. Side by side.
Inline tag is side by side. Can you see that?
Yeah.
Image tag is inline tag. Side by side it is taken. Yes or not? So I don't want to go that much width and height for the each and every image. I just look into that. I want to apply some different properties like a width of the image I am mentioning, height of the image I am mentioning. So this is not like CSS. This is simply HTML attributes only. This is simply HTML attributes only. Okay, my image should be like this. My width is not that much good. Let me go for 250 pixel. Okay, fine.
Yes.
So now what is happening? So some images got taken, and let me have more number of images here. Okay, automatically I'm taking more number of images like this. So whenever you taken more number of images, automatically this is going to be applying like this. Okay, this is the first case, but this is not a right way of doing the width and height. This is not a right way of doing width and height. What you want to do is, I want to apply image 25% of the complete width of the page. I want to apply.
Yeah.
See what is happening. I want to apply my image 25% width of the complete page. It means what? Wherever you are actually loading, it occupy only 25% of the page. 1/4 of the page.
Yeah.
So then automatically what is happening? That image is getting occupied 25% width of the page now. Can you see this? Can you see this now? So whenever you have 25%, automatically 25 into 4 what? 100, right? 25 into 4 100. So I just want to have 4 images in the complete width of the page. You can see that. Okay, some issue is coming. What is that? This image is having some auto padding and auto margin, so I don't want to give 25. 24 I'm taking 24 24 24 24 may be adjusted. 24% may be adjusted. Let's look into this. Yes, got it adjusted. Got it clear? So 24% got adjusted, and you just make it minimize the page. You make it minimize the page. Width is not getting complication, right? You just minimize the page for the tab model. You minimize the page for the mobile model. Wherever you go, images are not getting conflict. For example, just go to the inspection. Right click on the browser, go to inspection, and go to the mobile. So I am going to the mobile called Moto G4. Okay, Moto G4 fine. iPhone 6, 7, 8. Okay, it is adjusting. iPad, yeah, it is adjusting. Galaxy Fold, yeah, it is adjusting. For any type of device, all images are properly taking, right?
Yeah, because it's the height is auto, right?
Yes,
Because of that.
height is auto, and width we are mentioning with percentages. See, width applying with percentages is very important. Width applying
Okay.
with percentages is very important. We are actually applying the width with percentages. Percentages are actually movable. Okay, you can able to evaporate that particular concept. Okay, and this is the first case of loading images we already done. On a lot of images you can take no issues with that. Number of images you place 1 2 3 4 4 images you take, and 4 images you can apply the percentage. Automatically all the images can be loaded on top of the page. Not an issue with that. Okay, what is the second case now? Second case is very
In different
simple.
folder.
Yeah, different folder, all the images from the different folder. Case2 img .html. I want to go with the case2 now. Now all my images img to case2. Okay, so img src. Now I want to do one thing. What I want to do, I need to prepare the folder for images, right?
Yeah.
I need to prepare the folder for images. Okay, imgs. Imgs is my folder name. Open the imgs and save some images. What are the images you want? You just take it. Okay, I want to take a lot of images into this. Okay, let me take a 1, 2, okay, three images I taken. How many images I taken? 1, 2, 3. 1.png, 2.png. Okay, 2 images enough. I'm taking 2 images, 1.png, 2.png from the folder, right?
Okay.
In the folder, 2 images are there. I just want to load those 2 images into my HTML right now. Okay, what is the name of the folder? imgs/1.png. Am I correct? And width is 25%, whatever they say, 50% I'm on taking, and height is auto. And the complete img src, I want to make it copy and do it paste. Now second image also I'm taking. So now you see my images are actually loading from the different folder. My images are loading from the different folder now, but width is giving issue, so I don't want to take 48 is fine. Yes, 48 and 48 automatically those 2 images are in side by side manner. Now you see that. Now this is adjustable, height is auto mentioned. Whenever width is decreasing, automatically height is also decreasing for you. For the mobile it should be like this, for tablet it should be like this, for desktop it should be like this. Got my point? How the things are happening with the second case?
Yes.
Okay, finally the third case. What is the third case now? We should prepare HTML in the separate folder and we need to load these images from the folder. Okay,
Yeah.
let me do the third case now. I need to prepare the folder for HTMLs now. Okay, let me prepare the folder for HTML separate folder. And I prepare the name of the image case 4, right? Case 4 dot case 4 img dot html. Any name you take. I'm taking the proper name for your understanding purpose.
Okay.
But HTML name is any name, but .html is mandatory. Okay, file name is any name you take. I'm
Okay.
taking case 4 -img for your understanding purpose. Okay, this is case 3, right? Okay,
Yeah.
so for your understanding purpose, I'm taking like this, but you take any name, really not a problem. But .html is
Okay.
mandatory. Don't forget about .html. Okay, .html
Okay.
is mentioned, and this is case 3 images. Okay, now trying to load this img src. And first of all, double dot backslash folder name. What is the name of the folder? imgs slash
MGS.
one
Yeah.
dot png, and the width is 48%. Width is 48%, and height is auto. Am I clear?
Yeah.
The same thing you have to copy and paste. Copy it and do it paste. And this one is second 2.png. 2.png, and save it and execute the application. Open in the browser, and the same concept got executed. Same concept got executed. For example, I am removing this double dot here. I am removing this double dot here. Anyway, these images cannot be loaded. The second image can't be loaded. You can see that there is a problem. Second image is not loading, right? You have the only first image, but second image is giving issue. Second image is giving issue. What is the problem? Path is issue. So whenever you have the issue with the path, you can go with the one more attribute called alt attribute. Alt nothing but alternate. So image path not right, not good. Alternate text you can able to show. Whenever you are getting problem with the loading of image, you can show something like a alternate text. Am I clear for this?
Yeah.
Image, if you are not able to load the original image, you can able to show some text like that. Image path is not good. Okay, whenever the image path is good, automatically the text will not display for you. Whenever the image path is good, the text will not display for you. Automatically image can be displayed. Yeah, now see,
You
not
missed the
saved.
slash.
Uh,
No, you missed the slash. Yeah.
oh,
Yeah.
that's it. That's it. Sorry. Yeah, you have to do it. Now you can see that properly we are writing the things, and automatically we can able to see both images side by side.
Yeah. There are tags like for errors. Where there is an error, we can mention like a comments.
Yes, yes, yes.
Okay.
Okay, so whenever you don't have the image, you can able to see the alternate image like this. HTML is not giving errors. That's what actually you have to learn. HTML is not giving errors. You need to write a proper HTML only. This is not like a debugging process.
Okay.
HTML is not having any debugging. If you're not giving the proper path, if you're not giving the proper name, if you're not giving the proper tag, automatically browser is empty.
Okay.
So something is not executing nothing, but you are not writing the proper code. That you have to understand. See, whenever you are preparing some HTML, first of all, you need to design the prototype. What you have to design? Paperwork. Paperwork is very, very important learning HTML.
Okay.
You draw the pictures whatever you want, and based on the pictures, you go with the implementation. Am I clear now? So how to load this third case?
Yep.
Now we can go for the fourth case. What is the fourth case? Images are loading from the URL, right? Okay, in J3 I'm going to be preparing. So now this is the case 4 img dot html. Let me go with us, and this is a case 4. For case 4, what my requirement is, I want to load images from the URL. So URL nothing but what? Okay, let me show the URLs. How to get the URLs? URLs are getting very simple. Just go to Google. Just go to Google and right click on the image. Right click on the image. Copy image address.
Okay.
Copy image address. Please remember it. Okay. Copy image address. Copy image address and paste the image address here. That's it. Enough. Paste the image address here. And width is 48% and height is 2. That's all enough. This is the line actually I'm writing. This is the image address I'm copying here. And one more image you want, you can take it.
Okay.
Okay, let me take one more image from the URL. Okay, let me take this image, copy image address from here. Can I go with a different image? Yeah, this one. Copy image address. Yeah, put it. Now we are not loading the image from the local folder. Oh my god, this is huge. Just open it first. Okay, here you copy it. Okay, this is very nice now. Yeah, this much actually we have to take. That's what enough. Now you can go and execute our application. Now you can see both images are actually taken place. Now you can
Yes.
see both images are taken place, but these images are loading from the URL. These images are loading from the URL. If you want, you can see, but inspection. Go to the inspector, right click on the Chrome browser, go to inspect and check out the inspection. How to check inspection is very simple. Okay, this is 100%. And this is not like okay, this is like inspection. You click on the button here. There is one arrow button here available.
Yes.
This is called inspection. Whenever you go to the inspector, you can check that, and we will be having some code available here, and where the image is actually getting loaded from. You can see where the image is loading here, img src, something
Yeah.
like this. This is the thing you have to edit. So this
Okay.
editing is very important. This is called inspection. Whenever you go to this image, that image is getting highlighting for you, and whenever you go to this one, this is getting highlighting. Whenever you go to this one, this is getting highlighting. This is completely body.
Yeah. Clear.
That is like inspection. Whenever you have a lot of elements, you get confused. Then you can go with inspection like this. See, it is hovering, right? Whenever you hover on this, it is going complete, and whenever you hover on this, it is going to be defined. Got my point now?
Yes.
Yes. Just completed with images now. Try to do work with a lot of images. And one more tag we want to discuss, that is like iframe. How to work with iframe. Iframe is HTML tag. Okay, let me do something. Iframe is HTML tag using for loading a browser internally in my root page. Got my point? Iframe is a HTML tag using for loading a browser internally in my root page. Okay, let me load some iframe now. How to load iframe, how to work with iframe. Let's see one simple application. Okay, so see it, and I want to design iframe now. Iframe.html, iframe, and here what I want to do is iframe src. Iframe is having attribute called src. Okay, you need to mention some src value for the iframe,
Okay.
and you need to mention some width of the iframe, something like 80%. Height of the iframe should be auto. Okay, let me do something like this. And SRC, what is the SRC for the iframe? I want to take some web page. Okay, let me take a Pierce Technologies. Okay, Pierce Technologies Private Limited. Okay, this is the SRC I want to copy. PierceTech.com. Sorry, Google.com. So let me go with the Google.com. Copy this URL and go with this and check it out. Iframe is loading or not. Okay, so Google is not allowing to load in the iframe. Google is not allowing to load in the iframe. That is the problem. Okay, so what I want to do is HTTPS. Google is not allowing to load in iframe. Some web pages are not allowing to load in the iframes. Please remember it. Some web pages are not allowing to load in the iframes. Okay, let me go with apple.com. Apple.com. So apple.com, let me check. Okay, sorry. Okay, some pages are not allowing to load in the iframe. So that is the issue. Okay, Apple is not also allowing to load in the iframe. Okay, let me do one thing. Let's
It
load
is used just
WHS.
for websites. We can put outside
Yes, yes,
websites
yes,
in
yes,
the iframe.
yes.
Not using with anything more.
No, nothing, nothing. Only that's one. Now open in the browser. Okay, so some issue is there with iframe. So some websites are not allowing to load in the iframe. So let me do one thing. I will take one YouTube video. So let me go to the YouTube and check for HTML. Okay, so this is simple HTML. Some go to down, go to share, go to embed, copy the embed tag, whatever the embed tag is available here. Okay, that I will load in the iframe over there. Okay, so I'm just removing the whatever the iframe which is available. I'm taking the iframe over there, and this iframe is having width automatically designed. And let me have the one more copy, this one. See, got observed how the things are happening, how iframes are loading inside your browser. Can you see, observe? So this is separately playing for you, and this is separately playing for you. Okay, loading any type of URL inside your root level page. Internal browsers.
Okay.
Internal browser content loading inside your main page. That is actually called iframe. See, some sort of websites you are observing, they are actually showing that demonstration. They are actually playing the trailers, okay, product trailers, and image related content, whatever it is, YouTube links in the iframes, right? You take some Samsung application, Samsung mobile related things.
Yeah.
Okay, so they are actually showing the product overview in the YouTube video, right? That YouTube video they are putting in the iframe and they are just showing in the box.
Okay.
So most of the time iframes are using in that particular cases. Most of the time iframes are using in that particular cases. Okay, you do one thing, you do practice with images and iframes today. And what I want to do in the next class is I just want to design one simple application with the table layout. One simple gallery application we will see. Okay, one simple gallery application we will see, and we just want to finish up forms in the next class. Forms and sign up form, sign in form, all the form related content we will see, and we will finish off HTML in the tomorrow class. Okay, and Monday onwards we will be having CSS class started. Is it okay? You do practice with this today? You can do practice now. Okay, so what is the last class we are discussing about? We discussed a lot of components in HTML, right?
Yeah, we discussed like the
So
last topic
we
was
discussed
working
a
with.
lot of components in HTML, like tables we discussed, and we discussed paragraphs, we discussed divisions, we discussed
Mm-hmm.
list items,
Yeah.
and today we are going to be discussing about the forms. Okay, so how
Okay.
forms are going to be available in HTML, and what about the form? For example, whenever you are going to be doing some sign-in form, sign-up form, some registration form, whatever it may be, in the
Mm-hmm.
process of the web page, a lot of manipulations and lot of operations are going to be done with the forms. Okay, for
Okay.
example, I want to do something like a sign-in form. I want to do something like a sign-up form. I just want to something like a registration form.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. So a lot of things we can able to do with the forms. Before learning the forms, I just want to give you a lot of components in the form, a lot of elements in the form. What are the different elements which are going to be available in the form?
Mm-hmm.
The first one is the form tag. So this particular form tag is a root level tag for creating form. Okay, so for creating form. And one more thing is there are different form related elements are there. Form input types. Form input types. Lot of form input types which are going to be available. I will tell you what are the different kind of input types which are going to be available in the form. Something
Mm-hmm.
like input type. Suppose all the type of forms which are going to be types. Input type text. Text is one type of input, and one more is a password, one type of input, and email is the one type of input, and button is one type of input, and submit is one type of input, and reset is one type of input. Okay, a radio is one type of input. Checkbox is one type of input. Okay, a lot of form inputs which are going to be available. Form input type date is there. Input type number is there. Okay, a lot of input types which are going to be available in the form. I will tell you one by one.
Okay.
Before going all those things, I just want to create a simple form for you. And
Mm-hmm.
in that particular form, and one more tag is actually available in the form called form field actually. I will give
Mm-hmm.
you a new program now. I'm taking a new program now, and this will be saving with your folder. Let me take a new folder, day 4. Okay, so this is the day 4 now, and I'm creating a new folder for us. In this particular folder, I'm going to be preparing the file, which is going to be saved as okay form.html. .html is mandatory for each and every HTML file.
Okay.
Form.html which is going to be available, and HTML. Let me take a form example. For the form, actually what I want to do, okay, I'll prepare a h1 tag. Okay, this is a simple h1 tag which is going to be representing some heading for the form.
Mm-hmm.
And after the h1 I want to prepare the form. Let me prepare the form is the root level tag for us. form is the tag. Form tag open, form tag close. Inside that there is one element called field set. I will tell you
Yes, sir.
what is the field set and why we are using the field set for the form. And the field set is having one more tag called legend tag. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
so I just want to give you simple example for the simple form here. Okay, simple form I just want to create. That is the name of the form. Okay, now I want to take input type text. Input to type text. Okay, input to type text, and one more thing is the placeholder. So what is the placeholder for this? I just want to give the username something like this. Okay, I just want to give one more input here. Type is something like a password. Input type is password. I just want to give something the placeholder. Enter password something. And for this, I want to take a break. For each and every element, I want to take a break. Yeah, break is actually required.
Mm-hmm.
And we will take a button. And button is something like a submit. Button is something like a submit. So this is the username and this is the password and this is the type of text and this is the type of password. Okay, this form name is a simple form. Yes, execute it. Right click on the browser, open in the browser. when I open browser, automatically I can able to see the form here. So how the form will be, there is one simple heading we taken called form, and a simple form is the legend for the form field. Okay, so field set actually. This is called a
Okay.
field set. A field set is a simple set of components we can able to make it.
Like
Okay,
this
in this,
border is
yeah,
fill
like
set.
this, a border getting created for you, a box getting created for you,
Okay.
and on top of that we placed a legend. Legend is a simple heading for that particular field set. We take a legend area, and after
Like a
that
simple form.
I'm going to be taking something like a username field and taking a password field here. Username something like a Srinivas, I can able to enter something like a Srinivas, and password is going to be dots. Why? Because type is password I given. When I given
Yeah.
type is password, automatically it will give you dots here.
Mhm.
And after that you can do the submit. Whenever I submit a form, I can able to submit the form for the particular server whatever you have. Okay,
Mhm.
in JavaScript we will discuss how to submit these particular values to the particular backend servers and all. Later on we will see that. And here for the form, I just want to give you something like a required field. Required equal to required. Required equal to required simple attribute. What this particular attribute can do, if you not enter this particular field, automatically it is going to be asking you please fill up the first field, please fill up the second field, something like that. Okay, let me execute one more time. Okay, when I click on submit, automatically it is asking me please fill the field first. Okay, please fill the field first. When I click on the submit button is actually checking the first form is getting empty, the first field is getting empty. So
Okay.
first of all, I should enter the username. Without enter username, I can't able to proceed. Okay, I should enter the username. Okay, username is I given. After I given the username, I am trying to submitting the form, but it is not going to be submitting the values to the particular server or databases. Why? Because password field is also must actually. Okay, these particular predefined validations are coming from the HTML only. We are not writing the JavaScript validations right now. We are going to be providing a basic validations from the HTML only. When I trying to submitting this, it is asking me please try to enter the password, something like this. I'm trying to enter in the password and provide the submit, then only submit will take it. Then only submit will take it. So this is a very important and simple thing, how to prepare the normal simple form and all. And let's do a simple example which is going to be having something like a sign up requirement. This is a sign up requirement, sign up form. Okay, sign up is having so many things, right? So many fields, right? Let
Yep.
me try to provide a lot of fields for the sign up now. Okay, sign up and try to provide a lot of components for the form. Okay, form should be there. Inside the form, input type text, and this will be having the name called first name.
We
And
don't set like a fill set for this.
yeah, yes.
Fill set
Field set you.
like in
Yeah,
previous
yeah.
form we
Let
have.
me take field set. Okay, let me take legend here, and
Yeah.
this is the name details. Okay, I want to give the all name details inside the field set. Fine. Okay, this is the first name. I'm going to be giving the first name here, first name, and finally close it. This is my first name value. Then this is my second name or last name. First name and last name I try to do provide. So this placeholder is very important for you. Why? Because it is going to be showing something on top of the browser.
Yeah.
Without having entering something, it is asking you what you need to do enter. What you need to do enter, it is going to be asking you. That is actually called a placeholder attribute. And yeah, required equal to required. This is a mandatory one. I want to provide for each and everything. Required equal to required. Okay, now I want to take a field set like a contact details. And this is again another legend value and the contact details. I should enter some contact details of the person. Whatever the person, he is going to be fill up the form, he need to enter some contact details of the particular person.
Mhm.
Okay, let me take a input type email. So he need to enter something like a email now. Name equal to mail, and placeholder equal to email. I should enter something like email, and this will be required field. Required equal to required. Okay, fine. This is going to be a self-closure tag. Input is a self-closure tag. Input is a self-closure tag. Please remember it. Okay. And one more thing, input type contact number, input type number. Okay, let me give number, and this will be taking like a number and a placeholder, something like a phone number, and this will be required equal to required. Please remember it. And okay, what are the different kind of input types which are going to be available? If you want to check it out, just go with the W3 schools or input types which are going to be available in HTML. You can check it out. What are the different kind of input types which are going to be available? Let me copy and paste. HTML5 supporting with a lot of input types for you. Okay, let me give you all the input types over there. Let me give all the input types over there. Input type button, input type checkbox, input type color, input type date, input type date time local, input type email, input type file, input type hidden, input type image, input type month, a lot of things which are going to be available. So we will see some type of inputs over there. For example, if I am going with the first input type like if I'm going with the one input type like email, for example, this is going to be working with all browsers or not, where they are clearly saying that, and these guys are very clearly saying that. W3 schools is very clearly saying that. For example, if I go type input type month, if I go for input type date time local, if I go for input type date time local, okay, input type radio is there, checkbox is there, button is there, color is there, and if you try to open the browser, and the color is working for all the latest browsers here, and this is the input type color. If you want, you can choose the color of the input. And let me give you some input type that is not going to be working with all the browsers, something like okay, slider input type value you can able to provide. Okay, let me tell you. W3 schools is going to be providing you which input is working for which browser. Very clear it is showing that. Input type autofocus. Yeah, autofocus is working. Autofocus is the simple attribute. Automatically that input is focusing for you. That is simple attribute only.
Mhm.
Okay, and coming to the list of attribute, data list is there, and we can able to provide a data list. Can able to provide a data one by one. We will see. Okay. Now coming up, this is the contact details I provided. Now gender selection. One more field set I am taking now. Field set gender selection. Gender selection. Okay, so I just want to provide something like a gender selection. Sorry. And this is having something like a legend. And this is like a gender selection. And legend is over. After that, I want to go with the input type. Okay, radio. Input type radio. And I just want to provide gender value, something like a male. Okay, this is the male selection. Okay, so name and value equal to something like a, okay, name is equal to male, value male. Okay, fine. This is the male selection, and this is for female. I'm going to be providing something like a female. I want to provide something like a female. Input type radio, name equal to male, name equal to gender I can provide, and gender also I can provide, and value will be male and female. Value will be male and female here, and name is common. Name is common thing. One is the gender, one is the gender, and value will be here male, here female. Okay, let me check it out how the things are happening with the name, contact details, and the gender selection here.
Your name is mostly working like when we're scripting.
Yes, correct. Okay, I want to select the male or I want to select the female. Any one of the thing it is going to be working. So one value will be taken. only one value will be taken. It is not going to be taking multiple values whenever you have the ready option.
Okay.
Whenever you have the ready option, you don't take a multiple selection, only one selection will be selected. That's why the reason value will be different, but name is the common thing. Gender
If we
is the
change
common.
the name, if we change the name, like it will take.
No problem, no problem. It is not giving any issue with you. But why this particular name we are utilizing? Whenever we are writing the JavaScript based on that particular name, we are accessing the element. I will tell you when I come to the JavaScript. Okay, let me go with the field set one more time, and this is like a legend again. And which course you want to get selected, and the course selection. Now I am providing something like a course selection here. After that, I am going to be providing what are the courses he got learn. Okay, finally I am going to be input type now checkbox,
Mhm.
input type checkbox. Now I am going to be providing a name, value, HTML. Okay, fine. This is first one. Like this, I will provide a lot of values one by one. HTML is one thing, and CSS is the another thing, and JavaScript is another thing. You want to learn a lot of things, and React.js is the one more thing. So like this, you provide all the values. Yeah. Okay. React.js.
Yeah.
Fine. Okay. Okay. So user can able to pick up a lot of values here. Okay. He want to learn a lot of things. He is going to be selecting all the values over there. He is going to be selecting all the values over there. Finally, let me check the output. What is this particular checkboxes which are going to be available? So he want to learn all the courses actually. Suppose he can able to select multiple options like this. You don't
Mhm.
want to check with the Node.js. You can go with the Node.js later. Okay, so you can go with the React.js also. He is going to be learning HTML, CSS, and React.js, and he's the gender called male, and he is going to be entering the email. Suppose I'm taking something like an email like this, and phone number. This is going to be asking a number type. So completely it will take a number value only, and here it is taking the first name and last name, and submit is very important. Whatever the things you are going to be entering, and submit things. Okay, so let me take a one more field set here, that is called submit or reset. Submit. Okay, legend I'm taking again. Okay, I'm taking legend submit. So he is going to be submitting the form. So input type submit, name equal to submit, and value will be submit. This value is going to be showing on the top of that, and he can able to reset also here. Okay, input type reset, and the name reset, and finally value will be reset only. Value will be reset only, and yeah, try to execute it.
It's a button.
Yeah, this is a button only. So value submit. This is a button only. It will come as a button only. It will come as a button only. So he is going to be submitting some things. Without submitting the first name, he can't able to give submission. Without
Mhm.
giving the first name, he can't able to give the submission. Okay, so for example, he is going to be providing the first name, something like this, and submitting, and it is asking the last name, and last name is also required. Okay, something like a Srinivas G. Submit.
Can we
Whenever it
change
is,
this tooltip, this message?
this message coming from the required attribute.
Okay. So
This
can we
is,
change it like we were
yeah, we
personally?
can change from JavaScript, or we can
Okay.
change from CSS. We can do that. Okay, I'm entering the email. For example, I'm not entering the proper email here. So here it is asking the email validation also. Please include at the rate symbol. Please include at the rate symbol. Without at the rate symbol, email is not a valid email, right? Why?
Yeah.
Because the type is email. Okay,
Yeah.
finally, click on submit, and it is asking incomplete email ID. Okay, something like a Gmail. Okay, so it is taking now. Why? Because you are going to be entering the proper email ID there, and finally I'm going to be submitting the form. It is asking phone number also. Why? Because phone number is also required field. Phone number is also required field. It is taking only taking compulsory phone number. So I am just providing something like a phone number here like this. Okay, 9390389007, something like this, and selection the mail and submit. A form is getting submitted for me. Okay, and if you want, you can give the required field also. These things also. These things also compulsory required fields compulsory. Gender selection, all the things. Okay, this is the way of designing the form. Very simple, straightforward only. Very simple, straightforward only, and we will see a lot of different kind of attributes also inside the form. Something like you can provide a data list also like this. What is the data list? Data list is something like this.
Yeah.
Data list is also something like this. So you can able to go with the data list. Okay, let me go with the form, this one. Okay, so course, without going this particular one, you can switch off this one here like this. I don't want to show the checkboxes and all. That is a old version of old pattern of style, old pattern of input taking, and this is the latest version of input taking. And there are multiple options you can able to select. You can able to choose HTML, you can able to select CSS, you can able to choose the JavaScript, you can able to choose the React.js. He is going to be filling the form for these particular values. Okay, okay, this is
It's
called
also like we can choose one option
yes, correct,
from
one
there.
option only you can able to select. Okay, here it will be the input data list. Data list is going to be available. See, a lot of elements which are going to be available here. A lot of elements which are going to be available. Okay, input autocomplete. Input autocomplete. Autocomplete is going to be something like, so it is going to be taking, email is automatically taking from the user. Automatically taking from the user. Okay, so there are multiple tags which are going to be available in the input attributes, in the section of input attributes W3 schools. You can check it out. Okay, I'm not going to be copying and pasting all the things for you.
Okay.
Okay, you can check it out all the attributes from this. These particular attributes are very simple and straightforward only. Don't worry with the attributes and all. And finally, we are going to be finishing up this particular form section. Okay, we will discuss about the templates, HTML templates, how to design HTML templates, and most of the people working with the percentages, and some other peoples are working with the table template. You prepare your page with the table template. Okay, this is very famous. People are working with the table templates also. And one more thing is, in latest version, people are working with the Bootstrap. Bootstrap is working with the grid system. People are developing responsive web applications using with the Bootstrap. Yes, Bootstrap is very famous. You can go with the Bootstrap. Anyway, if I am not going to be using Bootstrap, you can follow the table template. Table template, how to design a template, for example, I will draw the picture. I want to design a page like this. I want to prepare the header like this. I want to prepare a footer like this. I want to take a main division like this. Inside the main division, I should be having some left division and the right division also like this. And inside the right division, I'll be having a lot of components like this. Okay, this is like a image gallery application, whatever it is required. Or I just want to take a center template like this. I should have something, a list item here. Okay, you can follow this particular template using with the table tags.
Using by table?
Yes, using by table, you can able to design this particular template. How to design this particular table template? For example, taking as a table root level tag. So taking a table root level tag like this. Inside the table, you take a TR here. This is the TR, first TR. This is the first TR. And this is the second TR. Okay, this is the third TR.
Okay.
And in center TR, what we want to do is we take a two columns. This is the first TD, and this one is the second TD.
Okay.
Inside this particular TD, if you want, you take a paragraphs like this: 1, 2, 3, 4.
And why?
These
How
are the
can we
paragraphs.
assign the percentage for the
Yeah,
column?
yeah, I will give you column percentage. You provide column percentage for this 30%, and for this column percentage you provide a 70%.
Okay.
For this you can provide 70%. Okay, how to provide these percentages and all? Very simply, we can design with normal attributes only. Okay, instead of CSS writing, you design this particular template with a simple way. I will tell you with the small CSS with this particular template. I will explain. Okay, can I go a simple template like this?
Yeah.
Okay, let me go with a simple template, a table template, HTML template with a table tag dot html. I'm going to be providing like this. Okay, so this is the template, simple template I'm going to be designing for you. Let me take a table tag. Okay, inside the table tag, let me take a tr. This is the first tr, and tr is having should be having something like a height, HERGHT. Okay, height and width. Okay, let me write some CSS for that. I will tell you how to write CSS and all. And this tr is the second tr, and this is the third tr we will be having. Okay, so in this first tr, what I want to do is I'll take a one h1 tag, and this is header. This is header, and here I will take one more h4 tag, and this is a footer. This is header, this is footer, and center content. What I want to do, I will take two TDs, one TD and one more TD, and this TD having width okay 75%, and this TD having a width 25%. I want to write a simple CSS for you. Don't worry about the CSS. And background color will be light gray. And here style also I am providing. Background color will be light blue. And for this TR also I am writing a simple style. Background of this will be gray color. And this TR also I am writing a simple style. Background color will be okay black. And the color will be white. Okay, let me provide something like a height of the table, height of the footer. Height of the footer will be like 60 pixel, and height of the header will be something like 100 pixel. Okay, fine. What my requirement is, inside the first TD, I will place some paragraphs. Inside the second TD, I will place some other paragraphs. Inside the first TD, let me take something like a buttons. Button, okay, like a first. Okay, buttons are going to be taking like this. And inside this particular TD, you will take a table again. If you want, you take a table again. Okay, I will show
Okay,
you how these particular tables are. Okay, let me
so
take
we can,
paragraphs. Better you take a paragraph. So later on, we will do the things. Okay, let me take paragraphs here. So this is my first paragraph. This is my first para, and this second para, third para, fourth para, and all. Okay, lot of paras I am just going to be providing here based on your. Okay, so this is a height auto. Let me provide height auto. Let me provide a height auto. Auto nothing but what? Based on your content, it is going to be moving. Okay. Let me place a lot of content over here. In the same paragraphs, I just want to take inside this particular TD also. See, content is your wish. Content is not a matter. Content is your wish. And finally, I want to execute this particular in the browser. So you will be having, yeah. So the problem is, what is the problem here?
wait.
Header, and this is a footer. Footer going top. Footer going top. What is the? Where is the footer? Footer is 60 pixel, and header height is 100 pixel, and table width is 100%. Table width is 100%. I want to take a table as 100% table. Okay, now table is fine, but footer going top. Where is the footer? Why footer going top? Why footer going top? This is the header, right? After this, one TR is there. TR got closed properly. Check it out. Any issue there for the footer? Fine. This is a nice template. Okay, this is the header now, and header having something like a TR style. Oh, fine. Background color gray not coming. Why background color gray not coming? For the first TR. Okay, so this center is actually adjusted, but the header is not having a proper style. What is the problem with the proper TR? Okay, width automatically take 100%, no issues with that. Okay, now it is properly adjusted. Now let me take another TR, and this will be the footer, right?
Mm-hmm.
Footer will be here. Footer, why footer is taking here? Okay, after the table I will take the footer. Okay, now footer is properly done.
Mm-hmm.
And footer is having style, background color black, color will be white, and header, where is the header? This is the header, right? And style, background color will be gray, color will be white. Okay, fine. So this is completely working with the CSS, don't worry that.
Mm-hmm.
And this particular TR H1 will be in the center. See, like this you can design your template properly. Okay, so center tag. Okay, now this is the header, this is the footer, and this is your main content. And main content is auto nothing but whatever the content you are placing, based on the content it is actually elaborating. Don't worry with that. Am I clear with this one? And you should understand some CSS part actually. If you know
Yeah.
CSS properly, then it is very clear for you. And height should be something like 100 px. Fine for this. Header is very nice now, and this is my footer, this is the header, and content is also like this. Okay, in this particular manner you are going to be designing your templates and all. So this is adjustable one. Why? Because this is a table template. If you want to design any kind of HTML, better you go with the table templates. My recommendation is table template.
Okay, so it's automatically responsive.
As automatically responsive, better you go with okay, so what is the last class we discussed about HTML, right? And
Which was for, yeah.
yeah, so fine. What is CSS? CSS is cascading style sheet, and CSS is one important uh, web component, the building block. Okay, so CSS is cascading style sheets, and with CSS we can make web pages, design beautiful. Okay, okay, whatever it is, and with the CSS we can apply cosmetic changes.
Cosmetic means?
Cosmetic means like decoration
Okay.
flavor. Okay, decoration flavor, like you are applying something like a creams and powders, colors, whatever it may be. For example, face have some cosmetic application, right? So the same way with HTML, we can do some cosmetic changes. Cosmetic changes, nothing but some colorful things, design beautiful. Okay, cosmetic changes with the CSS, we can apply some cosmetic changes to HTML. And CSS is not programming language. Again, this is not programming language, and CSS is a simple syntax. And we write CSS in three different ways in HTML. The one is inline CSS. The second one is internal CSS, and the third one is external CSS. Okay, let me tell you one by one. What is inline CSS? What is internal CSS? And what is external CSS? All the things. Inline CSS is element specific. Element specific. Okay, what is this element specific means? For each and every element, we need to apply some CSS. We need to apply CSS, and inline CSS not recommended, mostly. Okay, so not of the for complete application we need not to write inline CSS. For each and every tag you need not to write a CSS. For example, I'll be having 1,000 components in my HTML. I need to write 1,000 lines of CSS. Okay,
Yeah.
so this is not recommended in the real-time application, but okay, sometimes you can use inline CSS. This is like element specific. Element specific, nothing but whatever you are writing something like element, and you need to write with a style attribute. Style is a very important attribute to write inline CSS, and attribute is nothing but it is in a property of the element.
Property. Yeah.
Yeah. So you write a style attribute and write your values, whatever the values you want, or you can write inside it. And each and every values are separated with a semicolon. Value 1, value 2, value 1, value 2, semicolon, value 3, something like this.
Okay.
Okay, this is the way of writing the CSS. This is the inline CSS, for example. Uh, this is actually available in the element open tag only, not in the element close tag. And inline CSS will be available in open tag, not in closed tag. Not in closed tag. Okay, so this is the very important point you should remember. So don't write this attribute in the any attribute. Don't write in the closed tag. Any attribute we write in the open tag only. Let me try to take one simple example how to write in the CSS and all. For example, I am taking h1 tag. Okay, h1 hello web development, something like this. Okay, this is my h1 tag here. And for this h1, what I want to do is I just want to write a inline CSS style equal to something like a color attribute. I'm writing color colon red. And I just want to write something like a font style equal to font style colon something like a italic, font style italic. Okay, so can you see, observe what I'm doing here?
Yeah.
Style attribute you are writing, but attribute having so many values here. The first value we are writing is color value. This is the color value. This is the first value you are applying, and each and every value separated with the semicolon. But the last value don't put semicolon. Don't put semicolon. If you put semicolon, not a problem, but it is not required. But all the values are separated with the semicolon. All the values are separated with the semicolon. That is the important thing you should understand. And let me tell you here one more point here. Note point. Every value separated with the semicolon. Every value separated with semicolon. 1 second. Every value separated with semicolon. Let me take one simple example how to write inline CSS for HTML. Okay, let me take one simple example for you. And desktop, I'll be having a class called, okay, new folder. Folder name is 27.
You can type day 5.
Oh,
Day
sorry.
5.
Yes, day 5. And this is called inline CSS. Inline CSS.html. How to write inline CSS? Let me give you clear clarity. Inline CSS. How to write inline CSS? For example, I am writing CSS for the body. Body style, background color of the body, something like a light blue. Background color for the body I am writing. So this is an inline CSS. For the body, I am applying some style. That particular style will be style attribute. We are writing an attribute here called a style attribute, and the value is nothing but a background color, something like a light blue. Okay, fine. So my body should be available with the light blue color. Let me check it out. Open in the browser. So now my browser can able to see my browser is available in the light blue color now. Is it or not?
Yeah.
Browser is available in the light blue color. Okay, fine. This is the inline CSS I am applying. Let me take a h1 tag over there. h1 hello web development, and let me have a multiple h1s copy paste. Okay. Okay, for the first h1, what I am doing, I am writing the inline CSS again. Okay, what is this particular h1 will be a color. I am taking a red color, and the second h1 I am applying the style. A color is blue. Okay, let me save and render it here. What happened? The first h1 got a separate color, and the second h1 also taking a separate color. By default, it will take a black color. Browser default color it will take. Browser default color is a black color, and the browser default body color is a white color, and the browser default font color is a black color. But based on your style changes, automatically those things getting applied here. You got to understand how the things are happening. For example, let me try to write a paragraph. I'm writing a paragraph over there, and paragraph I want to take some text. Okay, lorem ipsum. Taking a plain text here for the paragraph. Copy the paragraph here. Okay, so for the paragraph I want to write the style. Again style, and the color will be something like a red, and the font style will be italic. See what I am doing, I am writing two properties now. I'm writing two properties now. How properties are actually writing here? Can you see, observe?
Yeah.
Semicolon. So separated with semicolon. You see, observe now, semicolon is there between the two properties. One is the color red applied and the font style italic.
Yeah.
And we given semicolon. That semicolon is very important. If you don't apply the semicolon, don't write the semicolon syntax, it will not properly come. Okay, now it should be saved and run. Okay, my paragraph got taken. This is my paragraph. I got taken my paragraph over there. And let me take one more paragraph and change the style for this paragraph. Color is green. Obviously, you will be having another paragraph with a different style. Okay, in the CSS, inline CSS is actually element level and element specific. For each and every element, we need to apply the CSS. That is the first concept you need to get understand. And the second concept is very simple, straightforward. What is that? Internal CSS. How to write internal CSS? Very fine, very simple. Internal CSS will be very simple. Internal CSS will be page level, page specific CSS, page specific CSS. Okay, for complete page, we write CSS. For complete page, we write CSS at once. Some disturbances are coming outside. Okay. For complete page, we write single CSS at once. And how to write this particular internal CSS? Let me tell you. This will be style tag open and style tag close. Style tag open, style tag close. Inside this particular style tag, I want to write a lot of CSS. So complete code will be here. Code will be here. Okay. Okay. How to write this particular internal CSS? I'll tell you. And there are a lot of ways to write the CSS. For example, I want to write a simple CSS example. For complete page, I am going to be writing the CSS now. Okay. Let me copy this and paste here. And code will be here. And what is happening with the style? For example, I want to take all the paragraphs at the single code. For all the paragraphs, I want to apply the color will be red. See, whatever the code you are writing, that particular code will be applicable for all the paragraphs at the same time. So this is the common CSS you can write. This is the common CSS. And this is element we are actually specifying what is the element I want to apply the CSS. And for that element, which is going to be writing some properties and values. And let me take the body CSS now. So for body is the representation. And for the body, I want to give the color. For example, for the body, I want to give the color. For body, I want to provide a light blue color background. Light blue. Okay, fine. And this is the internal CSS, and the internal CSS will be page level CSS and page specific CSS. And remember note point here, HTML and CSS combinedly working. Okay, combinedly working. Combinedly working. Combinedly working means HTML and CSS both are rendering at the same time. HTML, CSS both are working at the same time, rendering at the same time. HTML and CSS both are rendering at the same time. Both are rendering at the same time. So both are rendering at the same time means you can write, one more point you have to go. You can write internal CSS. You can write internal CSS anywhere in the body. There is no recommendation anywhere in the body. Suppose I will write in the head part, I will write in the body part, I will write in the end of the body part. No issues with that. You can write this internal CSS anywhere in the body. But recommendation is what? Most of the people actually recommended one is put in header tag. Put in header tag. So we have the two tags, right? For the complete HTML, we have two tags. One is the body, one is the header. The recommended one is put in the header tag. Don't put in the body tag. But anywhere you write, no issues. Why? Because HTML and CSS combinedly working, combinedly rendering. HTML and CSS combination it is going to be rendering, but you can write these particular things are working. Okay, let me take one simple example how to write internal CSS now. Okay, now internal CSS dot.html. Fine. Okay, internal CSS. Let me take same paragraphs. Copy the two paragraphs here. I have two paragraphs now, but I'm not writing any style for the inline. Okay, let me delete inline style for this particular paragraphs. I don't want to go with the inline CSS for that. Let me delete complete. Okay,
Okay.
I'm not writing inline CSS right now. Okay, I have two paragraphs now. Let me take two paragraphs here. This is the first paragraph, right?
Mhm.
And this one is the second paragraph. Let me take a third paragraph. Three paragraphs I'm taking. Let me take three paragraphs right now. What I want to do is now go to the head part, write a style tag, style open, style close. Style open, style close.
Mhm.
And this is internal CSS. Let me put a comment here. So how to write HTML comment is very simple. This is internal style. This is a comment of HTML.
Yeah.
This is the comment of HTML. And let me put body style first. Body having some style. Body having something like a background color, light blue, whatever you want. Okay. Body having some light blue color. Let me check it out, how the things are happening. Open in the browser. Can you see? Background color blue applied, and automatically three paragraphs are in the black color.
Mhm.
Three paragraphs in the black color. But I don't want to show the black color paragraphs. What my requirement is, I want to apply the style for the paragraphs. What you want to do? Color will be red, and semicolon, font style will be italic. Okay, you can write in the single line also, no issues with that. Okay.
Mhm.
But curly brace open, curly brace close is the recommendation for you. This curly brace open, curly brace close is the recommendation for you whenever you want to write the style. Okay, this is the internal style I'm going to be applying for the paragraphs. Okay, let me check it out. Okay, so color is red and the font style is italic. Save it and run it. Okay, now you can see
Yeah.
all three paragraphs are going to be having the same color. Okay, let me have two H1s here or H2s here, H3s here. Okay, H3 I taken. By default, H3 in the black color, right?
Yeah.
But I don't want to go with the black color. I want to see these H3s in the different color. What I want to do is common style I will write for the H3. A font style is italic and the color will be green. Fine. I can able to render. Okay. Now you can see for the two H3s, same color is applied.
Yeah.
For the two H3s, same color is applied. Okay. So later on, I will go with the class concept. I will give you the class concept, ID concept, and the tag concept. That is called a selection. How to select a specific element from the HTML, I will tell you later. But you can understand how to write inline CSS and how to write internal CSS and how to write external CSS in this particular class right now. Okay. Got understand how to write internal CSS?
Yep.
And this is the style tag open, style tag close. And whatever the content you have, for the content you are going to be applying something, some body we are writing style, for paragraph we are writing the style, for H3 also we are writing the style. All the styles are getting applied in this particular process. Okay, finally we will be having the what external CSS. This is very much important. Most of the persons are writing external CSS.
Like
Most of the
custom
persons.
the CSS we have one file like
Yeah,
external
exactly,
CSS.
exactly. So we will be having separate CSS file. That CSS file will be externally loaded. For example, this CSS will be created separately and loading in HTML with the link tag. Okay. So this CSS will be created separately and loading in HTML link tag. Loading. Okay, fine. For example, external CSS will be files will be saved as .css format. What is the format?
That's CSS.
.css format. Okay. Suppose for example, I want to create a file .css like this. For example, I want to create a file.css. Okay. Okay. What is the file.css? I want to write the file.css like this and create the file.css. Inside the file.css, whatever the code you want, you write it. Okay. For example, I want to write the code for this paragraph. Paragraph code is separate and H1 code is separate. Example I'm writing. Paragraph code is separate, H1 code is separate, and each and everything I created, and file.css will be creating from the separate file that will be accessed. Okay, now we need to get understand how to link external CSS in HTML. This linking is important. How to link external CSS? How to link external CSS in HTML? Okay, if you want to link anywhere, you link. You link in the header section, you link in the body section, it will no problem. So link href. Href equal to, you have to provide the file name, whatever the file name you have, file.css you need to mention. And this is the self closure tag. Link relevant equal to style sheet. Okay. Relevant style sheet. Okay, type equal to, this is not much important, text by CSS. Not mandatory attributes actually, but relevant style sheet is a mandatory attribute for you, and href is a mandatory attribute for you. Type text by CSS automatically taken now. Okay, this is the way of linking. Whenever you can link like this, automatically you can able to execute all the particular additional code whatever we are adding in the file.css, that will be adding to your HTML file. Okay, can I write the external CSS now?
Yeah.
Let me prepare a new file, and this will be external CSS. External CSS dot HTML. Okay, let me take a external CSS and write whatever the code you want. For example, I'll be having the same concept, 3 paragraphs and 2 HA2s, 2 H3s. Okay, now what my requirement is, I don't want to write internal CSS. I want to write external CSS. Okay, how to write external CSS? Let me do one thing. How to write external CSS? Prepare a new file saved as file.css. Prepare a new file and saved as file.css. My file is separately created, and whatever the CSS code you have, that code you need to copy over. For example, I'll be having H3 code here. H3 color will be green, font style will be italic. Okay, so and I'll be having some paragraphs, right? So paragraphs color will be red, font style, font family is Tahoma, font style will be italic. Okay, fine. And body color, if you want to change, you can change the body color, body background color, light blue, whatever you want. Okay, fine. My requirement finally is I just want to access this file.css in the external css.html. How to access it? Very simple, straightforward. A link tag you have to write. I told you already. Relevant style sheet, type text by CSS automatically coming, and href is the linking hyperreference actually. Hyperreference, what is the reference of the file? I want to give file.css. In the same folder, the file should be available. See, path you have to mention very properly. Suppose I will be available this particular CSS file in the separate folder, that folder path you need to mention.
Okay.
But this file will be side by side. That's why I'm giving the just file name. Automatically file should be accessed. Okay. Now you can check it out how the thing is working for you, and the same concept is working here. External CSS also. Okay, so something like this one is a blue color. Whenever I change the code in the file.css, automatically external CSS is also getting applied, and external CSS is also getting written. Can you see this now?
Yeah.
Yeah, this is the way of writing inline CSS, internal CSS, and an external CSS. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, got it? Understand?
Yeah.
Yeah. So you do one thing, you do practice these things today. So I'm feeling not well actually today, and we will be having tomorrow 1.5 hour session. Okay, so I will cover the today concept tomorrow also. Tomorrow we'll be having 1.5 hour session. I will be cover a lot of concepts with you.
Okay, sure.
Okay, thank you, thanks a lot.
Yeah,
Okay, and
thank you.
you practice. I will share the files now, right now,
Okay, sure.
and daily same link. Okay, I'm not changing the link.
Okay.
Thank you. Bye bye. Okay, so in last class we discussed a different kind of CSS, like
Yeah, inline, internal, external.
exactly. So we discussed about the CSS, and in the part of CSS we discussed about inline CSS
Mm-hmm.
and internal CSS and external CSS, right?
Yeah.
And today we just want to discuss some different kind of attributes, whatever this is actually. Let me discuss with you about the color and background color first. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Let me discuss about the color and background color. See how this particular color and background color both properties are going to be working for the each and every attribute, each and every component in the CSS. Let me take a
Mm-hmm.
new program and save it as. Let me take A6 new folder. Day 6. Okay, fine. In the part of day 6, I am going to be preparing the concept called colors, colors.html. I just want to move with the colors.html here, and
Mm-hmm.
here I want to give the name of the name of the program is colors. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
how to provide background, how to provide color for the body. For example, a lot of concepts available in the body. Let me take HTML, CSS, JavaScript. Some content is available in the body.
Mm-hmm.
What my requirement is, I want to apply some color for the body. So if I want to apply some color, what I want to do, let me write the style, internal style. This is the internal style, right?
Yeah.
And in this particular internal style, I want to provide some color for the body. What I want to do, a color, okay, colon. When I say color colon, and
Mm-hmm.
there are different kind of colors we can provide. Suppose I can able to take colors with, and these two components, color and background color, we will go with that three kind of things. One is color with name. Color with name we can do. That is web
Mm-hmm.
colors we can provide. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And the second thing is color with RGB. Color with RGB. RGB colors also you can do.
Yeah.
And the third one is color with
Code.
hash value. Hash value. Something like hash value. So you can go with the color with the hash value also. And this particular hash value will be a combination of 0 to 255. Sorry, this is combination of characters and letters.
Yeah.
Okay, this is combination of characters and letters.
It's
Started
hexadecimal.
with, yes, started with hash value. This is called hexadecimal value.
Mm-hmm.
And color with RGB colors are going to be red, green, blue, red comma green comma blue. And these particular combination values you can do provide, and those particular values will be available to 0 to 255 range actually. Um, any value you are going to be providing, that value should be inside between the 0 to 255 only. So red
Yeah.
value I can provide something like a 10, green value I can provide something like a 250, and the blue value something like 100, and combination will become, okay, combination of colors will come red, green, blue values, that is called RGB function values. And hash codes also available, we can do provide with hash codes also. And when I come to the CSS3, there are some other colors will be provided. In CSS3 you can provide HSL value and HSLA values also, and RGBA also. Okay, I will tell you CSS3 later, but I'm not going in CSS3 directly right now. I'm going with CSS2. In CSS2 you can provide colors with the three things. One is the name of the color, one is the RGB function, and one more is the hash value, something like a Unicode value. Okay, let me do one thing for the body now. Okay, I'm providing body color should be something like a red. Okay, when I say body color is red here, so automatically you can see a complete body will be in the red color. See, HTML, CSS, JS will be in the red color. right?
Yeah.
Okay, what my requirement is, I don't want to take these things here, and I want to take H1s. Okay, let me take H1s. H1 will be HTML, and this will be CSS, this will be JavaScript. Okay, I'm taking a three tags here. One is the HTML, one is the CSS, and one is the JavaScript. Okay. What my requirement is, I want to provide first H1, I'm providing the inline style, and color will be in the red color. Okay, this is with the normal value.
Yeah.
And for this one, I am providing color with the RGB function, RGB having something like a function. And in this particular function, you can provide something like a 25 comma 234 comma something like a 56. Okay, this is another way of providing the colors. And one more thing is color with the hash value, hash something like a 00 ff 00. Okay, 00 ff ff. Okay, fine. This is the combination I can provide like this. Okay. If you want to check with RGBs and this particular hash values, you can go with the colorpicker.com. Okay, there is a website called colorpicker.com. Let me type color picker online. You can go color picker online over there. So what you can do is color picker online. Uh, Whenever you search for color picker online, you can able to search a lot of colors over there. Okay, let me compile this. Okay. Okay, now my views are side by side. See, whenever you are doing whenever you are doing practice, browser and editor side by side, then it is very easy to understand. And can I go with the color pickers here? Color pickers, you'll be having some RGB value over there here, and there is some hex value over there here. Okay, suppose I just want to change my color, so this is my color I want to provide for the particular attribute, particular element. Okay, this is the color I'm taking. Okay, what is the hex value for this? Something
Yeah.
like this. You can do
40. Yeah.
copy here, you can do copy here, and you do paste here. That is the X value over there. And for that, RGB is this one. This is the RGB. For example, I want to take RGB, this one, this color. This is the RGB color for that. 113 166 85. I'm taking RGB value for that, this one. Okay, color with the name is a normal one, so you can take a web colors whatever you want. Okay.
Yeah.
And now what I want to do is I will save my application, I will run it. Okay, now you can able to see whatever the colors you picked up, those particular colors are actually applied on top of this particular CSS, on top of this HTML. You can observe that. Okay, in the same
Is
way,
it possible, sir? Is it possible like I put the HT for one color, ML another color, like
yeah, you can
HT
do that.
red
You
color?
can do that. Yes, you
How?
can do that. For HT, for ML, you one color. You then you put a span tag. For this one, you took a span close. Okay, what is span here? Span is a part of the text, right? Then you put
Okay.
a span. For the span, you can apply the colors. Okay, what you can do is for span, you put a style. Okay, so for span, you put a style.
Spine is spell setting like this strong
That's
spine.
the problem. That's the problem. That's the problem. Okay, span style will be color something like red, and this particular
Okay.
span style color will be green. Yeah, you can do that.
Okay.
Whenever you can do that, automatically it will change. That is
Okay.
possible.
Got it.
That is possible. Okay, and
Yeah.
this is the way of providing the colors. And what it is happening, you see, observe something. Body color is something. Body color is actually red.
Yeah.
Body color is red, and but span is taking two other colors, red and green,
Yeah.
and H1 is taking another color, and
Yeah.
another bottom H1 is taking something like a blue color. What is happening? Your body overriding with the H1 style. It means what? See how the things are happening. I will tell you. See, I just want to give you very clear picture how the styles are loading. part of the CSS. So this concept is very important concept. You just want to get it understand. Styles, loading process, loading styles. Loading styles are very important to understand. Styles loading. Okay, styles loading process.
Yo, watch. Oh, the
Okay, styles loading process. So you just want to get it understand so how the styles are getting loaded. Okay, for example, in styles loading, on always inline is first preference. Always inline is the first preference. Let me tell you, this is the inline style. This is the inline style. For example, this is the internal style, and this is the external style. Okay, this is the internal, this is the external. Let me tell you, this is the external style I'm taking, and this is the internal style I'm taking. And here I'm taking inline style. This is the inline style. Inline style is always first preference. Inline style is always first preference. Okay, that is element level style. Element level style is always first preference. Okay, let me tell you. Okay, for example, if I am providing the color, if I am providing the color in the external, if I am providing the color in the internal, if I am providing the color in the inline, then what it will happen? For example, here I am providing the red color, here I am providing the green color, here I am providing the blue color. Which style will
for
come?
same paragraph.
Same paragraph for same
Yeah.
element. For
Yeah.
same element, for same component, I am providing red, green, blue. Okay. Then what it will happen? Browser will understand. Okay, browser will take which one browser will take? Browser will take the last one. What is the
Inline.
browser? Browser will take always inline. Browser is taking, if it is inline is available, it will check inline. If inline is there, if inline style is there, it will check for inline. If inline is not there,
Yeah.
if inline is not there, it will go for other. If inline is not there, it will go for other. Other means what? Internal or external. Other means what? Internal or external. It will check the internal style is you're writing internal style or you're writing external style. It will check. Okay. If
If we have both of them, which one will be selected?
yeah, I will tell you. Okay, internal style, external style, I will tell. Okay, first
Okay.
inline checking. If inline is not there, it will go for internal or external preceding, line preceding. For example, internal you are writing first, external you are writing second line.
Yeah.
Okay, here you are writing the red color. Here you are writing the blue color. Blue color will come. For example, in your style sheet, what you are writing is first you are writing external. First you are writing external style, and immediately you are writing the internal style. Internal style you are writing bottom.
Yeah.
Okay, and in this case, what is happening? This is in the first line, and this is in the second line. And here you are applying the red and blue, or blue and red. Okay, which will come here? Which will come here? Red will come.
The second line.
The second line will always execute first. The second line is always execute first. That is called a line preceding
Okay.
process.
Okay. Last one. You mean?
Yeah, last one. Last one, first out. Last one,
Okay.
first out. Okay. The last line will be executing in the browser tab. If inline is not there, in the case of inline is not there.
Okay.
In the case of inline is not there, that is the process. Okay. I will give you one example with the style proceedings. Okay.
Yeah.
I will give you one example with the style proceedings. Don't worry. Let it be. No worry. I'll take a colors. It is done. Now I will take a background color. How the background colors will be. What it is happening here? Body color is there. Body color is red color. And one more thing you have to remember. Suppose one more thing you have to remember. This is element level style proceeding. For example, for body you are applying one color. Inside the body, sorry, for body you are applying one color. Inside the body you will be taking one division.
Yeah.
Inside the division you are taking one paragraph. Inside the
Yeah.
division you are taking one paragraph. Then what is happening? For body you are applying one red color. And
Yeah.
division you are applying green color. Paragraph you are applying blue color. Okay.
Yeah.
Then which color will come to the paragraph?
Blue.
Automatically blue. If you are not giving the blue here, then what color will come?
Def.
Green
Green.
color. If you are not writing the division color, if you are not writing style for the division, then
Yeah.
if you are not writing the style for the division, you are not writing the style for the paragraph also. Then automatically what color will come?
Red.
Okay, you are not writing the color for the body also. Then what color will come?
Default black color.
Default black color. Black color, nothing but your browser color will come. See,
Yeah.
whatever the browser default color is there, that browser color will come. If you are not writing this one also. Okay, just understand. This is like
Yeah.
a parent-child architecture. In your HTML, how you are actually maintaining your parent-child architecture, based on the parent-child architecture, colors are getting applied. Child will take always first. If you are applying the color for the child, automatically it will apply. If you are not applying the child, it will take from the parent. If parent also you are not writing, it will take from the super parent. If you are not applying for the super parent also, it will take from the browser. Got my point, right?
Yeah.
1 second. Yeah, this is the way of applying the styles. I will tell you one program also with the style precedings and all. Two programs I will take. One is this program I will take, and this program also I will take. Don't worry, okay? And coming to the background colors now. So colors we done, and the second thing is background colors. I will take a new program now, and let me save this one as a BG color. BG color.html. Let me tell you the BG color. How to apply BG colors. Okay, so for example, for the body I'm applying the style. So this style is the background color I'm doing. So what background color for the body? I'm writing a light blue color. Obviously complete body is applying with the light blue color, right? Or when I save this, when I execute it, obviously this will take in the blue, light blue color. You see this one, and come down, you take a h1. Okay, let me take a h1 and h1 close, and HTML is simple. Okay, I'm taking three H1s over there, and CSS is simple, and JS is simple. I'm writing a three H1s here. Now, what my requirement is, I want to apply the background color for each and everything will be the same color. What is the background color of the each and everything will be background color will be light blue. So based on your body, automatically background of the H1 is also light blue. But what I want to do is, I don't want to take the light blue for the first H1. What I want to do is light gray color. What I want to do is light gray color for the first H1. Automatically, this is taking light gray color. For the second one, what I want to do is background color will be something like a RGB. Okay, RGB. Let me take some RGB color for this. Okay, from the colorpicker.com, I'm taking this color. So this is the RGB color. This one, taking this color. Okay, fine. Now you can see a background color got applied. Now I want to take the hash value, different hash value for this. Okay, let me take. There are multiple hash values are there. You can take this one for the last one. Okay, for the last one, style, background color. This one I'm applying. So when I'm applying this one, it is automatically taking this one. Okay, you can see, observe. So what is happening? Even the color and background color both are same. The only the property name is changed. Color is text color. Background color is the BG color. Color is the text color. Color is the text color. Background color is the BG color. BG color for any element. I got clear?
Yeah.
Okay, so this is the way of applying the things and all. And let me do a parent-child architecture of the CSS. Let me do a parent-child architecture of the CSS. Okay. Parent-child CSS. Okay, let me do parent-child CSS. Okay, how this particular CSS will be executing for you? HTML. Okay, PC, parent child architecture. Okay, for example, for body I'm applying the style. For body I'm applying the background color is light gray. For body I'm applying the background color as a light gray. So let me execute this one now. If I'm executing this one, light gray color apply the for the body. Okay, for inside the body, what I'm doing now, inside the body, what I'm doing now, I'm taking a division. Let me take a division, and inside the division, I'm taking the H1. This is a simple thing, okay? Inside the H1, I'm
Yeah.
taking a span. Inside the H1, I'm taking a span. Okay, for the division, I am applying a background color now. Okay, division style, background color is yellow. Division style, background color is yellow. Now, what you can see, okay, I don't have any content in the span. So HTML, okay, CSS, JavaScript, my favorite. Okay, fine. I can do something here. What is happening? What is happening? So, for example, if you are applying the division color, right? If you are applying the division background color, that is the
Yeah.
where it is taking the yellow. If you don't apply, it will be the background color light gray only.
Yeah.
But whenever you are applying the yellow, automatically it will take the yellow color.
Yeah.
Automatically take the yellow color. Okay, for example, for H1 also I'm writing the style. For H1 also I'm writing the style. Background color take a pink. Okay, when I say pink, automatically it will take the pink color. Okay, why? Because yellow is overriding with the pink.
Yeah.
Okay, now for example, what I want to do for span, I am applying the one more style. For span, I am applying the background color is okay. What color you want? Okay, green.
Red.
Fine, any color you take. Okay. Now you take a green. What happened? You see that only for
Yeah.
that particular span it is taking. It is not taking the complete H1. You got observe?
Yeah.
Span is the part of the text, right? Span is
Yeah.
the part of the text. So only particular span it is got applied something. So this is the way of actually parent-child style proceeding. Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Now what I want to do is style preceding example. Okay. Style preceding. Style preceding dot html. Sorry, my help is not right. Style preceding. Okay, let me do one thing. I will write for body. I will write three type of styles. Okay, for body, I am writing the inline style first. For body, I am writing the inline style first. Light gray color I am taking. Light gray color I am taking for the body. Let me do what is happening for this body. What is happening for the body? Light gray color taken. Okay, for example, I am writing the internal style. Background color, style background color, style for body, right? Body background color is light green. Okay, if I am providing the light green here, if I am providing the light green here, what is happening? Light green is overriding with the gray. For example, I'm not writing the inline style here. I'm not writing the inline style here. Now what is the body background color? What is the body background color? Light green color. Light green color actually taking from the inline style. Why? Because
Yeah.
you are not writing any inline style. You are not writing any inline style. You are taking internal style only. It is directly applying the internal style. It is not taking the inline style. But whenever you provide inline style, automatically inline style is overriding with your internal style. Inline style is overriding with your internal style. Got my point?
Yeah.
Okay. For example, I want to write a separate style sheet. Okay, style.css, style.css. I want to write, and same thing I want to do. Body background color should be something like a pink. Okay. What I want to do now is, okay, I want to call the external style sheet after this. Link relevant style sheet href. Okay. What is the name of the file we taken? Style.css. Okay. Now, external style is also calling. I'm not writing inline. If you don't write inline, it will take from the internal and external only. Correct or not? So this is the internal and this is the external. We are writing internal in the 6th line, external in the 10th line. What is happening now? 10th line is overriding by the 6th line. Can you see this? Can you see this?
Yeah,
Now,
if we move this link up.
yeah, I will do. Now, if I move this one into the top, what is happening now? Now, what is happening?
Okay, got it.
Okay, so line by line execution. This is completely line by line execution. Okay, so line by line execution process.
Yeah, clear.
Okay, so if you don't have inline, everything should be like this only. If you don't have inline, everything will be like this only. Okay, for example, if I take inline also now. Okay, if I take inline also now, what will take? Obviously, so internal and external we don't care. Internal and
Yeah,
external we don't care. Obviously, inline will take first.
yes.
Obviously, inline will take first. Got my
Yeah,
point?
clear. Yeah.
Okay, so 1 second. Okay, CSS. In CSS, we will be having a lot of selectors. Let's discuss a very important select first. Tag selector, ID selector, class selector. So how to work with the tag selector, how to work with ID selector, and how to work with the class selector, we will see first. After that, we will be having some lot of other selectors also there.
Okay.
So we will discuss all selectors now today class. Okay, so some lot of other selectors also there. And first, I want to go with the tag selector concept. Okay, how tag selector will be? This is tag based selection. This is tag based selection. Tag based selection. Okay, for example, let me have something now. Okay, there is one simple HTML which is going to be available here. In the part of the body, I'll be having a lot of tags like this. Okay, here I'll be having some CSS and here I will be having some JavaScript. Okay, in CSS I need to access something and in JavaScript I can able to access something. And this is the HTML file. So from the HTML file, I want to access this particular element into the CSS if I want to apply some color. Okay, if I want to apply some color, if I want to apply any style attribute, I need to apply something. If you want to apply something, first of all, you need to access with one name. Okay, that is what a tag. The one way is a tag based selection, one way is the ID based selection, and another way is the class based selection. And there are other selections also there. Those particular concepts called selectors now. We will work on one by one. First, I will go with the tag based selection. How to select element from the HTML to CSS using with the tag name. How to select HTML element from HTML to CSS using with the tag name. For example, in HTML, I'll be having some tag. And in CSS, I need to write some code. Okay, so tag selector, you need to write some tag selector over there and you need to write the CSS code for that. This is the way you have to do. For example, let me write a simple example. Okay, so take it, new program, new folder, and this is the day 7 now. Okay, so 7, and I want to go with a folder called selectors. Okay, selectors. Inside the selectors, I want to write the first selector, class select. Sorry, element selector. Element selector dot HTML.
It's a tag selector, right?
Yeah, element selector or tag selector, whatever it may be. Okay, so this is a tag selector or element selector or element selector. Okay, for example, I want to write some CSS over there. Okay, this is the CSS. This is called internal CSS. Whatever the style tag we are writing, that is called internal CSS from the HTML. So HTML is the body, and we are writing body here in the style. How to access the body? So you have to provide a tag name. Name of the tag is body. Name of the tag is body. I need to write some selection for that. Okay, background color. I want to apply some background color for the body. Okay, background color should be something like orange color. Okay, let me provide a background color for the body with orange color. Okay, that's it. Something is called tag based selection. This is called a tag based selection. So when I apply tag based selection or tag based selector, it will be like this. Okay, I'm going to be having editor and browser side by side now. Okay, let me open the browser. So this is my browser. Okay, now what is happening? Whatever the style I'm writing for the body, that is got applied. Now
Yeah.
inside the body, I will take some multiple paragraphs. Inside the, okay, hello HTML, I'm going to be writing some paragraphs here. I have a lot of paragraphs over there, and I'll be having a lot of H1s over there. H1 tag also I'm writing. H1 is also hello HTML. Now what my requirement is, I want to access all the paragraphs here. So let me save it first. I want to access all the paragraphs. I need to change the color for the paragraph. Then access P tag, and P tag background color should be something like a yellow. Okay, sharp yellow or green, and color will be white. So I'm writing some CSS for the exclusively paragraph.
Okay.
I am writing CSS exclusively for the paragraphs. All the paragraphs are got style change. So something like this. Now I want to write some style for the H1 tag. Okay, H1, for H1 also I want to apply some background color. So background color for H1 is pink, and the color will be white, something like this. Okay. When I do like this, automatically H1 got a color change and H1 got applied some CSS. This is
Yeah.
called element selector or tag based selection. And the second type of selector is ID selector. So ID selector is ID based selection. ID based selection. Okay, ID based selection. And this will be prefixed with hashtag. Okay, hash ID name. Hash ID name, curly braces open, curly braces code open, and whatever the style code you want, you can provide it. Okay, let me take a one simple example, ID selector now. Okay, save it as, and this will be ID selector. This will be ID selector, ID selector.html. Fine. I want to write something like this, ID selector. For this ID selector, what I want to do is, for body, I want to represent with ID. ID equal to body. Okay, BDY, something like this. And inside the body, I will be writing some H1 like this.
So
Okay.
it is the name we define for the body.
Yes, the ID, identification of the body is BDY.
Okay.
Identification of the body is the BDY now. Okay, now what you want to do is hash BDY. Whatever the name you want, you can provide. No issues with that.
Okay.
But you have to call the BDY here. Hash BDY here. BDY background color is something like a pink. I want to apply something like this. And what my requirement is, I want to execute it. Okay, now what happened?
Yeah.
BDY, with BDY background color got applied. Now for H1, I want to represent with ID. ID equal to my heading. Okay, heading something. Okay, heading also I want to write some style. So hash heading. Copy the ID name here and paste the ID name here and write the style for that. Background color will be something like a green, and the color will be something like a white. Okay, fine, fine. This will be very comfortable and very easy. So ID selection like this only. In this way,
Yeah.
particular ID selection will be work. And one more selection is called class-based selection. How class-based selection will be? Let me tell you one simple example how to work with the class-based selection. Save it as, okay, class selector, class selector.html, and let me save it, class selector like this. And what my requirement is, for the body, I need to represent a class. Class equal to something like a BDY again. Okay.
Yeah.
And inside the body, I will be having multiple paragraphs inside the body. I will be having multiple paragraphs. Hello HTML. Okay, let me have a lot of paragraphs here. And even though I will be having some H1, okay, hello HTML. And even though I'll be having something like a button is also something like a button. So everything should be having a simple color. What is the background color for this particular classes? For paragraph, I am giving a class. What is the class for the para is a para. Okay, class is going to be available only for the first para and last para. Class is para. And again, H1 also having the same class. Class is para. Class is multiple time you can provide. Okay, class is para. Okay, for class based selection, what you want to do is dot bdy dot based selection. This one is a dot based selection. Background color will be something like a light blue. Light blue. So what is happening when I apply the light blue color for the body selection? What it will done? So for BDY background color light blue got applied.
Yeah.
For BDY light blue color got applied. For all the classes I want to apply one style. So only one class we will be having now. So that is called a para. Dot para you need to represent in CSS. Dot para background color will be something like a orange again, and color will be white. Okay. So what I am trying to providing for all the para related classes. So para is available for the first paragraph and the fourth paragraph and H1 and button. For all the class, we want to represent with one color. Okay, one style. That style got applied for the all classes. That particular style got applied for all the classes. Can you see that now? Okay, there is the one more class I want to write here. So I am writing my own custom class called align class. So in align class, what my requirement is text align to center. A class called align, that align class is available for the first para space align, and here also class align. Okay, and here also align, and for this one also align. Can you see?
Yeah.
Whenever you have the another class, whenever you have the another own class which is going to be available, you can apply that particular class wherever it is required. See, only specific align class available elements. First paragraph which is going to be align class, and
So we
fourth
can
paragraph
assign the class, like we can put one class name space another class.
exactly. If you want to provide multiple classes for an element, what you want to do? What you want to do is you give a space and write another class. Write another class. Okay, a number of classes you can write. There is no restriction for the class. Okay, the third one is the class based selection. This is the class based selection. In the class selector, what you can do is dot class name. Dot the class name. Okay, so you can represent the dot class name here. N number of classes you can provide like this. Okay, so CSS code will be here. So there is no restriction with the class, and every class in element with one class attribute and elements and values separated with space. Okay, whatever the classes you want, those particular values are actually separating with the space. Can you see that? One is a para value, one is the align value. Those two values are separated with the space.
Yeah.
Okay, we will be having a lot of CSS selectors which are going to be available. Let me try to do one by one all the things now. Go to the reference of W3 schools. You can find out a number of selectors which are going to be available. The first intro class selector we done, and the second one is called a group selector. This is also done. So what is the group selector? I can able to provide multiple classes at the same time. So dot class 1, dot class 2. For example, multiple classes I can able to provide. multiple classes I can able to provide. For example, what I want to do is, instead of writing the para and align separately, I will do the para and align. Okay, let me do one thing. Para is the one class, right?
Yeah.
Okay, para is the one class. What I want to do is, okay, dot para and dot heading. Okay, dot para dot heading. Dot para comma dot heading. Two classes I can able to represent at the same time, and the color should be red. What it is going to be applying for dot para? Where is the dot para? Dot para available somewhere, and anywhere heading is there. We don't have any heading class, right?
Yeah. No.
We don't have any heading class. Let me provide heading class here. Okay, let me take a heading class here. Okay. Dot para dot heading. Wherever dot para is available, wherever the dot heading is available, color will be red. I am going to be applying the color with the red color. Okay, let me check it out how this will be. Okay, so wherever the dot para is available, wherever the dot heading is available, those particular elements are applying with the red color.
Yeah.
So comma separated classes also you can define like this. So the first one is simple class, second one is also simple class, third one is also simple class, and fourth one is the group selector. Group selector nothing but you can able to provide a multiple classes with the comma separated with the same style. You can provide a same style for that. Okay, so you can
Yeah.
do. And what my requirement is, one more thing. I want to do a paragraph which is having the class called paragraph which is having the class called para. What my requirement is, I want to apply the color should be blue. Okay, I'm overriding with another style, p dot para, and this is the combination of selectors. The first one is element selector, second one is the class selector. Combination I'm providing. The first one is the element selector, second one is the class selector. Paragraph which is having a type of the class called para. So those particular things I want to get apply the blue color. See, got observed.
Yeah.
P dot para and p dot para got applied something. And now, and the second thing is, let me do one thing. Div space p. Okay, div space p. When you want to apply a group parent selector, div space p. I want to apply something like all will be red color. Okay, let me take a division in. Let me take a division for all the paragraphs in the top level. Take a division for all the paragraphs here. Okay, division is the element which is going to be a container tag, and inside the division we will be having how many paragraphs? 1, 2, 3, 4 paragraphs are there. So inside the division, I want to take a paragraph. This is called a child selector. And for the div space p, inside the div there is one p available. For that particular p, I want to apply the color red. Okay, now what is happening for this? Div space p, I want to get apply red. What happened? Div space p, color red. Can you see that?
Yeah.
Div space p, all the paragraphs which is going to be available in the division, all the paragraphs got applied with the red color. Color will be red color. Okay, so this is the way you can provide a multiple type of selectors. Okay, div plus p. What is this div plus p now? After the division, any paragraph is there. After division, there is no paragraphs are there, right? Okay, let me define one paragraph after the division. Okay, hello CSS. I am going to be writing two paragraphs after the division. So there is one division available here. After the division, we will be having two paragraphs here. Okay, after the division, only one paragraph I want to select. Okay, what my requirement after the division paragraph? Background color should be light blue color. Okay, so background color should be like something like a blue color. After division, any paragraph is there, those particular paragraph, only one paragraph got selected. Div plus p. Div plus p means it is going to be next of the division, which is going to be available next of the division, those particular things which is going to be available something. Okay, next tilt symbol. How to apply the tilt symbol? Div tilt p. Tilt symbol is going to be selecting all the paragraphs after the division. All the paragraphs after the division. Okay, let me take a background color with the red. After the division, any paragraph is there. Two paragraphs are there, right?
Yeah.
And those two particular paragraphs got changed with the red color. So that is the tilt symbol. And attribute selector. So what is the attribute selector? How to apply attribute selector like this? A target background color something should be yellow. Okay, we don't have any hyperlinks over there. Okay, let me take some hyperlinks here. A, okay, this is Google. Okay, let me have hyperlink href equal to, okay, http google.com. Okay, let me take google.com like this. Okay, https www.google.com. So this is my Google link, and let me take a Apple link also. This is the Apple link. I will be having two hyperlinks over there. All the hyperlinks I want to apply the background color yellow. All the hyperlinks I want to apply the background color yellow. Sorry, red, and the color will be white. All the hyperlinks and border radius 5 pixel or 10 pixel, and padding will be 10 pixel. Margin will be 10 pixel. I will tell what is padding, what in margin later.
Yeah.
Sorry. Okay, let me execute this now. 1 second. Okay, sorry. Attribute selector. So what is attribute selector? A hyperlink, which is going to be hyperlink here, and a target, which is going to be having something like this. And what my requirement is now. So I want to just save this one. All the A should be having something. So all the hyperlinks which are going to be having some color got applied. What are that? Google, Apple.
Yeah.
Google, Apple. Okay. So like this you can do, or you can do one more thing. A square bracket, which is going to be having href. Attribute containing with href, which is getting apply. Okay. There is one attribute called href. Okay, so let me do one thing first like this. Okay. Next, I want to apply the one more selector. I want to apply the one more selector like this. Okay, let me tell you. Some hyperlinks I want to give the blank. Okay, so what I want to do, target equal to blank. So what is hyperlink which is going to be having the blank target? Target equal to, okay, target equal to underscore blank. Okay, for one hyperlink which is going to be having underscore blank. So this is the hyperlink which is going to be underscore having blank. Okay, let me give the blue color for that. Okay, fine, which is getting applied something like this. Okay, some hyperlink which target is having underscore blank attribute, and those particular ones got selected with the blue color.
Blank means open a new tab.
Yeah. Tell me.
The blank means underscore blank is means like
It will
open
take a
Google
new editor. It will take a new
new
editor,
tab.
for example. Yeah, new
Oh,
tab. Okay, so
okay.
like when I click on Apple, it will take a new tab for you.
Okay.
So that is actually called target equal to underscore blank. That is actually target equal to. Okay, so
सर इससे पहले हम स्टार्ट करिए कुछ अपॉर्चुनिटी की बात करें आपसे.
okay, CSS, next concept in CSS is box model in CSS. How box model is going to be having so many properties which are going to be available: width, height. Okay, so something like a padding, margin, border, outline. Okay, so these are the important properties which are going to be available in the box model. See, for example, whenever you are going to be designing something like this, suppose you are going to be designing something in the body. This is the body, for example. So inside the body, I'll be having two paragraphs like this. Okay, I'll be having two paragraphs like this. Okay, each and everything in HTML is a box. For example, your body is a box. Okay, your paragraph is a box, and your another paragraph is a box. And you take a image is a box. Each and every component is a box in HTML. What we are trying to doing is we just arrange these particular boxes with particular spaces. For example, this box require some width. Okay, this paragraph should require some width, and this paragraph should require some height, and some space from the body. Some space is there from the body, right? This paragraph is having some space here. This is called actually margin. Margin कॉल सकता है. And इसमें जो text है ना, पैराग्राफ में जो टेक्स्ट है ना, टेक्स्ट एंड पैराग्राफ एज से सम स्पेस होता. This space is nothing but your padding. Okay, I will let you know how the box model will be. Very clear picture I will give you. Let's draw the picture in the paint here. You can understand how the things are happening. Okay, let me take a simple body here. This is my body. So inside the body, let me take some paragraph here. Let me take a division here. Let me take another division here. So this is my interface. For example, we will be having so many components in the part of the body. But for example, I'm taking three components in the body. The first component is paragraph. Here I'm taking a paragraph, and here I'm taking a division, and here also I'm taking a division over there. And here there are a lot of things which are going to be available. For this paragraph, some width will be available. Okay, whatever this horizontal space is there, that is called width. Whatever the horizontal space is available, that is called width. So this is completely called width. And whatever the vertical space is available for the paragraph is called height.
Yeah.
This is called height. Okay, let me tell you, this is called width, and this is called height. And one more thing I will be having in this particular paragraph, and paragraph 2 body edge, some space is available. Paragraph 2 body edge, some space is available. This is called margin. Margin, here we have the margin, and here also we have the margin, and here also we have the margin, and here also we have the margin. Observe it.
Bottom, left, right.
Yes, top margin, left margin, right margin, and bottom margin. So each and every side we will arrange some margin for the paragraph. At the same time, inside the paragraph we will be having a lot of content. Inside the paragraph we will place some text, right? So from text to paragraph edge, some space is going to be allocated. So from text to paragraph edge, we will make some space allocating. This is called inner space. Inner space is called padding. Inner space is called padding. And padding also available all sides. Padding available top, padding available left, padding available right side, padding available on the bottom side.
Yeah.
Okay. So I will let you know one by one. Okay. For height, height we will mention with the pixels mostly, and sometime we will mention with the percentages also. Okay, don't worry with that. And width also, width is what, height is what, vertical space, right?
Yeah.
Vertical space. 1 second. Width is called, height is called vertical space. Width is called horizontal space. Okay, horizontal space. Okay, horizontal space also we will mention with the pixels and percentages. So, and coming to the padding, padding is the inner space of any element. And this particular padding all sides will be available. Padding will be available on top, padding top, and padding left, padding right, and padding bottom, and padding left. All sides we will make it arrange padding. That is the padding value. And coming to the margin, what is the margin? Margin is the outer space of any element. Outer space of any element. Margin is outer space, and margin also we will arrange all sides. Margin we can arrange, we can able to arrange margin, margin top, margin, yeah, margin top, margin right we can do, margin bottom we can do, margin left we can do. All sides we can able to arrange the margin. Okay, so that I will tell you later. And coming to the border, border is having three important properties. Border is having something like a width, and border is having something like a color, border is having something like a style. And we will make it arrange shorthand method for the border also. Border width 2 pixel solid green, something like that. So when we do like this, automatically what is happening? See, this particular 2 pixel solid green is nothing but the first one is the border width, and second value is the border style, and third value is the border color. Okay, three values we can able to arrange at the single time. That is about the border.
What
Outline,
about the shadow?
yeah, I will tell you. So
Okay.
shadow is in CSS3.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, border is a simple decoration for any element. Okay, outline is extra decoration on top of the element. Extra decoration on top of the border. Extra decoration on top of the border. That is called outline. So outline also having these three properties again. Okay, let me tell you one by one. So outline also having width, outline also having color, outline also having style. And coming to the outline is also having some shorthand method. One is the outline width, one is the outline style, one is the outline color. Three important properties for that. Okay, let me save the document first. Okay, day 8. Okay, fine. Now I will take a one simple example how these things are going to be working. I'm taking one simple example with all box model. One program I'm taking. Okay, this is a box model. Okay, how to work with the box model? First of all, I will take a simple H3 element. Okay, H3 having something like a hello HTML, something like this. Okay, I'm taking a two more H3s. Okay, this is a three H3s. What my requirement is, I will arrange some style for the H3s. H3 having some background color. Okay, light gray color. Okay, so and the color of the H3 will be white color. Okay, let me provide gray color for that. And one thing I am providing, that's it. So that is my H3. Let me show your H3s now. Three H3s got created now.
Yeah.
Now what my requirement is, all H3s text align center. So this will be available center part. Now finally what my requirement is, I just want to make it arrange paddings, margins, width, height. Okay, for the first H3, what my requirement is, I want to allocate the simple style width 100%. Okay, I'm making arrangement of 100% width, and height is auto. Height is auto, nothing but based on your content, height is going to be arranging for that. And the second paragraph width I am mentioning with 80%. Okay, and height also I'm mentioning with height is auto nothing but based on your content, automatically height is allocating for you. And the third H1 also I am allocating the width. Okay, 60%, and height is automatically height is going to be allocating for that. Okay, fine. So these are the three H3s which are going to be having different styles now, different width now. Now we need to get arrange how the padding is going to be working for all the H3s now. Okay. For H3s, let me provide some concept called padding. Okay, let me do one thing. Write line by line. You can easily get understand how the things are happening. Okay, this is the color and this is the text alignment. Okay, and now padding. How the padding will be? Let me show padding. Padding. Okay, 10 pixel. I'm taking all sides. Padding. If I say one value padding, see now you can able to arrange what is the inner space you got arranged here. See, some inner space got allocated here, some inner space got allocated, some inner space got allocated, and I don't have much content here for the H1. That's why you can't able to see that. See, padding is nothing but something like inner space of an element. It's look like very neatly, and it is not going to be getting compressed and all. Okay, that's like your padding. So padding is going to be arranging in this particular model. And what about the margin now? So margin also you can be able to mention. Let me write a margin of the particular H1. Okay, margin, all sides I want to arrange the margin like 20 pixel margin. For all the sides I want to make it mention 20 pixel margin. When I apply the margin, you can see, observe, 20 pixel margin is allocated all the sides now. See, I don't have that much margin with this. Why? Because we already allocated 80% of the content. So that's why it is going to be taking like this. That's why I'm not going to be allocating the style width here. So style width I'm removing. Then margin you can able to see, understand. Automatically it will apply the margin. I'm not going to be mentioning the width value. If I'm not going to be applying the width value, you can able to see the margins over there. Now you can see the margin all the sides. See, here some margin got allocated, here some margin got allocated, here some margin got allocated, and here also some margin got allocated. See, margin top, margin left, margin right, margin bottom. All the sides values are allocated. See, one thing we need to get understand in the particular box model here. Whenever you want to provide the values, those particular values are going to be allocating with. Let me do one thing. Clear all the drawings. Okay, for example, if I am going to be taking a simple component like this, how to calculate the 4 values of the component? 4 values are calculating like this in the circular order: 1, 2, 3, 4. See, 1 top, 2 left. So this is the circular order, right? Clock order. So what is the clock order here? Clock order is like this only. In this particular clock order, you need to understand. Okay, what is the top first value? First value is the top value. What is the second value? Second value is the right value. And third value is the bottom value. Fourth value is the left value. And the concept is very simple. TRBL. Concept is very simple. TRBL concept. Box model completely working with the TRBL concept. Top right, bottom left. Circular order. Clock order. So this clock order is very, very clearly saying that values are going to be arranging top, right, bottom, left. Okay, why I am telling this TRBL concept, I will tell you very, very clearly. TRBL is very simple for you. Okay, for example, sometime I'm not going to be giving the padding 10 pixel. I'm going to be giving the padding with 4 values. 10 pixel, 20 pixel, 30 pixel, 40 pixel. Now you tell me what is the 10 pixel, what is the 20 pixel, what is the 30 pixel, what is the 40 pixel. 10 pixel is the top. Yes, exactly. 10 pixel is top. This is actually working with the TRBL concept. Okay, TRBL is a concept. TRBL is the top right, bottom left. TRBL nothing but top, right, bottom, one second, bottom, left. TRBL nothing but top right, bottom left. Okay, so whatever the 4 values you are going to be giving, those particular 4 values are going to be arranging like this: 10 pixel on top, 20 pixel right side, and next value 30 pixel will be bottom side, and next value 40 pixel will be, this is for bottom, and this will be left value. Okay, four values whatever we are going to be arranging, that particular four values are going to be arranging in the TRBL concept like this. Okay, okay,
Yeah.
I can able to arrange four values like this. These particular four values you can able to get adjusted. What these particular four values are: top, right, bottom, left. Four values are going to be
Bottom.
arranging like this. Okay, for example, sometimes some people are going to be writing only two values, 10 pixel, 20 pixel. Then how these particular two values are going to be arranging, I will tell you. Whenever some people are going to be arranging only two values, the first value is going to be arranging top bottom. First value is going to be arranging top bottom. Second value is going to be arranging right left. See, opposite orders, opposite things, opposite corners.
Yeah.
Opposite corners, two values will take. Okay, some people are writing three values in the real time. Okay, suppose for example, some guys are going to be doing like this. Okay, let me put semicolon over there. Some people are writing like 10 pixel, 20 pixel, 30 pixel. Some people are arranging with the three values. Okay, so many people are writing with the single value, but some people want to go with the ineq level. Ineq level nothing but some people want to go with the four corners differently. Some people want to go with the top bottom one value and left right one value. And some people are going with the three values. And three values are very simple. First value is going to be arranging, okay, when you apply single value, you understand, right? What is a single value now?
Single values like all.
Single value like all sides it is going to be arranging. Let me show that. All sides it is going to be arranging. Can I remove multiple
Yeah.
HP? Only one HP I am taking. Okay, so single value all sides. Single value all side padding it is taking. When I apply two values, so what is happening? Let me show. Okay. When I apply two values, what is happening? Let me show. So this is going to be hiding now. Okay, now I am taking two values for the padding. Padding 10 pixel, 20 pixel. If I apply 10 pixel and 20 pixel, what is happening in the browser? What is happening in the browser? What is happening in the browser? 10 pixel is going to be arranging top bottom. See,
Yeah.
now you see here it is 10, here it is 10, and here also it is 10. Top and bottom 10, 10 pixel. Top and bottom 10, 10, 10 pixel, and 20 is going to be arranging right and left. See,
Yes.
it will calculate cycle order only, clock order only. But whenever you provide two values, it will take opposites. Whenever you provide two values, it will occupy two position, two sides. Okay, that is also fine, but some people are writing padding with three values. Okay, padding with the three values. Okay, let me go with the 10 pixel, 20 pixel, 40 pixel. Okay, now let's see how three values are going to be arranging for the padding. The first one is going to be arranging top. Second one is going to be arranging right, left, right and opposite. Second value is going to be arranging right and opposite. So this will be very simple. First value will be top. Second value will be right and left. Third value will be, remaining is bottom, right?
Yeah.
So that is the three values. Whenever you provide three values, it should be like this. Okay, some people want to go with four different values all the sides. Some people want to go with the four different values all the sides. Then how it will be? Some people want to go with the four values also. Okay. Okay, how it will be? So something like a padding 10 px, 20 px, 40 px, 60 px, and this will be arranging. This will be arranging top, right, bottom, left. Top, right, bottom, left. So some
Yes.
padding is going to be arranging here. Some padding is going to be arranging here. Some padding is here. Some padding is here. Okay, this padding concept I will take in the paragraph in the next class. Okay.
Okay.
In H1, it is not actually that much. Okay, so we started in CSS box model concept yesterday, and what are the different properties which are going to be available in box model? Okay, box model. And coming down, a lot of concepts which are going to be available in box model, like height, width,
Mhm.
and border, outline. Okay, and padding, margin. Okay, so
Yeah.
we need to discuss about all these things with a paragraph today. So why? Because with H2 we can't understand how the things are happening with padding and things. Okay, let me go with the paragraph today. Let me take a new program, and first we will check it out how the width and height are going to be happening with that. Okay, let me take day 9. Okay, first I will go with height and width. Okay, height and width dot html. I will prepare separate programs for each and everything.
Okay.
No issues with that. Okay, let me go with height and width. Let me take a simple paragraph over there. Take a paragraph with a p tag, and if you want, you take a multiple paragraphs. No, not a problem. So let me take a content for the paragraph. Okay, I'll take from lorem ipsum. Okay, let me take a lot of content for this. Okay, this is a simple paragraph which is going to be available for me now, and I want to place multiple paragraphs here. Okay, copy that and save it. Okay, so finally I'll be having 3 paragraphs here. And what my requirement is, I just want to render this particular paragraphs into the web browser. So let me render it, open in the browser. So your browser is going to be having 3 paragraphs completely available. Okay, now for the first paragraph, I want to mention some width and height. Okay, height is auto, width I can able to mention something. So for each and every paragraph, I can go with the class called 1. And for the second paragraph, class called 2. And the third paragraph, class called 3. Okay, let me go for the style sheet. How the style sheet is going to be working with us. Okay, so the 1.1 width is going to be 100% and height will be auto. Height is auto. Okay, fine. Let me go for the class 2. Width is 80%. Height is auto. Okay, fine. The third paragraph, dot 3, and width is 50%. Height is auto again. Okay, auto. Fine. So width and height I want to mention for all the paragraphs here. Okay, let me see that. The first paragraph is just going to be having something width, and second paragraph which is having some other width, and third paragraph is also having which is having some other width. Now, in the second concept, what I want to do is I want to go with a concept called padding. Okay, how the padding and margin is going to be applying. So let me save the program with padding and margin. Padding margin, padding margin.html. Padding margin.html. How the padding and margin is going to be applying with us. Okay, so padding margin, fine. All the 3 paragraphs which are going to be available. For the first paragraph, what my requirement is, I want to apply some padding. Second paragraph also I want to apply some padding. Even the third paragraph also I want to apply some padding. So different paddings I will apply. So padding for the first paragraph is 10 pixel, and padding from the second paragraph is 20 pixel, and padding for the third paragraph is a 30 pixel. Okay, let me do apply. For all the paragraphs, I want to apply a border. Okay, don't worry about the border. With the border only, you can understand how the padding is applying for you. 2 pixel solid green. Okay, this is a okay, green. This is a border for the all paragraphs. This is a common style sheet, right?
Yeah.
This is a common style sheet, and this is the unique style sheet, which is going to be applying for each and every paragraph here. And let me render this now. Now this is a padding. Okay, can you see the padding? How the padding is going to be available for the first paragraph, second paragraph, and third paragraph?
Yeah.
First paragraph is having inner space very less, and second paragraph is having inner space more, and third paragraph is having inner space very nicely good. Okay.
Yeah.
In this particular manner, you can able to apply the padding concept. Okay, that is a way of applying the padding. Padding is inner space. Padding is nothing but inner space. That's it. Okay,
Okay.
if you want, you can do apply for the paragraph padding. For example, I don't want to take multiple things like this. Okay, let me take a fourth paragraph. Okay, fourth paragraph. Fourth paragraph, I will give the padding in a different manner. Okay, what I want to do for the fourth paragraph, 4. Okay, dot 4 now. Dot 4. What my requirement is, I will go with the padding right, 20 pixel. Okay, so you can do like this. Padding left, you can do apply like this, 30 pixel, and padding top 10 pixel, and padding bottom, yeah, padding bottom is 40 pixel, something like this. This is the different properties you can apply for the padding, and this way also you can do the padding. So this is the fourth paragraph, and padding is different now. So you can see, observe, the top is very less,
Yeah.
and the left side is something, and the bottom is very high padding, large padding, and here also you can have a lot of space. But at the top level, I don't give the padding much. So if you want to apply the different properties for the padding, you can go with that. So it is possible, different properties you can do. One more way you can do padding. Okay, let me do that. Dot 4. What I can do is padding. See, you can do like this also: 10 pixel, 20 pixel, 30 pixel, 40 pixel. What it will be? What it will be now?
Yeah. Top 10, right 20, bottom 30, left 40.
Yes, top, right, bottom, left. Top,
Yeah.
right, bottom, left. Top, right, bottom, left is your clock order.
Yeah.
Top, right, bottom, left. Okay, so you can do apply like this also. If you want to give the comment for this, control backslash. Control backslash is the comment of the CSS.
Okay.
So why comment is? Comment is utilizing to understand the code. To
Yeah.
understand the code, but it is not rendered by the browser, and it will not apply by the browser. Okay, you can go with the two values. You can go with the single value. You can go with the 3 values. That is the concept yesterday we discussed about padding and all. Okay, please go with that. And
Okay.
now I just want to give the margin, how the margin will be for all the paragraphs. Let me go for the all the paragraphs margin. Okay, here only I'm writing margin for the paragraphs. Okay, what I want to do, margin also you can do 30 pixel all sides. Where is the margin? Where is the margin? Margin is applying from the
Outside of.
body, outside of the content, outside of the element.
Yeah.
Margin is applying outside of the element. So here margin is applying, here margin is applying, and here margin is applying, and here also margin is applying. That is actually called margin. Padding is, this one is the padding. Inside the content is padding. Inside the element is padding. That is inner space. Inner space is padding, outer space is margin. Please
Yeah.
remember it. Okay. That is the only thing you have to remember with the box model here. And one more thing, let me go to the one more property, border. Let me take a new program now and save it as borders, border and outline, border and outline dot html, border outline dot html. So let's go with the border outline dot html. So this is about the border and outline. Okay, how border and outline is going to be applying for each and every element. Let's take a lot of paragraphs over there. Okay, taking a simple paragraph only. I don't want to take a multiple paragraphs for the border and outline. And this is the paragraph one. And let me apply the style for that. And take dot one. Now go for the border. So you can go for the border with the shorthand syntax, solid green. This is the shorthand syntax of the border. What is the shorthand syntax is? See, first thing is what? First thing is the border width. Border width. First property is border width. And the second property is
Color.
border style. Border style.
Style. Okay.
And third property is border color. Border color. Okay, so these are the three properties which are going to be applying here with the shorthand method. Okay, when I apply this particular one, border width, border style, border colors and all, and let it be, I want to check it out. So this is the border we got applied. Okay, let me change border width to 12 pixel now, and this will be a red color. Now you can see border width got increased and border color got changed. Border width got increased and border color got changed. Now you can see where the border got applied for the element.
Yeah.
This is the way of the writing border. And okay, one more way you can write the border. Suppose for example, if you want to write the border, you can go like this. Border width, you can write separately. Border width 12 pixel, and border style, you can go for border style is solid. Border width, border color. Okay, you can go with the border color also. Border color, you can go with the border color. Border color will be something like a green. So now this property will override. 11th line will override with the 9th line, 8th line, right?
Yeah.
8th line I'm applying some style for the one class, and 10th line I'm applying another class for that, another style for that class, same class, and it automatically it will update the style. Okay, now you can see green color updated with that.
Yeah.
Okay, where this particular border width will be with the pixels and border styles. What are the different kind of border styles which are going to be available? You can check it out from the W3 schools border style. Okay, border style CSS, you can go and check it out. And what are the different kind of border styles which are getting applied? Okay, these are the different kind of border styles which are going to be available, and you can apply any type of border style there. Okay, let me write something here. These are the different kind of border styles. Border style property specifies that a kind of border to display. Dotted defines the dotted border. Dashed, solid, double, groove, ridge, inset, outset, none, hidden. Okay, these are the different kind of border styles. Okay, and if you want, you can check with the outline CSS, you can check it out. And what are the different kind of outline styles which are getting applied? So let me go for the outline styles. What are the different kind of outline styles which are going to be applied? These are the different kind of outline styles are there.
What's the
And
difference between outline and border?
yeah, I will tell. Okay, this is about outline. Now let me tell you what is outline, how to apply outline for this particular same paragraph. Now I am writing outline here. Outline 10 pixel, solid or dotted style and blue color. See, outline is extra decoration of the element. Outline is the extra decoration. What is extra decoration? On top of the border, you can able to do some other style. On top of the border, you can do that.
Oh.
That is called outline. So I don't want to take a 10 pixel. I will take a 5 pixel. Dotted blue. Okay, so dotted dots will come, and the style will be dots only, and this is called your outline. And border is something, outline is something, and you will be having 5 pixel and 5 pixel. It's nice now. 5 and 5 is very good. Cannot saved. Okay, 5 and 5 is nice one. You can do that. Now you can see where is the border, where is the outline of this particular paragraph.
Yeah.
So border applied, outline applied, and padding 10 pixel, margin 10 pixel. Okay, everything I'm applying here. So padding got applied, margin got applied. So now element is look feel very good actually. Element is look feel very good, and you can go like this, and if you want you can provide a background color something like pink, and color will be blue. See, however you want you can design your paragraph. However you want you can design your paragraph. Okay, and font style I want to design font style italic, and font weight bold, and font family you can go for Verdana. See, I'm going to be applying a different kind of properties for that particular paragraph.
Yeah.
This is like a newspaper creation. Okay, so colors and all your wish, anything you can do and provide. So these are the multiple properties which are going to be available in the box model. So outline style, outline color is actually available now. So let me go to the, this is the outline, border width, border style, border color, right? And border style, border width, I can go with the different things. Again, border width, you can go with the 2 values. Border width with 3 values. Border width with the 4 values. You can do that, okay? If I go with the 4 values, what it will do? If I go with the border width 4 values, what it will do?
Yeah, it will
Top right,
change like the
top right, bottom
right,
left.
bottom, and bottom left.
Yes, top right, bottom left, different values are going to be getting applied.
Mhm.
Top right, left value, different values are going to be applied. So you now your border is different, right?
Yeah.
Top border is very less, left border is increased, and the bottom border is increased, and completely left border is completely increased. See, based on your values, it is going to be increasing. Now border style solid dotted. Okay, when I say solid space okay, only one thing you can go do for that, solid dotted. Okay, when I say 2 values for the border style, what it will do? When I say 2 values for the thing, what it will do?
Mm-hmm.
One is the dashed one is the dots one, dotted and solid. What happened with that? Dotted and dashed. Let me go with the dashed and dots. Okay, so it will go with the dashes and dots. Can you see that?
Yeah.
Dashes and dots. So where dashes are coming?
Bottom and top.
When I say dashed first, dashed first means what? It will go for top bottom. Dotted second means right left. So right left is dotted. Can you see that?
Yeah.
So green color dashes are coming top bottom, green color dots are coming left right, and border width also improved. See, this is the way of writing the styles. And border color. Okay, sir, I want to change the color also with the different sides. Okay, green and red I am providing. When I say green and red, what it will do?
Top, bottom, green, and left, right,
Correct,
red.
correct. So border color also getting changed. Now you see,
Yeah.
top bottom green, left right red color it is taking. So nicely and neatly you can design any type of content with this particular box model concept. And this is the nice concepts which is going to be available in the CSS.
Mm-hmm.
Very nice concepts which is going to be available in the CSS. Okay, and lot of selectors we done. So if you want, you can go with the different kind of selectors in CSS. We will discuss all the selectors, right? Yesterday,
Yeah.
some 2 days back, we discussed about all CSS selectors. Let me give
Mm.
you a list of selectors also. If you want, you can go with the CSS selectors reference. Okay, these are the selectors reference. If you want, you can just go and check it out.
Yeah.
Selector example, all this you do practice. Okay,
Okay.
all this you can do practice. There are a lot of selectors which are going to be available. Lot of selectors which are
But
going to be available.
the most important, like which most people use, like
Most of the selectors are class selector, ID selector, and groups. Class selector, ID selector, and tag selector.
hashtag. You mean.
Yes, hash is ID, dot is class, and
Okay.
element name is the tag name.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so class. This is the class selector, and these are the two classes: class one, class two. Select all the elements, both name one and name two, set with the class attribute.
Mm-hmm.
Class one, class two, name one, name two. Four things are getting selected at the same time. ID. first name selects the element of the ID first name. So star is the group selector, universal selector. What is the universal selector? Selecting all elements with the one simple style.
Mhm.
Okay, you can check it out, all the things with a link.
Sure.
I will share the link. Okay, I will share the link. This is actually easy. No need to write here. Just
Mhm.
open and do one by one practice. That's it enough. Okay, just
Okay.
placing the link here. Okay, this is the link you go with, and you can go with check it out each and every selector. If you want to check how the selectors are going to be our, okay, CSS selector test. Okay, there is any example available here. Okay, so if you want, you can go with the example like this. You click
You
on
can.
the class, you click on the class, and they will provide one simple example for the class selector like this. Okay, how the class
Mhm.
selector will be. See, one class is available here. See,
Mhm.
very straightforward. I'm not going to be copying and pasting all the classes here. Okay, all the selectors here. What you can do is you just click on this underline. Whatever the underline is available, you click on this. For example, element plus element, div plus p. Two elements I want to select at the same time. What do you want to do? You can just click on this and go to the example. What it is happening? There is one division available, and there are two paragraphs available, and the first paragraph after the division it will get selected. That is called a div plus p. Div plus p. Div plus p means nothing but div next paragraph.
Mhm.
Division next paragraph. What is the division next paragraph? This one, right?
Yeah.
So that is only selecting. That is actually div plus p. Okay, I want to select all the paragraph after the division. Then you can go with the tilde symbol. You know tilde symbol. What is the tilde symbol? Like
It's before.
okay, tilde symbol. Where is the tilde symbol? Okay, my keyboard is not working. There is one symbol called a tilde symbol. You go with the tilde symbol for that. Okay, let me go for the tilde. Yeah, this one is the tilde symbol. Can you go with this? This is the tilde symbol. Okay, div div next p. After the div, all paragraphs I need to get selected. After the division, all the paragraphs I want to get selected. Okay, can you see that?
Yeah.
After the division, all the paragraphs are getting selecting. That is called a div tilde p. So that selector name is also there here. So select a background. So there are different things which are going to be available. Okay.
Mhm.
This is a declaration of the class. How to declare the class? Element, tilde symbol, and element, and CSS declaration. Syntax. See, every time you are going with the things, go with the W3 schools. W3 schools reference is very nice for HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. Even Bootstrap also. Okay.
Yeah.
Am I clear?
Yeah.
It's not a big deal actually. It's very simpler way you can go with. After listening my class, you can just to follow the W3 schools with the concept, and based on the concept, you do once practice. That's it. It will not take a lot of time to you. It is taking a very less time to you to do practices on that. Okay, so the next concept I want to go with positions. What are the different kind of CSS positions are there? Okay, so okay, position. First one is static position.
Mhm.
Second one is absolute position,
Mhm.
and the third one is the relative position, and the fourth one is fixed position. Okay, static position elements in static order. I will draw the picture, then you can understand how the static order will be.
Mhm.
Absolute position elements in absolute order. Elements in absolute order. And here left property, bottom property will apply. Left, bottom, top, right properties will apply. Will apply. And one more concept is element is movable. element is movable, and here element is fixed, element is not movable, element fixed on body, element not movable, and all these particular properties will not apply. This will not apply. Okay, I will show how the things are happening. And here elements are movable, you can do the movement of the element one place to another place there. And here elements are arranging in relative order, elements arranging in relative order from the adjacent element. Adjacent element, I will tell you how the things are actually working. And element is movable, and left property, all the properties will apply. Left, top, bottom, right properties will apply. And one more thing is element is movable here also. And the fixed position, elements in fixed position, elements in fixed position. Okay, so element not movable, element not movable, and all the properties will apply. Top, left, right, all the properties will apply.
Yeah.
Okay, I will show how the things are happening with a diagrammatic way. Okay, so for example, this is the static position, this is the absolute position, this is the relative position, and this is the fixed position. Let me write one by one. The first one is the static position. The first one is the static position. How static position will be? Static position. Sorry. How static position will be, and how absolute position will be, and how relative position will be, and how fixed position will be. This is fixed position. Okay, for example, if I want to take a multiple elements in the static position, so element is like this, and another element is like this, and if you want to take another element, it should be like this in static order. Okay, in static order, all elements are going to be arranging on top of your body. One by one, it is going to be placing like your bricks.
Yeah.
Elements are going to be placing like a brick. So this brick is not movable. But coming to the, by default, this is the static position. By default, all elements are in static position. Let me write a one note point here. By default, all elements are in static position. By default, all elements are in static position. Coming to the absolute, what is happening? Let me show absolute position now. For example, this is my first element. Okay, second element I can place here. Okay, third element I can place here. Can you see?
On the top of each other.
Yes, one top of each other. So that element is actually one top of another. See, now your bricks will be placed one top of another. Your elements are placed one top of another. This is now possible. That is called absolute position. Okay, but here what it will be do, the properties will apply like left property you can apply and top property you can apply. And second one also left property you can apply and top property you can apply. And here also left property you can apply and top property you can apply.
Bottom.
From the body.
What
See,
about the bottom and right?
Whenever you are applying the left and top, you can't apply the bottom. Why? Because see how to place element. For example, you want to place a brick on top of the panel, on top of the wall actually. If you want to place a brick on top of the wall, this is the wall actually. On top of the wall, you want to place a brick. How to place a brick? From this side, or from this side, or from this side, or from this side, right?
Yeah, top left.
Any corner you have to choose. For example, you need to apply a property called top and left, or you can apply for top and right. Only one thing you have to choose,
Okay.
or you can choose with bottom right, bottom left you can choose, or bottom right. If you want to place an element, suppose I want to place an element here, I want to place an element here. How to place this element here?
Top right.
Okay, two things you can do. One is the top left you can do, one is the top right you can do.
Okay.
Okay, top right you can do and top left you can do.
Is it possible like to put elements side by side?
Yeah, it is possible. In this absolute position, it is possible.
Okay.
In absolute
Like,
position, it is possible.
like
I
two
will show.
elements side to
Yeah,
side.
I will show. I will show how to place elements side by side.
Okay.
Okay, with absolute position you can do. And coming to the relative position, how the elements are placing. For example, this is my first element. And the second element, I am applying the top and left value, top and left value. But the top value and left value from adjacent element. Adjacent element means from here it will take the values, not from the body. Why? Because this is relative. This element is relative element. Relative element nothing but relatively from the adjacent element. And this element is applying from here to here. Can you observe?
No, it's not clear.
So relative, this element, second element is relative element. Relative means relatively from the adjacent element. What is the adjacent element of the second one? This is the first one, this is the second one. What is the adjacent element of the second one? Adjacent element of the second one. Adjacent element nothing but beside, suppose in there is one classroom available. There is one classroom available. I am telling the persons, sit in the first row, 4 people side by side. Okay, side by side nothing but what? People are sitting like this. Okay, 4 people are going to be sitting like this.
Okay.
This is the one concept actually. The second guy is going to be taking the place after the first guy. Okay, I am telling this guy, take 10 meters from the first guy, not from the wall.
Okay.
For the second guy, I am telling, take 10 meters left from the first guy. So keep some distance from the first person.
Yeah, clear.
Here, I am telling the element, keep the distance from the wall actually. Wall nothing but your body border or body edge. Okay. In absolute position, what I am telling, in absolute position, what is happening? So for the two persons, for the first guy and second guy, I am telling, keep 10-meter distance. First guy I am telling 10 meters, and even second guy also I am telling 10 meters. What it will do? In absolute position, both are sit on top of another, right?
Yeah.
See, I told both guys are sitting 10 meters from the wall.
Yeah.
So both guys overlapping one top of another. That is absolute position. But in the relative position, what is happening? First guy take 10 meters from the wall. Second guy take 10 meters from the first person.
Yeah, clear now.
Now clear, right? So the second person taking the margin from the first person, taking the value from the first person, taking the distance from the first person. That is called a relative position. Okay, in CSS, these positions are very, very important and very, very simple also. Once we do the program, you can very clear all these things. Okay, static position by default static. Static means what? One after another it is going to be applying. So first row one guy is sitting, second row one guy is sitting, third row one guy is sitting, fourth row one guy is sitting, fifth row one guy is sitting. That is actually called static position. Normally guys are going to be sitting row by row. That's it.
Yeah.
In absolute position, people are actually overlapping. If I am not saying something, everybody is going to be sitting in the same chair only. If I'm not saying the position, all the people are going to be sitting in the same position. That is actually absolute position. So I will write the program, then you can understand how the things are happening.
Okay.
And coming to the relative, the persons are taking the distance from the adjacent element, from the relative element. And coming down for the fixed position, in this particular fixed position, if I am placing one element here, this element is not movable even you scroll the page. For example, you have the header, you have the footer. I don't want to move the header and footer with my body. I can able to scroll my body, but I don't want to change my header place. I don't want to change my footer place. Header and footer will be fixed. For example, I am taking a logo here. I'm taking a simple logo here. I don't want to change the logo's place with my body scroll. Your body is getting scroll. Your body is getting scroll with your news reading and all. Okay, suppose that there is news reading application. You can able to scroll your body, but your logo is not actually changing the place. Your logo is fixed on top of the body. It will not actually relative, or it will not actually disturbance with the element, whatever the content you have in the body.
Okay.
And even the header also not getting disturbance, and footer also not getting any disturbance of the adjacent, sorry, whatever the content available in the body. Those elements are getting fixed. That is a fixed position. I will tell you the fixed position also very clear, and I will give you a lot of examples with you. Then you can understand all the things very clear. Okay.
Yeah.
Is it okay, everything? So fine with the box model concepts and positions. JavaScript is scripting language. Scripting language. And one more thing, JS is browser interpreted program. Browser interpreted program. And JS is a important component in web development. And JS have a lot of libraries. JS have a lot of libraries like jQuery, Bootstrap, React, JS, Angular, Vue.js, Express, Node, and EXT.js, and Ember.js, Ember.js, and Knockout.js, etc. See, JavaScript is having a lot of libraries and frameworks like things like frameworks. JS have a lot of libraries and frameworks like jQuery, Bootstrap, React.js, Angular, Vue.js, Express, Node.js, EXT.js, Ember.js, and Knockout.js, etc. Once we know JavaScript, once we familiar with the JavaScript, you can able to move to any kind of library or any kind of framework on top of the JavaScript. And what we can do with the JavaScript, using with the JavaScript, basically JavaScript is for client-side web development. And using with the JavaScript, you can do a lot of things. We can develop web applications, we can develop mobile applications, and we can develop games. We can develop a blockchain development, and we can do JavaScript with multiple kind of categories and multiple kind of domains. And coming to the mobile application and some other libraries like ReactNative, and one more thing is a native script, and one more thing is something like a Cordova, and something like Ionic. See, all these are going to be on top of the JavaScript. When we know JavaScript very well, then you people can able to learn jQuery, you people can able to learn Bootstrap, you people can able to learn React, Angular, Vue, Express, Node, EXT, Ember, Knockout, React Native, Native Script, Cordova, Ionic. Basically, coming to the mobile application, nowadays mobile applications basically focusing cross-domain mobile development. people are not actually moving to the native development, and people are mostly moving to the cross-domain mobile development. For the cross-domain mobile development, one is the React Native, one is Ionic, and one more is native script. All these are actually highly demanded. All these things are basically highly demanded. For all these things, basically people are working with React Native, Ionic, native script. With only React Native, also people are getting jobs. Only with React Native framework, people are getting jobs. That is the why reason JavaScript is a core programming for all these things. When we know JavaScript very well, then we people can move to the React Native, Ionic, native script in the part of the mobile application development also. And now I'm coming to the JavaScript basic concepts of this JavaScript. Any programming, you know, if you go for any programming language, common concepts like variables and operators, loops, conditions, and different kind of data types and different kind of functions. All these things are actually common in the JavaScript. Basic concepts of JavaScript is very, very common. And one more thing, JavaScript is very, very simple. JS is very simple. JS is very simple. And JS is loosely coupled object-oriented programming. Object-based programming, sorry. Object-based programming. Object-based programming, not object-oriented. JavaScript is not object-oriented. On top of the JavaScript, we have the ES6 and TypeScript. These two are object-oriented. Basically, ES6 and TypeScript is completely type-based programming and object-oriented. And basically, ES6 for React developers. ES6 for React developers. And TypeScript for Angular developers. So whoever people want to move to the Angular in the part of the client-side development, they will choose the TypeScript programming. After learning JavaScript, definitely we should learn ES6 programming fundamentals. When we know ES6 programming fundamentals, then people can able to move to the TypeScript. That is a very, very good one. Okay, fine. So now finally I'm starting with the JavaScript. And how this JavaScript is going to be integrating into the HTML. So first of all, we should understand how to integrate JS to HTML. How to integrate JS to HTML. So there are many kind of ways integration of JavaScript to HTML. The first kind of way is inline JS, and one more is internal JS, and one more is external JS. And we do check with the JavaScript in the browser console. So inside the browser console also you can check with the JavaScript. And the fifth one is check with online editors. If you are going with online editors, so then also you can able to check with the JavaScript. And first one I will go with the inline JS. Inline JS basically, guys, element level JavaScript. This is element specific JavaScript. Element specific JS. And coming to the internal JS is basically page specific JS. Straightforward. Page specific JS. Page specific JS. And one more is external JS. External JS is throughout application specific JS. Application specific JS. And coming to the browser console is each and every browser having some console window where you can check with the JavaScript and you can do practice with the JavaScript. You can write JavaScript. We can write JS in console window. And one more thing, console is used for debug applications. Console is used for debug applications. The last one is online editors, where we can use online editors. Online editors, there are multiple kind of online editors which are going to be available in the market. With all these online editors, we should have internet connection first. Internet connection must. When we have internet connection, then we can go with online editor, practice for the JavaScript. So I will show one by one. First, I will go with inline, internal, external, browser console, online editors. So let me go with code. Let me save this. And desktop, our folder is something like this. Okay, this is going to be 7 by. No. Okay, so in this I want to save the notes. That's it. Then I want to just write a program for this. Let me open the Visual Studio Code. And this Visual Studio Code, I just want to write a program for different kind of things. Okay, the first one is inline.js. How to work with inline.js. Let me save the program. This is going to be something like inline.js. Inline.js.html. See how this inline.js is going to be working with. Basically, we have the body content. Inside the body, I want to load a event called onload event. Onload. So whenever I'm loading this body, I try to load a alert box. Alert. Okay. Alert. Okay. So basically, inline.js basically working for events. Inline.js basically working for events. So I'm writing some event for the body. That's it. I got an event. And inside the body, I have the one more element called h1. And h1 have something like click me. H1 have something like click me. So for h1, I want to write a style sheet for this. Style h1 background color something like orange, and the color will be black, and the text line center. That's enough. Now you check it out. You check it out. We have two alert boxes now. One is this one, and I want to show one more alert when I click on this h1. Then what you want to do? For this h1, I want to load one more event like on click event. On click is equal to, I want to write alert. This alert is something like h1 clicked. So remember one thing. Whenever you are writing event, we have the double quotes. For event, we have double quotes. Attribute value in the double quotes. Whenever we are writing double quotes for the value, then don't write double quotes again inside the attribute. Don't write again double quotes inside the attribute value. You have to go with a single quote. If you take a single quote outside, then take double quote inside. That's a very important thing you have to remember. If you are writing again double quote inside, it will give you the error. If I'm writing double quote again here, it will give you the error. Just don't write double quote again inside. So that's a way of working with the things, and go with a single quote, and right click on this. Already browser is running, and refresh it. Okay, and click on the click me h1 click, something this. So this is a way of working with the inline.js. Next, I'm going with internal JS. Internal JS.html. How this internal JS is going to be working with. Internal JS is very simple. We have to write a script tag. Script tag open, script tag close. Script tag. So script is the HTML tag. Inside the script tag, I want to write the HTML code. So this is inline JS loading. This is inline JS. Inline JS is loading. Inline or internal? Sorry, internal. Internal JS is loading. So right click on this and open the browser, and you will be see that internal JS is loading over there. Internal JS is loading over there. Now I'm trying with the external JS. External JS. How this external JS will be? External JS is going to be having a JavaScript file separate. JS file separate. I want to take a new JS file. That should be something like file.js. Now JavaScript file is separate file. File.js I'm creating. Inside the file.js I'm writing some JavaScript code. So that will be something like external JS is loading. External JS is loading. That's it. Now save this and come to the external JS.html. Try to access that file.js into this script src, then file.js, script src, then file.js. So remember this script is the tag now, and src is the attribute for this. What is src here? Src is a special attribute to assign source. src is the special attribute to assign source. Just have to remember this. And that particular file.js can be able to accessed with the multiple kind of HTMLs. If I'm having 1,000 HTMLs, for all the 1,000 HTMLs, I can able to access the same HTML. That should be very important. You have to remember. The thing is external JS file, application specific JS. I'm writing a file.js separate one, and here I'm writing so much JavaScript code. Whatever the JavaScript code you're writing, you can able to access that one into the file.html anywhere. If I'm having a lot of HTML files, for all the HTML files, I can able to access this file.js. How to access the file.js? I need to write up script src and file.js we need to mention. Whatever the name you are giving, the same name you have to mention. This is going to be a script tag clause. So remember this one. This is very, very important for the external, but internal is separate. Internal is going to be having a script open, script close. And inside the script tag, you can write a lot of JS code. Whatever the JS code you want, you can write it. And inline JS mostly for events. On element open tag. And events here are attributes. We have to specify some attributes over there. So that's it about external JavaScript, inline JavaScript, internal JavaScript. Then we go with the browser console, how to work with the browser console. Let me take a new file, and this one is browser console.html. So let me open browser console for JS. Okay, I'm just writing this. Right click on this, open the default browser, and output is very simple. Open browser console for JS. I'm trying to open the browser console. Right click on this and go to the inspect here. Chrome inspect is there directly. And inside the inspect, you will be having the console window. There you can write your JS code, something like alert. I'm writing alert. Okay, so I'm just writing okay here. I got the OK button. Then I'm going to be writing something like X value, and I'm writing a Y value. Y is 20, and X plus Y 30. I got 30 now. So in this way you have to follow. The console window. Console window is basically for debug your application or write JavaScript inside the console window. Then the one more way of writing JavaScript is online editor. You can write any online editor. You take any online editor. So just check for the more and more online editors. I can write something for JavaScript online editors. JavaScript online editor. Check for JavaScript online editor. There are multiple kind of things. One is the JS Fiddle, one is the JS compiler, one is the JS bin, one is the code pen, one is the code sandbox. Wherever you want, you can go. JavaScript online editors. There are multiple kind of online editors which are going to be available in the internet. So one is the JS Fiddle, one is the JS editor, one is the JS.do, one is the tutorials point, one is the code pan, one is the code sandbox, JS bin. So most probably I'm using jsbin.com sometime. So JS bin is the nice one where you can do practice with your JavaScript. I just want to click on JavaScript and try to write some code over there. So whenever I'm writing something here, automatically I got alert box. And let me write something like okay, JS bin is very interactive. It is going to be giving you output whenever you are writing something, very much interactive. But whenever you want to do practice with the JavaScript in online editors, compulsory internet is required. If you don't have internet, you can't able to see online editors, or you can't able to do practice with online editors. Just try to understand. And now today we will discuss some other JS related methods. What are the very important JS related methods? The one is alert box. So what is the alert function? What is the JS function? Alert. Why we are using alerts in JavaScript? In JavaScript, alert is a function, or is a predefined function. And why we are using this function? Using with alerts, using with alert method, we can show some user messages or some pop-up messages. So just giving some alert for the user, that's alert box. Next, one more thing is console.log function. What about this console.log function? Console.log basically using for, it's a JavaScript function, is a JS function. It's a JS function used for show console outputs. And console.log method will allow single quotes or double quotes. So it means what? Not quotes. Single quotes or double quotes. So how this will be something like console.log, and inside this I can write a message hello JS with single quotes, and I can able to write the same console log with double quotes also. Double quotes, nothing but this one, hello JS, welcome. That's it. So single quotes and double quotes both will allow for the console.log. Console.log is JS function used for show console outputs. And one more thing, console.log is very important. This function is very important for debug JS code. Whenever you want to debug your JS code, console.log function is very important. Later I will show. To understand the flow of application, console.log is very important. Okay, and one more method we will see now. One alert we done, one console.log we done, one document.write function. So what about this document.write function is? Document.write function is a JS function. Is a JS function for show browser top level outputs. So here we can able to paste text data or element data on top of document, or we can write some element, some text, whatever you want, you can just write on top of the document. In the method only, the definition is the document.write. It means we are going to be writing some text, we are going to be writing some elements on top of the document. That is basically document.write. And we need to understand something like a DOM architecture now. So what is the DOM architecture in JavaScript? DOM architecture is very simple in JavaScript. DOM architecture basically, browser have something like a window method. On top of the window component, we will be having a document component. Document nothing but HTML in JavaScript, basically the terminology of HTML is document. Terminology of HTML is document. Then on top of document, we will be having lot of elements. On top of document, we will be having HTML. HTML having two things. One is the head, one is the body. And inside the head and body, we will be having lot of elements. This is basically DOM architecture. And there are a lot of browser related methods, lot of window related methods, lot of document related methods available in Java. So later we will discuss all these methods one by one. And I will draw the picture related to this DOM architecture now. I will draw a picture, a very simple picture. That picture is going to be giving you very good clarity on the document object model. This is the browser, guys. On top of the browser, we will be having the window. On top of the window, we will be having a document. On top of a document, you will be having head and body sections. And head containing something, body containing something. So let me write each and everything here. This is the browser. This is the browser. On top of the browser, you will be having the window. You will be having a window. On top of the window, we will be having the document. And here we will be having the header section. We will be having a body section. And inside the body, you will be place lot of elements. Suppose inside the body, I'm going to be placing multiple kind of divisions. And for each and every division, I'll be having a lot of other elements, forms, tables, hyperlinks, whatever you want, you can place inside this. This is the architecture. This is the tree architecture. And finally, this architecture is called a DOM architecture. Finally, this architecture is actually called a DOM architecture. DOM architecture, nothing but document object model. What is DOM? DOM, nothing but document object model. People call DOM. DOM means very simple. DOM, nothing but document object model. Document object model. DOM, nothing but document object model. And this architecture is called a DOM architecture. So let's go for the folder, and this will be DOM. And let's go and take this code, copy, and take the new and save it as nodes. So this is the DOM, and just understand about the DOM. And let's see some program about console.log and document.write. Let's see some program about document.write and console.log. Okay, so I will write one program on document.write. I will write one program on console.log. Now, so save it. This will be console.log. Console.log. See how this console.log is working. .html. Okay, let me write some script, guys. Script open, script close, and this will be console.log. Console.log. Hello JavaScript. Hello JS. And one more thing I'm writing. One more line I'm writing. Console.log. Hello JS. Welcome. Hello JS. Welcome. That's it. And right click on the editor and open in the default browser. And I can't able to see any output on top of the document. I can't able to see any kind of output on top of the document. And just the right click on this, go to the inspector. In the part of the inspector window, you will be finding some console. And there you can see the console outputs. The one is hello.js and the one is the hello.js welcome. Hello.js welcome. See, for every browser, console window is available. Each and every browser, just go with the right click and you can find out the inspect. And there inspect window, you will be find out the console button. Just check the console outputs. And now I'm going with some other thing. why console.log is going to be better using. Suppose I'm writing simple alert box now. I'm writing alert box now. I'm writing alert a capital letter, and I want to see the alert now. I want to see the alert now, but I can't able to see the alert. You may think why alert is not coming. What's the problem with alert box? Immediately we are moving to the console window and check with the code of the JavaScript. The first two lines are executing. Why? Because JavaScript is interpreted program. JavaScript is interpreted programming. Interpreted programming, nothing but code executes line by line. Compiled programming, nothing but code at single time execute. But interpreted programming is code executes line by line. So I already executed two lines of the code. Then finally I got error. That error is a complicated error. What is this error? Alert is not defined. That's it. Very simple. This is not complicated. Alert is not defined. It means whatever the function you are writing, that is a wrong function. And just check with your code and change the a small letter. That's it. That's it. So this is the way of using console window. In the real time, you will be having a lengthy code. You will be having thousands lines of code in JavaScript. There you are doing some mistakes. The browser is very important to check your outputs, to check your errors also. But checking outputs on browser top, checking errors in the browser back. Browser back, nothing but the soul of the browser. Soul of the browser is console. Just go to the console, check with errors. Go with the console, check with errors. On top of the body, you see the visualization, you see the CSS, you see the HTML. And the back of the HTML, you find out the JavaScript. So that's it. Please remember this one. And the next one is document.write. Document.write function. So how this document.write function is going to be working with us. So let me write some script open, script close, and document.write. Document.write, I'm writing something like hello JS, welcome. So this is document.write. When I am writing some content, that content is basically visualized on top of the browser. Why? Because document nothing but your HTML, and I'm saying that document.write nothing but you just write something on top of the document. Obviously, I can able to see some content on top of the document. Then I'm trying to writing one more thing. After this document.write, I'm writing one more line of the code. Okay, so welcome to full stack. Hello JS, welcome to full stack. Then I'm writing two lines of the code, and I just want to see the output of the two lines of the code. So two lines of the code in the same line. This is the problem with the document. What I want to do, I just want to make it break. So again, you need to specify the break. Again, we need to specify the break. How to specify the break? This is the way of specifying the break. When I specify the break, obviously these two lines are making break. Then I want to prepare a paragraph. I want to prepare the heading. So how to prepare the heading? I just want to prepare the heading with document.write. I'm not writing HTML, guys. I'm writing JavaScript. I'm preparing the HTML from JavaScript. I'm preparing HTML from JavaScript. So I'm writing some h1 here. This is HTML inside the JavaScript. HTML inside the JavaScript. Just check it out. Your h1 got. Just check it out. Your h1 got. Whatever the tag you want, you can just write that. Whatever the tag you want, you can just write that. For example, I want to write h2. Just like that, you can write. I want to write order list. Just like that, you can write. So order list. How to write order list? Order list open. Order list close. And inside order list, I want to take li. Li is nothing but list item. Li. First li is Samsung. Second li is Oppo. And third li is OnePlus. So that's enough. This is order list. I'm going to be preparing some order list using with document.write. Using with document.write, we are going to be preparing the order list. Yeah, so this is the way of This is the way of working with the JavaScript, and we are defining a lot of functions. And today we are going to be discussing some other concepts in JavaScript. Let me open Visual Studio Code. So we have a lot of ways to create the JavaScript in HTML. JavaScript in HTML. There are multiple ways. The first way we done with inline.js, and second way we done with internal.js, and third way we done with external.js, and fourth way browser console, and fifth way online editor, and finally we need to write JavaScript. So there are multiple concepts available in JavaScript, like variables, operators, loops, conditions, events, JSON data, XML data, and attribute manipulation, and CSS manipulation, date methods, string methods, array methods, so etc. There are a lot of concepts which are going to be available inside JavaScript. We will see one by one. And before going to write the programs for the JavaScript, we need to create one JS file. So let's go with a simple thing like alert box. How to create alert box in JavaScript. Alert method, alert method dot HTML. So let me write a script. Inside the script, I am writing alert box. Alert internal JS loading. So what about alert is? Let me write some nodes for the alert method. Alert is a JavaScript method. Alert is a JavaScript method which is used for show alert boxes for user. One more point, alert method loads from browser, loads from window level. So let us have some DOM architecture. So this is the DOM architecture. Can you people see this? Top level we have the browser, then we will be have the window, then we will be having a document. On top of the document, we will be having the head and body. So document, nothing but in JavaScript terminology, document is HTML. On top of the document, we are having two sections. One is the head section, one is the body section. In the body section, we will be having a lot of elements. Suppose I'm taking two elements, two divisions. Inside the again one more division, we will be having a child divisions also. And inside this particular element, so tables, forms, whatever it may be, paragraphs, headings, all these things. But document is user visible element. Whatever the document we have here, this is a user visible element. This browser and window is not going to be visible by the user. User can able to see only document. User can able to see only document. The document we are going to be see. On top of the document, we will be having a head and body and divs and elements, whatever it may be. But behind the document, window is available. Behind the window, browser is available. Browser and window is not visible elements. So browser and window is going to be working with the console. Basically, this is about console. This is the soul of the browser. Window is the soul of the browser. From window, so many methods are going to be manipulating. From window, we can able to operate the current location. From window, we can able to see the drawing procedures. From window, we can see the prompt messages. From window, we can able to see the alert messages. From window, we can able to see the pop-up boxes, all these things. So there are multiple kind of things which are going to be available inside the DOM level, DOM architecture. This is the DOM architecture, and very important DOM architecture. In interviews, so they will ask whatever the things, what is browser, what is window, what is document, all these things. So let us try to please understand all these things. So let me save the picture into our folder. So I'm saving the picture. This is the DOM architecture. DOM architecture. So fine. Then I need to go with the program. So alert is a JavaScript method which is used for show alert boxes for the user. And that method loads from the window level. Just remember these 2 points. Okay, so when I execute my program, alert, I can able to see the alert box, and this alert box is loading from window level, not from document level. That we need to remember. Whatever the alert box we got here, this alert box is loading from the window level, not from the document level. Document is this one. This is the document, but this is loading from window level. Alert is loading from window level. If you want, I will show this. So let me write some document.write. Let me write some document.write. Document.write. I am writing document.write also. Document loaded. Document loaded. So now you see which is going to be loading first and which is going to be loading second. Loading first is alert. Why? Because that is coming from window. Window is the top level. After loading the window only, document is loading. Can we see document is loading second? First alert box came, second document.write loaded. Okay, can I put a document.write before the alert? Can I put a document.write before the alert? Why? Because of JavaScript is line by line execution. You may think like alert box is loading first. That's why alert box is coming first in browser. So now open the default browser. Now we can see even I'm writing document.write before line, or before line nothing but first line, third line. I'm writing document.write in the third line, and I'm writing document.write in the third line. In the fourth line, I'm writing alert box. Even though alert box is coming first. Why? Because of alert box loading from window. Alert box loading from window, and document is loading next. Document is loading next. This is a very important interview question. If people get remember something. Always alert boxes loading first in the browser. Why? Because before document alert is ready. Before document window is ready. Window level alert box is coming. So that's a simple thing. That's the simple thing we have to remember. That is the alert box concept. The next one, let me save the notes. And the next thing is document.write. Document.write method. What about the document.write method? Document.write method is going to be printing. Document.write is a JS method which will print any kind of text or elements on top of the document. So document.write is always front of the browser. So let me write about the document.write. Let me take a new program and save it as document.write .html. So taking script now and document.write. Inside document.write, you can write with single quotes or double quotes. Document.write syntax. Syntax will be like this. You can write single quote or you can write a double quotes. Both will allow. Both will allow. Okay, so let me take a document.write now. So I'm taking single quotes. Hello JavaScript. Next, I'm writing one more document.write. This will be double quotes. Welcome to full stack. Welcome to full stack. So we are writing some text on top of the document. We are writing some text on top of the document. That is nothing but document.write. Open in default browser now. So we have hello JavaScript, welcome to full stack. Both are came. Hello JavaScript, welcome to full stack. Both are came. But the thing is, I want to take a break. How to take a break? Again, we need to write a document.write and write on top of document one break tag. Write on top of document one break tag after hello JavaScript. Okay, I'm writing again. When I'm writing this, I can able to see a break thing. Hello JavaScript first, next welcome to full stack. Both are came. Both are came. So from this document.write, you can able to create elements also. For example, I want to create a heading tag. I want to create a heading tag. You can create a heading tag document.write. I want to create a heading tag. How to create heading tag, guys? H1 open. H1 close. H1 open, H1 close. Now you can see that. Now we can see that H1 also loaded. Any kind of element you can create. Any kind of element you can create. You can create headings. You can create paragraphs. You can create forms. You can create list items. Whatever you want, you can do create. Okay, for example, document.write. Let me create a list item, order list, for example. Order list open, order list close. Inside order list, I want to take a list item. Li open, Li close. Okay, for example, this is the HTML. I'm making copy this HTML now. Okay, finally I got order list. We have the order list now. In the same way, you can create an order list. See, anything you can create. Anything you can create with the document.write. So after coming to the JSON, I will tell you how to bind the data, dynamically with order list and unorder list, or with different kind of headings, different kind of paragraphs. How to bind the real-time data. Real-time data matlab, which is going to be having services. From service, we can call the data. It should be dynamic data. So later we will see how to work with the dynamic data in the part of the JavaScript. So this is the thing. The next concept is going to be prompt message. How to work with the prompt message. Prompt also working from window. Prompt is a JavaScript method. Prompt is a JS method which will take input from the user. Next point, prompt will store the data. Prompt will store the data in a variable. Prompt will store the data in a variable. Whenever you want, you can just store the data and store in the variable. Okay, let me write about the prompt method. So prompt, for example, enter username. Enter username. You can put with a single quote and double quote. Both are allowed. Enter with a username. We can put single quote and double quote. Both are allowed. Next, one more point. Prompt method. Prompt will work on window. This method works from window, not from document. Remember this point. This method works from window. Next, I will write a new program, save it as prompt.html. Okay, so internal script, prompt, enter username, save it. Open default browser. I'll be getting a prompt now. A prompt having two conditions. One is the cancel, one is the OK. When we click OK button, then only it is going to be storing the data. When we click on cancel button, it is not going to be storing the data. So I'm entering some data here. So I'm entering Srinivas and click on OK button. My data got stored. But how to capture the data? If you want to capture the data from JavaScript, you need to create a variable and we need to store the data with the prompt. So where name is equal to and document.write name. So just try to understand, I'm writing two lines of the code. First line, I'm creating a variable called name. With the name, I'm storing the data from the prompt. Whatever the data you entered in the prompt, that data I got stored in the name. And finally, I need to print that particular data. So execute this one more time. And I'm going to be entering the Srinivas here. And OK. And we can see on top of document, we can see Srinivas. So how this Srinivas got printed? This Srinivas got printed from document.write. And document.write actually got the value from name. How the name is actually carrying from? Name is carrying from prompt. We entered some value in the prompt. That value stored by the name. Name is the variable capturing the prompt value. That particular name is going to be transferring to the document.write. We are writing document.write for showing the data. Okay, so I will write in the one more way. So username is comma name. Username is comma name. Finally, okay, I have the prompt username. Enter username, something like Srinivas. Click on OK button. Username is Srinivas. That's it. So this is the way of writing the prompts. And a little bit lengthy I will write. Where first name, enter first name, next second name, enter second name, and finally I want to get the full name, where full name is equal to first name plus last name, second name, and here in the plus I want to take the underscore, and finally I want to print the full name. Full name is full name. So what is going to be happening in the first line? First line in the prompt, first name is going to be carrying. In the second line, from the prompt, second name is going to be capturing. And full name is the method. Full name is some statement which is the addition of the first name plus second name. String concatenation. Two strings are already available. Those particular two strings are concatenating now. And we are adding one more additional string like underscore. And finally, full name will be first name plus underscore plus second name. That's the way of working with a little bit prompts, little bit a lengthy program. Enter first name. So I'm giving Srinivas. Click on OK. Second name, I'm giving Gorantla. Click on OK button, and full name is Srinivas underscore Gorantla. So I got the data. On top of the document. In the same way, you try to work with a salary calculation. Where where salary is equal to prompt method, prompt, enter salary, salary calculator, where something like bonus is equal to prompt, enter bonus, and now where final taken salary is equal to salary plus bonus, salary plus bonus. And I want to print the final taken salary. Document dot write final taken salary is comma final taken salary. And let me try to execute this one. Open in the default browser. So first enter salary. Salary is going to be entering like 1 lakh. Click on OK. And bonus is going to be something like 10,000. Click on OK. So what is going to be happening? 1 lakh, 10,000, 10,000. So this is not actually working like arithmetic operator. Why? Because of we are entering numbers. We are entering numbers in the prompt. Whatever the number you entered in the prompt, that will be the string. Suppose I am entering number in the string prompt. So I'm entering something like 10,000 here. So this 10,000 is going to be string now. This 10,000 is going to be not a number. This will be string. Why? Because prompt and alert prompt method is going to be taking the value as a string. Prompt is the input, right? Input always a string. Input always a string. But anyway, you are entering the number. You are giving the number. Even the number is also storing as a string, like this one. It is taking some codes, and your 10,000 will be a string. Why? Because prompt is going to be treating input as a string. Remember it. Prompt is going to be treating input as a string. String plus string, string concatenation is going on. The first prompt is taking string. Second prompt also taking string. First prompt something like 10,000, and this is string. Second prompt 100 or 200, and now 10,200. 10,200 nothing but string plus string, string concatenation is going on. String concatenation is going on, but we don't want to go with the string concatenation. What we want to go for? We need to convert the string into the integer. So how to convert string into the integer? That is called a type conversion. In JavaScript, if you want to convert string to integer, there is a method called parseInt method. Later I will tell all these things. ParseInt. Whatever the data you entered in the prompt, that will be the string. Salary is the string. Now string is converting to the number. Now string is converting into the number using a method called parseInt. And bonus also converting into the number using a method called parseInt. And finally number plus number. Number plus number is what? Again number. This is now plus is working as arithmetic operator. Plus is working as arithmetic operator. Whenever you are adding a string plus string, now plus is going to be working as concatenation operator. Plus is working as concatenation operator in the case of strings. Plus is working as arithmetic operators in the case of numbers or floats. Okay, let it be. So now we'll check the program, how this is going to be working and operating. Save it, running this program. Enter the salary, something like 10,000 or 1 lakh, and enter the bonus, something like 20,000. Now finally salary will be nan. What is the nan here? So somewhere we got the issue. Percent salary, percent. Okay, so this could be something like final salary taken %. There is a something issue with why no nan value coming. Enter salary 1,000, bonus now 1,100. We got it. So we need to use the plus symbol. And we need to use the plus symbol. Why? Because this is a number, right? And this is a string. Number plus string. We need to show the document dot write. make it a plus symbol. Make it a plus symbol. And this time, in the previous time, comma allowed. Why? Because this is the string, this is the string. No problem with the comma. And but this time you need to go with the plus symbol. Remember this one. Remember this one. This is a very important thing. This is a very important thing you have to remember. So today we are discussing some methods like alert method. What about alert method? Alert is going to be printing something to the browser. Alert pop-ups, alert boxes. Alert is working from window. Alert is loading from the window level. The next thing is document.write. Document.write is going to be writing some content on top of the document, writing some plain text, writing elements, whatever it may be. On top of the document, I want to write something using with the document.write. And document.write is always print of the browser, and document.write will be allowed with a single quote and double quote, both will be taken. And the next concept is we are working with the prompt. Prompt is very, very important in the real time. Whenever you want to take input from the user, and whenever browser want to take input from the user, prompts are very important. And again, prompts are working from the window level. Prompt is a method which will take input from the user. Prompt will store the data in a variable. Prompt will store the data in a variable. Prompt enter username with single quote and double quote you can work with. This method works from window. And let me tell you one thing. If I am executing this application, enter salary something like 10,000 or 1,000, click on cancel. Enter bonus 100, click on cancel. What is the output now? Salary taken is none. Why? Because you are not storing the data. You are clicking on cancel button. So we need to understand one thing. In the prompt, note point here in the prompt. Note in the prompt method, in the prompt window, we have two buttons. One is cancel, one is okay. Cancel is going to be not capturing the data. Okay is going to be capturing the data. Cancel state is Boolean false. Okay state is Boolean true. Remember this. Cancel state is Boolean false. Okay state is Boolean true. This is important and interview question. Prompt method will have the two options. One is the cancel, one is the okay. When we click on OK button, then only it will capture the data. When we click on the cancel button, it will not take the data. So enter salary is something like 10,000 and click on OK. Enter bonus something like 1,000. Now click on cancel and the salary is none. Why? Because of the same problem. You are going to be not capturing the data from the prompt. So that is the very reason what you have to do is you need to go with the OK method. OK method is going to be taking the data. Okay, click on open the default browser. Enter salary something like 1,000 and bonus will be 100 and finally we will be having 1,100. Very simple, straightforward. So state should be okay. State should be true. Okay, so the concept is in JavaScript. How to access elements, classes, and ID from HTML to JS. From JavaScript, how to access elements, classes, and ID from HTML to JS. The first one is access elements. So how to access elements from HTML to JavaScript, and how to access classes classes from HTML to JavaScript, and how to access ID from HTML to JavaScript. Three things we see. So let me take one simple diagram. So here I'm taking a paint. So let me go with the diagram. So this diagram, treat this box is going to be HTML, and inside the HTML, all similar elements are in one group. All similar classes in one group, but IDs are going to be unique. IDs are going to be unique. IDs are like this. IDs are like this. Okay. So, for example, these are the different kind of different tags, but similar tags. Similar tags, nothing but all are H1s. And here all these similar classes. Whatever the class name you are going to be mentioning for all the elements, it should be the same class. All similar classes, all similar elements are going to be storing in array. Okay, so all similar elements are going to be storing in array. At the same time, all similar classes are going to be storing in array. And all these are IDs. Okay, so we'll be having some IDs. ID, and everything is ID here. IDs are single. IDs are single, but all similar elements are going to be storing in array. Similar elements. This point is very important. Similar elements. And here all similar classes. Similar classes. Similar elements or similar classes are going to be storing in array. Unique IDs and unique IDs are actually unique. And let me save this. Okay, so save. Okay. I'm creating new folder now, and this will be some folder like 12 by 11. Okay, so what I want to do, I want to write a program for this. Before writing program, we need to understand syntax, how to access elements like document dot get elements plural. Why? Because array, right? Document dot get elements by tag name. So the name of the tag we need to mention. So for example, h1, and index we need to mention something like 0. And this is for access elements. And how to access classes, document dot get elements by tag name. And here, instead of tag name, I should give the class name. Elements by class name. The name of the class, whatever you want. Suppose this is my class, my CLS. And at the same time, you need to specify the index. Index is 0. And how to access ID? ID accessing now. Document dot get element by ID. Document dot get element by ID. Name of the ID, ID name. That's it. So these three syntaxes are very, very important. The first one is access elements. Second one is access classes. Third one is access ID. Okay, so let us see how the access elements are going to be working. Let me save the notes. Okay, so this will be the notes. First concept is how to access elements. Desktop level. Access elements. Access elements.html. And let me have multiple elements. Okay, so I'm writing first element, and I'm writing second element, I'm writing third element, and I'm writing h2 now. H2 is something like again web development. Okay, so I will be having one more h2 here, and finally I'm writing script now. Script. This script is going to be now access elements. How to access elements? Very simple, straightforward. Document dot get elements by tag name. Name of the tag we need to mention. The tag name is basically h1 and index is 0, h1 of 0. And let me show alert box. Let me show alert box. What is this element will be? Alert of document dot. Okay. So let me execute this. Open in default browser. I will be having something. So object HTML heading element. I got HTML heading element over there. Okay. But the thing is, I don't want to show the element. I want to see the inner text. Whenever you want to see the inner text, there is a method called inner HTML. Let me write that method here. Inner HTML. Inner HTML is the JS method. is the JS method, which is going to be using for show inner text of element. Inner HTML is the JS method, which is going to be using for show inner text of element. Inner text, whatever the inner text which is going to be available, that particular inner text I'm going to be accessing now. Okay, so let me show that alert box now. I'm trying to accessing the inner HTML here. So let me write the inner HTML here. Inner HTML. This is used for get inner text from element. Okay, now alert box is going to be accessing document dot get elements by tag name h1 of 0 inner HTML. Inner HTML matlab, so inner HTML is going to be working on web development. Web development is the first element text we are going to be accessing. But I want to change this one. Okay, so this one document dot get elements by, so the complete inner HTML I'm taking after the alert is equal to, I want to upgrade with something like Srinivas currently. So now you can find first of all alert is web development, and after that was updated with the Srinivas Gorantla. I got changed. Element got accessed and element inner text got accessed or inner HTML got accessed and inner HTML got updated with something like Srinivas Gorantla. Okay. So in the same way we try to work with let me access the second h1. Second h1 is this one, right? So how to access the second h1? Second h1 is going to be accessed like this. Second h1 is h1 of 1 inner HTML Srinivas Gorantla full stack development. Okay, fine. Execute it now. So this is going to be giving you very clear picture. Web development is fast. Then after that, Srinivas Gorantla full stack web development got updated with the second h1. Whenever you want to access the second h1, the index is needed. First h1 index is 0 and second h1 index is 1. And I want to access the h2. If I want to access the h2, what is the code for that? Document dot get elements by tag name. Document dot get elements by tag name h2 now. This time h2. h2 of 0 inner HTML. I want to give something like a from Hyderabad. Okay, fine. So let me execute it. Open in the default browser. So web development, that is okay. And from Hyderabad, I got updated h2. First h2 is nothing but a 0th element. In the same way, we try to go with the classes. How to working with the classes? New program, save it as access classes.html. Access classes.html. Okay, so Let me take multiple H1s here, web development. And the first H1, which is going to be having the class 1. The same class I want to apply for the multiple elements now. So the multiple elements I'm taking. So this one is H2. Second time this one is H2. And this one is having class 2. Okay, now these two are in one group and this is a separate group. And this one is 1 and 2 and 2. These H1 and H2 is in one group, and this H1 and H2 is one group. Let me take one paragraph also. And paragraph also having the class called 1. And here I'm taking a paragraph. This paragraph also having the class called 2. Fine. So this is one group now. At the same time, this is one group now. Now finally, we try to write the JavaScript for all these things. Script document dot get elements by class name. Name of the class is 1 of 0 dot inner HTML is equal to something like a full stack. Open in the default browser. I got updated with that full stack. So can we see this is full stack? I got updated with that. And I want to do one thing. Document dot get elements by tag name 1 of 0. Change style for this. Dot style dot color is equal to, I want to update the color for this. Color should be something like red. So color is getting updating now. Style color is updating now. So if you want to update the color, let me write the notes for that. Update CSS from JavaScript. If you want to update the CSS from JavaScript, what we need to do is dot style dot property is equal to value. Okay, for example, we have the element like this. Dot style dot color properties color is equal to value nothing but red. So this is the way of updating the CSS. For example, if I want to change the font style, you can change the font style like this, font style. And we need to remember something. CSS is different, HTML is different. In CSS, properties something like color. In JavaScript, same color. This is in JS, this is in CSS. Try to understand, this is in CSS and this will be in the JS. And in the part of the CSS, suppose for example font hyphen style. But in the case of the JS, font style like this. Whenever we have the hyphen is going to be converting into the camel case. And something like font weight, that is going to be changing to font weight here. The text align, that is going to be converting to text align. See, the thing is, whatever the properties in CSS, all these properties are going to be making changes with camel cases in the JavaScript. That is the only major difference between the CSS and JavaScript about the properties. Now this is the color, right? And after that, I want to make it text align. Document dot get elements by tag name 1 of 0 dot style dot text align. Center. When I do center, automatically Full stack is going to be changing the text. At the same time, full stack is going to be aligned to center. So that's all enough. This is the way of applying CSS. In this program, we are trying to apply the CSS. That CSS is very simple. Each and every property separately we are actually giving. Changing CSS in JavaScript. Okay, fine. This is very simple, straightforward. Now this is about classes. What about ID? Access ID. Access ID.html. Access ID.html. Let me write some headings. Development. And one more ID. So this is having ID called 1. And this is having some ID called 2. ID 2. What my requirement is, I need to access the ID separate. Document dot get element by ID. Get element by ID. ID name is something like 1. 1 or 0. No, index we can't provide like this. Directly you have to specify the unique ID. Document dot get element by ID 1. That's it. Dot inner HTML is equal to something like hello JavaScript. JavaScript. Open in the default browser. So I'll be having hello JavaScript over there. I got updated the text. Hello JavaScript here. This is the way of giving the. This is the way of giving the ID access. ID access is very simple. This is not plural now. This is singular over there. Document dot get element by ID 1, and inner HTML is going to be hello JavaScript, something like this. I hope. And today we are going to be starting about JavaScript events. So events are very important. Events are very simple in the part of the JavaScript. I'm starting with the Visual Studio Code. In the part of the Visual Studio Code, I'm taking a new file, and let me write some notes for that. Okay, so events in JavaScript. Events in JavaScript. In JavaScript, basically, why events? Basically, why events? And what is event? What is event? One question is what is event, and one question is why event? Okay, so first of all, what is event? Event is some set of statements, which are going to be working for some situation. So in real life, normal life, what are the events? Different kind of events in the normal life, like eating, walking, and sleeping, and running. See, all these are basically events in the real time. At the same time, the human life, all these are events. Normal human life. These are the multiple kind of events. Then coming to the JavaScript. What are the events? In the part of the JavaScript, there are so many kind of events, like I'm going to be clicking on button click. I want to scroll the page. I want to do the mouse over, and do mouse out, and one more is something like focus on text box, blur on text box, and right click on element, right click on page or element, and one more is page load. So there are multiple kind of events available in JavaScript, and try to write all the JS keywords JS keywords for apply event. JS keywords for apply event. There are multiple kind of keywords which are going to be available to apply the event. One is a click event, one is a DBL click event, one is a mouse over, one is a mouse out, one is a mouse move, one is a focus, one is a blur, one is a key press, one is a key up, key down, and the load, and the context menu. And these are the multiple kind of events and scroll. These are the multiple kind of events which are going to be available in the part of the JavaScript. We try to understand how to write event first. If you want to provide event, we need to follow some rules and regulations. We need to follow some steps. Steps for event. Steps for events. There are multiple kind of steps to apply the event. The first step is access element from HTML to JS, and the second step is add event listener method. Add event listener method. Add event listener method on top of the element. Add event listener on top of the element. And the third one is create a event handler function for event block. So this is the way of working with events. The first step, how to access the element. There are multiple ways to access the element. Document dot get elements by tag name, and the name of the tag we can specify. Name of the tag we can specify something like h1 and of 0. This is the tag based search, and one more is a class based search. Document dot get elements by class name and the name of the class. And we already know one thing, tags and classes are plural. Tags and classes are plural, but id is a singular nothing but document dot get element by id, which could be something like that id is going to be something like id name, whatever the id name you have, just provide it. This is the first step of the events. And the second step of the events is whatever the element you got access, on top of the element we need to add a event listener dot add event listener, and this listener having two parameters, parameter 1, parameter 2. And parameter 1 is going to be event name, parameter 2 is going to be event handler function, event handler custom function, event handler custom function. We need to define some event handler custom function. And the third step is very simple step. We need to execute the event handler custom function, whatever the event handler you have, event handler, and that event handler is going to be executing with something like a function block or event block. What do you want to do when we do click on the button? What do you want to do when you do the mouse over on the particular element? What do you want to do when you do focus on particular text box? What do you want to do when you make a pre-press? All these things we are going to be right inside the block of the function. This is going to be a function block. This is going to be a function block. Inside the function block, we need to write the specific, whatever the specific reason what you want to do first. Okay, so this is the simple notes. I'm trying to saving the notes on top of the desktop, and something like 11 p.m. UI. Yes, I want to create a new folder. This folder should be something like 15 by 15 by 11. Okay, so inside 15 by 11, I just want to write something like notes. Now I'm trying to creating a new application. This will be the click event. We'll go with the click event first. Click event.html. Okay, so where you want to do click? I want to click on h1. So click me. Yeah, I want to add some event on this script. Open script to close and document dot get elements by class name or tag name. Name of the tag should be something like h1 of 0. So this is the element, okay, where ele element is equal to. So I'm going to be creating one simple variable called ele, and ele is going to be storing with a tag. Then first step already done. This is the first step. What is the first step? Access element. Access element from HTML to JS. And second step is going to be add a event handler or add event handler and add event handler. So ele dot add event listener. Sorry, not handler. It's event listener. Add event listener. This listener is going to be having two things. First of all, name of the event is click, and the function. What is the function you want to do? So click me. This way is my custom handler function click me. The third step, I need to implement that element dot add event listener click me, and this is the function. This is the function we need to implement now. So copy it and implement event handler as a function. Event handler as a function, and try to write something like a function click me, and which is going to be having, when we click on the button, when we click on some element alert. Okay, so clicked something I just want to check, and h1 having some style. Now I want to implement some style for that. Style open, style close, and h1 I try to write some color, which is going to be red, and background color, which is going to be something like light blue, and the text line center. Finally, I just want to execute this. Open default browser. Yeah, my browser getting h1, and when I do click on h1, what is going to be happen? I want to execute event, but it is not executing. Where is the issue? I just want to check the issue. Go to the inspect now. Go to the console now. Uncaught syntax error missing after the argument. Okay, just check where is the issue we got. Let me check the thing. Element dot add event listener. I'm just missing the comma. Oh my god. So that's it. So finally, this is going to be having something like yeah, click it. Now h1 is going to be clicking. So in the same way, you can add this click event for any element. Not only the h1, you can take button, you can take image, you can take a paragraph. Wherever you want, you can provide the click event, mouse click event. And one more thing, I just want to tell you people, some of the events are basically mouse events. Some of the events are basically keyboard events. We just want to try to understand which one is a mouse event, which one is a keyboard event. Let me write some events or mouse events. What are the events, mouse events? One is a click, double click, mouse over, mouse move. All these things are mouse events, and focus blur also mouse events. Let me write this. These are the mouse events. And key press, key down, key up. All these are basically keyboard events. And some of the events are, and one is a change event also, and some of the events for the keyboard related keyboard events. Okay, what are the different kind of keyboard events? Let's go and check. Keyboard events are input events. Different kind of input events. There are multiple kind of input events. One is the focus, one is the blur. At the same time, you can go for the change event. All these things. Let me copy these three things now. Copy it, and input events. These are the input events. That's all enough. I just want to give you the double click event now. This is the click event. That's fine, working. No issues that. Now I'm taking a double click event, double click on me, double click on me. Concept is same. Concept is same. There is no change. Instead of click, I want to take a DBL click. Instead of click, I will take a double click. So this will be DBL click me. This will be DBL click me. And alert, this will be double clicked. Double click. This is the double click. Double click dot HTML. And finally, click is not working anyway. And once I do double click is working properly as double click. The thing is working fine. Click is working, double click is working. Now let me do the mouse events like mouse over, mouse out, mouse move. Check new program, save it as mouse events now. Mouse events.html. And the thing is, I want to do the mouse events. Add event listener. This event listener is something like mouse over. Okay. So how to apply the mouse over event? Mouse over, M over. For M over, I want to write something. I just want to do something for the mouse over now. What I want to do is just access your element, whatever it is. Dot. Let me do the background color with something like red, and text color will be white. Text color will be white. That I will tell you why, because of this. So when I do the mouse over, dot style dot opacity. Let me change the opacity. Opacity is equal to 0.5. That's all done. So this is the mouse over event. When I do the mouse over, this should be happen. So when I do the mouse over, something is going to be happening. Opacity is making dull. But when I do the mouse out, I just want to go for the back. When I do the mouse out, I want to go for the back. So this will be the mouse out. And this will be the mouse out. Event name is mouse out. And whenever we are doing the mouse out, M out. And M out should be implement. And M out opacity, I just want to make it 1.0. That's it. Now I try to understand what is this mouse over and mouse out is going to be happening with. When mouse over element is getting dull, red color opacity is getting 0.5, opacity range between 0.1 to 1.0. So you should understand one thing here. Opacity in CSS, opacity range between 0.0 to 1.0. That we have to remember. Okay, so fine, that's it. And this is going to be making opacity dull. And when I do the mouse move, I need to execute some other event like mouse move. Let me take the mouse move now. Mouse move. When we do the mouse move, the event name is mouse move. Mouse move. And for this mouse move, I want to execute the event. Mouse move. When we do the mouse move, I want to write something like console.log. Console.log is basically JavaScript back, like a console log outputs. Document.write outputs are basically browser front outputs. Console.log is browser log outputs. So log output, I want to give mouse moving something. So open the browser, and when I'm doing the mouse move here, okay, something is having issue. M move. This is mouse move, right? Yeah. Now try to work on this. And okay, so and I'm doing the mouse move. I must go to the inspector now. Check the console, and 133 times event got executed. When we are doing the mouse move on this particular element, something is going to be happening. Can you see that? When we are doing the mouse move, event is going to be fired. Can we see this mouse move is happening? The number is making count incremented. The same time, one more event we need to get understand that like focus and blur. Focus blur dot HTML. So how to work with the focus and blur input events? Focus and blur are input events, and placeholder. So enter your name. Enter your name. This will be enter your name. Something like script I'm writing. Script open, script close. Now access element first. Document dot get element by class tag name. The name of the tag is input of 0 dot add event listener. Listener name is focus, and FCS nothing but focus. And I want to implement event for that function FCS, which is going to be having something. When I do focus, I want to add some border on the element. Dot style dot border is equal to 2 pixel or 4 pixel solid, right? And this is for focus event. And one more is blur event. Let me go with the blur event. And this will be this time. This is the blur event. In this blur, I want to remove the border. Just remove the border. That's all enough. And this time, this is a BLR. Event name is BLR. The same event name I want to implement. So first of all, accessing element and adding event listener. Then we are writing the function. And here also blur also accessing element, adding event listener, and taking the function name. That function we are trying to implementing that. And save it and right click on this, open in default browser. Now see this, we have the input box. When I do focus. So focus to blur. Blur means clicking outside. Focus means clicking inside of the text box. Let me write something like that. So focus means clicking inside a text box. Blur means clicking outside of the text box. That's all. So this is what actually we have to remember. What is the focus? What is the blur? Focus means clicking inside of the text box. Blur means clicking outside of the text box. So there are multiple other kind of events like key events, all these things. Those things we will discuss in the next class. So today in JavaScript, we are discussing about key events. Key events .html. Okay, so let me take input to type text in the placeholder. Enter your name. And whatever the name we are going to be entering, that I need to pass into the H1. Enter your name. Okay, fine. That I need to write a script. Inside the script, I'm trying to accessing the first input. Document dot get elements by tag name. Name of the tag is input of 0 dot add event listener. The listener name is key down and k down event handler. Then I need to write a function key down, k down, and which is going to be having something like a block of the execution. So whenever you down the key, I need to pick the value from the text box. So the value is going to be picking from the text box, where val is equal to dot value. There is a method called value method. I need to write a value method for that. So this method, value method, value method is going to pick up value from text box. Then whatever the value we got picked up, that value we need to enter into the h1. So then document dot get elements by tag name. Name of the tag should be h1 of 0. Then I need to give the dot inner html is equal to the val I need to take. So that's it. So let's execute this. Open in the default browser. So this is the text box and the h1. I'm trying to enter in something. So SRE, so event is not passing. Okay, so what is happening with this? Let me check it out. Inspect console. Okay, uncaught accepts error. So inner HTML is not properly working. So document dot get elements by tag name. That should be tag name. Refresh and SRE. So it is getting later. It is getting late. So S is not taken. So there is better, instead of key down, I write key up. I write a key up event. So when we write a key up event, this is going to be passing the value. Very interesting. So this is passing properly. Okay. So when you delete the value, this is going to be deleting from that. So working fine. This is the one key event, and another key events also same ways. And there is a one more event called change event. So how to work with the change event? So this will be change event 7 by 11. Change event dot html. Okay. So now this time I'm going to be taking some input type radio button. Input type radio button. And for this, select now try to write a script for this. And document dot get elements by tag name. Name of the tag should be something like input of 0 dot add event listener, and event name is the change event dot function 1. Then function 1 which is going to be having something like alert event file. Let me check if this event is working or not. Change event is working or not for this radio button. When I get select this one, event file. Whenever I click on that, event is firing. This change event again work for the checkbox also. Checkbox. Now this time I'm taking the second input. For second input also I'm taking the same function. Second input also I'm taking the same function. That is the second one. Let me check this one now. And when I select the checkbox, event is fired. And when I select the radio button, event fired. Both are same. For both inputs, I'm passing the same function. For both inputs, I'm passing the same function on event. So this is about events. You try to work out all these events. And one more thing, whatever the events we are going to be discussing, these events are actually from JavaScript. Next, how to provide event from HTML. How to provide event from HTML. From HTML, we can able to provide events. To provide events to HTML, we need to work on attributes. Attributes in element. Something like, for example, I just want to pass an event on this h1 on click. On click is a attribute over there, and I need to call a function there. This is my h1, so content of the h1, and h1 is getting closed. This is the h1. Whatever the element you have, the number of elements you can do. Suppose on mouse over, and one more is on mouse out, on mouse out, something like this. But whatever the functions you are going to be writing, those particular functions we need to write and execute. So this is the function. You have to write the function parenthesis also. Those particular functions we need to execute in the script. For example, for this I need to write a script, and inside the script we are trying to implementing the functions. Yes, anyway functions should be implement. Anyway function should be implement. Function, first function should be implement like this. In the same way, second function also need to be implement. Function 2 need to be implement, and function 3 also need to be implement. Without implementation, there is no use. Okay, so to understand all these things, let me write a quick event on this. Let me take a h1, and let me take a HTML, proper HTML I'm writing. HTML. Let me save this. Event from HTML. Event from HTML.html. Now, inside HTML, I should be having some header section and body section. Inside the header, I'm providing title, event from HTML. Then I'm trying to write in the body there, body. For body, I write an event, something like onload event, onload. Onload, I'm trying to writing alert function, alerts body loaded. Body loaded. I'm writing something like body loaded. I'm not writing a function directly, I'm writing the script for that. So body loaded, something that. And inside the body, I will be having h1 click me. On click alert clicked. Alert clicked. Yes. I want to do something now. Body loaded, and when I click on the h1, clicked. So event is firing. Event is firing. So instead of writing the alert, I want to do something. Okay, document dot get elements by tag name. The name of the tag is h1 of 0 dot inner HTML is equal to clicked. Clicked. I want to show something like this. I want to show something like this, but when I do on click, body loaded, that is okay. And something got changed, huh? Something got changed. So how many lines of the code you want, you can write. There is no restriction. How many lines of the code you want, you can write, but semicolon needed. This is one statement. semicolon, and another statement I'm writing, and don't confuse on this. Document dot get elements by tag name h1 of 0 dot style dot color dot style dot color is equal to red. You can write, and semicolon again needed, and I want to give the background color for this. Style dot background color I want to change. Background color light blue, and I want to make a text align center. I want to make a text align center. Text align center. Yeah, this is going to be happen, but we are not writing any script over there. I'm not writing any script tag, and all this is completely inline JavaScript. All this is completely inline JavaScript. By inline JavaScript, we are trying to working on this is loaded, and this is a click me. When I do click me, color changing, background color changing, and the text align also got changed. The alignment of the text also got changed. This is something like event from HTML. Okay, there is another way of writing event from HTML. Let me write another h1, and this will be double click on me. Double click on me, and this is going to be having on DBL click. On DBL click is equal to, I need to write a function. That particular function we need to execute in the script. Call the function, implement the function. Implement the function with the function keyword, function one, function one, and inside this particular function I want to write something like the concept is same. So again you need to access the full thing. Document dot get elements by tag name. The name of the tag is h1. Name of the tag is h1, but h1 is h1 of 1 dot inner HTML is equal to double clicked, double clicked, double clicked. Next, that's it. And try to work out on this. Open in the default browser, body loaded, and double click on, double clicked, double clicked, and click on me. Clicked. Everything is working fine. There is no issue. Everything is working fine. There is no issue. The same thing we can work like dot style dot color red. Style dot background color light green, and the text line center. The same from the function I'm writing this time. The previous h1 I'm writing the complete JavaScript in the tag, but this time I'm writing the function. I'm calling the function over there. Writing the function, this function is going to be calling. That's it. Very simple, straightforward. Very simple, straightforward. Let me try to execute this. Okay, click me, that's working fine. Double click me, working fine. So this is another way of providing event. So you try to do practice with all the events with HTML also. From HTML also you can try to work out all the events. In JavaScript, if you want to create any variable, if we want to create any variable, where is the keyword? Where is the keyword? See, in other programming languages, basically, whenever you want to create a variable, basically a is equal to 10 and float b is equal to 20.53 and something like a string name is equal to something like Srinivas. Whatever it may be, we need to define some data type in other variable, other programming languages. But in JavaScript, it is not like that. In JavaScript, whenever I want to create a variable, I need to go with a var keyword, where emp id is equal to 1001, where emp, suppose emp salary is equal to something like 20,000, where emp name is equal to something like Srinivas. This is only the reason of the JavaScript. JavaScript, the global keyword called var. No need to specify any kind of data like int, float, string, bool, like that. But in JavaScript, every variable, whatever we want to create, all the variables are going to be creating with a var keyword. And one more thing, in Python programming, when people are actually working with the Python, they understand no need to go with the var keyword also. They don't go with the var keyword directly. Directly variable name is equal to value. So this kind of programming languages, basically interpreter programming languages, not compiled programming languages. No need to specify any data type and all. And Python, even not no need to declare the var also in Python. But in JavaScript, we are going with the var keyword for all the data types, whatever you want to go with. And in JavaScript also, there is a one more JavaScript like ES6. In ES6, the latest modern JavaScript, if you want to define any variable, we need to use a let keyword and one more keyword called a const keyword. Const keyword. Let for variables, and const for constants. But in JavaScript ES5, we are discussing about ES5. In ES5, no need to go with the let and const keywords. Directly, we can go with the var keyword. So let us discuss some kind of variables now in JavaScript. And 9 p.m. Sorry, 11 p.m. I want to create a new folder. This folder will be like 19 by 11. Okay, so fine. I want to give this one is notes. Let me go with the variables program. How to create variables.html. Let me go with the script. Inside the script, I want to create a multiple kind of variables. For example, where a is equal to 10. This is the kind of numerical integer type. Okay, numerical integer type. And one more is float type data, where b is equal to 10.23. This is again numerical float kind of data. And one more is where c is equal to something like a string I want to define. C is equal to, okay, where c is equal to string something like a Srinivas I want to write, and that could be possible. This is the string with single quotes. String with single quotes. And there is a one more string where d is equal to, let me go with the double quotes. This will be something like Srinivas Kovaratla. And this kind of variable is string with multi-line code, or string with the double quotes. String with the double quotes here and here. This one is a string with a single quotes. This one is a string with a double quotes. One is an integer kind of data. One is a floating kind of data. One is a string kind of data. And there is a one more kind of data where is graduated. Check it out. Is graduated is equal to something like a value true, and this will be Boolean kind of data. And there is a one more kind of data where something like fruits is equal to I need to specify the array kind of data, something like apple and banana and orange. Okay, something like this. This is the array kind of data. In JavaScript, array is something like a collection of values. In JavaScript, array is basically collection of value. Array is collection of values. And one more point we need to remember: array starts with square bracket, ends with the square bracket. And one more point: in array, all values are separated with a comma. All values are separated with a comma. And in array, last value do not have any comma. Do not have comma. Okay. And this is very important for the array. Array is collection of values. Array starts with the square bracket, ends with the square bracket. In array, all values are separated with a comma. In last value or at last value, no need comma, and don't give comma. Don't give 1 second. Don't give comma. If you are giving comma, automatically that error will not work. So that array will not work for us. And next, object, where emp object is equal to, I should go with the curly braces then. So curly braces, inside curly braces, whatever the variable, basically object is collection of key value pairs, and I need to specify some key value pairs over there. Key and value separated with a colon. Employee name is Srinivas and comma. Employee ID is going to be emp ID is going to be something like 1001, and emp qualification I want to mention. Better you take string as a key. In JavaScript object, better you take a string type data for the key, and value could be anything. Employee qualification, something like MCA. Don't give the key without string. If you want to define an object, if you want to define a JavaScript object, basically JavaScript object is a collection of key value pairs. And one more point we have to write: JavaScript object is collection of key value pairs, and key must be string. Anytime you go, key must be string, and the value can be any kind of data. Value can be any kind of data. So value can be any kind of data means what? The value should be a integer, the value should be a number, something like float, something like string. Sometime it will be the array, sometime it will be the object, sometime it will be the null. Whatever it may be, we don't care about it. But object is collection of key value pairs. Key must be string and value could be anything. So that we need to remember, that we need to get understand. And these are the multiple kind of data types we are going to be having. Let me print all these data types. Document.write is equal to I want to print the A, and I need to specify the break. Document.write break also. So this will be the break, right? So let us have these two lines copy and give for the numerical, give for the string, single quoted, double quoted, and give for the boolean, give for the array, and give for the object also. For each and every variable or data collection objects, We are trying to writing one simple example. In this particular example, what I'm trying to doing is, this one is the B is the floating kind of data. I want to update the B, and I want to update the C here. That's it. There is no rocket science over there. I just want to replacing my variables with the related variables. Why? Because of that. Okay, so document.write. Where do I going to be printing? This will be fruits, huh? So this will be fruits. And object, where is the object? Object will be employee. I want to print the EMB object over there. No, that's not complete one. Not complete one. So this much. Take EMP object over there and put inside the document.write. And finally, see this output. So we have the multiple outputs. The first one is integer. The first one is integer, second one is float, and third one is string with single quotes, and one more is a string with the double quotes, and one more is a boolean. One more is a boolean, string with the double quotes, and one more is a boolean. We are going to be discussing with arrays and objects. This will be the array, and this will be the object. And if you want, I will write a comment over there. Array object. Okay, fine. End of the day. What we want to do is we are trying to using these variables in our real-time program. In our real-time program, we are trying to using these kind of data types. Suppose I want to receive the data from server to client. The data transmitter is JSON, and JSON having two kind of formats. One is the object, one is the array. Okay, so we are trying to working with arrays and we are trying to working with objects. Then you can able to convert your JSON to JavaScript very easily. Very easily. So this could be very important. Okay, so now you may see the output. The first one is the numerical value, and second one B is the floating value, and string C is the string value, and one more is a string. Then D is what? Something like 10. Where is the 10, guys? So why 10 is coming? Srinivas go after the 10. Why 10 is coming? I just want to show the graduation, right? That's the problem. So is graduated true? Then apple, banana, orange. I got it. And one more is object. Object also got printed. Object also got printed. Object got printed with object. Okay. Now you may ask a question: how array and index going to be operating with? So array is index based search, and object is key based search. Try to remember this. Array is index based search and object is a key based search. Okay, if you want to fetch the value from the array, how to fetch the value from the array? Very simple. I have the full array now, but I want to fetch the 0th index of this particular array. I want to fetch the 0th index of the particular array. Then what I want to do, I need to specify the index name. I need to specify the index name, fruits of 0. What is the fruits of 0? Then you can able to see. And if you want, you can print the breaks for each and everything. Print 1, 2, 3. How many members are there? Okay, so for that indexes I'm going to be accessing. Indexes I'm going to be giving. Now see the output, guys. You'll be having a lot of apple, banana, orange, and undefined. We got undefined, nothing but what? We don't have the third index. Only we have apple, banana, orange. Apple in the 0th index, banana in the 1 index, orange in the 2 index. We have only 3 index values. So those particular 3 index values I got retrieved. And coming to the object, if I want to fetch the value from the object, very simple. And I want to fetch the value from the object. How to fetch the employee name? emp object dot. I can able to see employee name, employee ID, employee qualification. Can I call the employee ID? If I call the employee ID, I can able to print the employee ID over there and try to work out all these things. And this one will be employee qualification, and this will be employee name. And finally, we got the output. That output, basically, whatever we are doing, those particular outputs only coming. And this is completely object related, and this is completely array related. This is a Boolean kind of data, and these two are string related, and this will be the numerical related, float and integer both will be there. JSON is JavaScript object notation, and JSON is basically using for store and transport data between client and server. Between client and server. And JSON is not programming. JSON is not programming. And JSON is simple syntax. Simple syntax. And with JSON, JSON having two kind of textual formats. Two kind of text formats. One is JSON object. One is JSON array. JSON is lightweight compare with XML. Okay. Now, what is JSON object? How JSON object will be? Let me write something like JSON object syntax. This is a JSON object syntax. JSON object syntax. And let me write some points for the JSON object. JSON object is started with curly braces, closed with curly braces. And JSON object is collection of key value pairs. JSON object key must be string. Key must be string type. JSON object value can be any kind of data. Any kind of data. It means what? Value can be a number, string, Boolean, array, object, etc. Okay, since syntax will be very simple, so key colon value, comma key colon value, comma key colon value, etc. So a number of key colon values we can provide, but last key value pair do not have comma. One more point we can write. Just an object, each and every key value pair, or each and every key and value separated with colon. Just an object key value pair separated with comma. Last key value pair do not have comma. Do not have comma. Last key value pair do not have comma. Don't give comma for the last key value pair. So this is the JSON object. For example, I'll create one example for the JSON object. I'll create an employee object. This will be employee name. Employee name, something good, could be something like and employee ID. Employee name must be string, and that will be the double quotes, not single quotes. And employee ID 1001 and employee qualification. So MCA. So this is the object, a JSON object, JSON object syntax. Next, we will be having the one more thing, JSON array. What is JSON array? How we can define JSON array? JSON array is collection of values, and JSON array value can be any kind of data, It could be a number, string, boolean, array, object, etc. And every value separated with a comma. That's it. Okay, let me write a syntax of the array. Syntax of the array should be like this. And let me go with the number, comma, string, comma, array, comma, object. So it could be like this. Okay, one more example I will write for the JSON array. Let me have the example. Example will be like this. Example will be like this. I'll be having objects inside array. This is the first object, and this is the second object. This is the third object. Any number of object I can able to place. Last object do not have comma. First two objects we have the comma separated. Last object we don't have any comma over there. And this is about JSON array. And finally, the thing is one more important point we need to remember. Note point. Note point. Every JSON file saved with .json format. Every JSON file saved with .json format. Either it is object or array. Every JSON file is going to be storing with a .json format. You should remember this. Okay, let me create one object file, JSON object file. Okay, so this will be JSON object .json. .json is very important, and this will be the object now. Okay, the same object I will make a copy paste. This is the object, right? And just copying the object over there. Delete. And in JSON, single quotes not allowed. Everything should be in the double quotes. One more important point we have to remember. In JSON file, string will not allow single quotes. String will not allow single quotes. But other programming like JavaScript or Java, Python, wherever you go, in programming languages, string allowed single quotes. But JSON file, string will not allow single quotes. Only double quotes you have to give. Single quotes not allowed. In JSON file, strings will be in double quotes. In double quotes only. Okay, this is the very important thing we have to remember for the JSON file. Okay, so now we will go for the object format. This is the object. Object is going to be saving properly, and MCA double quotes. Employee name is the key, and this is the value. So this will be the key value pair, key colon value. This is the key value, and here it is also key colon value, and here it is also key value pair. Everything is key value pair. Everything is the key value pair over there. So we have to remember all these things. The file comments will not allow. This is not JavaScript comment. This is basically JavaScript comment, and JSON comments will not allow. Okay, let me check this JSON is the right JSON or wrong JSON. Control A, Control C, and there is a website called JSON Validator. There's a website called JSON Validator, JSONLinted.com. There you paste your JSON content and click on validate button. Click on validate button. We will be having the valid JSON. So JSON file is the valid JSON. We don't have any issue with the JSON file. And let us go with the JSON array now and save it as JSON array.json file. Now this time it will be the array, and inside the array we will be having multiple objects. We copy this object, put inside the array, comma separated objects. Okay, fine. And this will be again JSON file. This is just Srinivas, this is Venki. This is something like Suresh. 1001, 1002, 1003. Fine. I just want to check either it is right JSON or wrong JSON. Again, go to the JSONLinted.com and paste all the content. Validate JSON. Okay, let me check. Yes, this is a valid JSON. We got a valid JSON format here. So we don't have any issue with the JSON file. End of the day. Every time what we need to do is, if server is going to be sending some data to you, the data is in the form of JSON. First of all, we need to check the JSON is the right JSON or wrong JSON with API. So let me show multiple kind of JSON APIs in the internet. Let me check for the JSON sample API. So let us check on either. Tell me API data. We take some REST API. Yes, this is something like a dummy JSON, sample JSON. Can we see this? This is object format JSON. This is completely object format. We got it. Based on implies. Let me copy the complete implies here. This is the JSON data. Let me go and check. Sample.json file. Okay, so can we check? This is the JSON file. What is the kind of the file? This is kind of the file is object file. Object opened and object closed. This is object kind of file. Inside the object, we will be having something like key value pair. First key value pair is status and success, and second key value pair we will be having the data collection. In the data collection, we are going to be having array data. Multiple objects we got. For each and every object, we have the ID, employee name, employee salary, age, and profile image. See, like this, we will get a lot of images, a lot of things. Each and every website like Amazon, Flipkart, Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, all these websites basically working with the JSON data. We are going to be getting the response as a JSON data, or you are going to be posting the post also with the JSON data. Your request in the form of JSON, your response in the form of JSON. JSON is basically a text data exportable format or interchangeable format. That would be very easy format, lightweight format. Then XML and other kind of data. Okay, this is a very important thing. First, we need to remember, and the next concept we need to get understand. The thing is how JSON is going to be working in JavaScript. This is a very important one. The thing is, I want to send the data from JavaScript to JSON. How to convert data from JavaScript to JSON? That is the one case. Another case, how to parse the data from JSON to JS. Why? Because of in the real time, whenever you want to work with the client server architecture, you have the JavaScript here in the web page, and you have the Python in the server side or Node.js in the server side. Okay. In between, I want to export the data or interchange the data between the JavaScript and Python. So whenever you want to interchange the data between the JavaScript to Python, we have the mediator. That mediator is called the JSON mediator. Whenever you are going to be sending some request from JavaScript to Python, you are going converting into the form of JSON, and JSON is going to be sending to the Python. And again, whenever you are receiving the data from Python to JavaScript, Python is sending the data with API, that API in the form of JSON. And again, that JSON is going to be parsing to the JavaScript. This is called sending request. This is called a taking response. Whenever you are sending request, one method we are going to be using. Whenever you are converting JS to JSON, we are going to be using one method, JSON.stringify. JSON.stringify. There is a method called JSON.stringify. I'll write that stringify. JSON.stringify. And whenever you want to convert your JSON to JS, there is a method called JSON.parse. JSON.parse method is called parse. One is a JSON.stringify, one is a JSON.parse. JSON.stringify is stringifying JavaScript to JSON, and parse method is going to be parsing JSON to JavaScript. So these two things we have to understand, very important and very simple. And let's do some other programs on this particular stringifying and parsing methods. Here we have to use the method called JSON.stringify. And here we have to use a method called JSON.parse. JSON.parse. These kind of two methods we need to use important. And then we will see some other kind of programs on the top of this particular JSON and all. Okay.
Yeah, JSON Anna.
Okay, so
We start JSON.
We started JSON.
Ravindra Aindana.
One sec. Yesterday we started about the JSON files. What is JSON? How to work with the JSON and all. JSON basically JavaScript object notation. And what is the use of the JSON is very simple. JSON is using for store and transport data. Between client and server. We already discussed about this. And one more, JSON have two formats. JSON have two formats. One is object notation. One is array notation. One is object, one is array notation. So we already know that object is going to be having curly braces open, curly braces close, and array is going to be having a square braces open, square braces close. And now the thing is, I just want to convert uh, JavaScript to JSON. How to convert the JavaScript to JSON? Like we have the JavaScript object, for example, we have the JavaScript object. How to convert JavaScript object to JSON object? Why? Because of JSON object is the only glue point. JSON object is the only glue point for client and server. JSON object is the only glue point for the client side programming and server side programming. Suppose I want to send something to the server side like Node.js. JSON object is the only glue point between these two. Then what we need to do is how to convert JavaScript object to JSON object. We need to understand first. If you want to do this, the very important method or JS object, JS array to JSON array. Whenever you want to convert JS object to JSON object or JS array to JSON array, how we can do these things? These things can do work with a JSON dot stringify. There is a method called JSON dot stringify. There's a very important method, stringify method. Stringify method is going to be do. This is the JavaScript method. This is a JavaScript method, which is going to be convert JS to JSON. That's it. And the one more way is whenever I want to convert a JSON to JavaScript, I want to convert a JSON to JavaScript. It means something like receiving data, receiving to the client system. And anyway, you get the data into the JS and automatically this will be binding to the HTML. And how to do this one? JSON to JS. If you want to do a JSON to JS, the thing is very important. For that, we need to work with a JSON dot or JSON object to JS object or JS object and JSON array to JS array. How to do this also? And for this, we need to work with the method called JSON dot parse method. So what this parse method can do? This method, this is a JavaScript method which is going to be working for convert JSON to JS. Okay. So let's try to do one program on this JSON.stringify and JSON.parse both. JSON.stringify method, JSON.parse method. JSON is capital letter C, and here also JSON is capital letters. These two are important methods. Work with the JSON and JavaScript. And let's save the notes. I'm saving the notes, everything in our folders. Let me take a new folder for today. Is 21 by 11. Yes, fine. And this will be the notes. Now let's do something. Let's try to create a new program. This program is going to be JS to JSON .html. I want to convert JavaScript to JSON, and let me write a script. And first of all, I'm creating a JavaScript object. How to create JavaScript object? Very simple. JS object is equal to something should be like this. And I want to write emp name. Why? Because of JavaScript, I can give the single quote for the string, but in JSON you can't give the single quote for the string. We already discussed about the JSON single quote strings will not allowed. JSON file single quote strings will not allowed, but JavaScript single code strings will be allowed. Okay, something like employee name Srinivas, and yeah, I'm giving a single quotes. Employee ID is equal to colon 1001 and comma employee qualification. I'm giving something like MCA and comma employee address colon something like a Valapatla. Okay, this is what my village name. Okay, and finally the thing is I want to convert JavaScript to JSON. So JSON object. Okay. So how to convert JS to JSON? How to convert the JS to JSON? This is very important. JS object to JSON object. And for this, what we need to do is I need to take a JSON.stringify. JSON.stringify. Stringify is the method. I need to call this JS object inside this. But if you want to do the stringify, whenever you are doing stringify, that thing will be stored in some variable. That variable I need to prepare where JSON object is equal to where JSON object. This is JavaScript object. This is JSON object. Now JSON object is equal to. Then method we need to write. What is the method name? Like JSON.stringify. The stringify, inside the stringify, I'm going to be giving the JS object. Inside that, I'm going to be giving the JS object. Let me give something like document.write over there. Document.write. This will be the JS object. This will be the JS object. And sorry. Just want to copy this JS object. And let me take a break there. Document.write break. Okay, fine. Now I'm coming to the JSON. Already converted. JSON object is ready. I want to print that one. Document.write. Document.write JSON object now. And again document.write. Again document.write. Now I just want to go with the break. So no need to take a break again. I don't have any data then. Let it be. Let me right click on this. Just analyze the program. The first one is JavaScript object. I'm going to be creating a JavaScript object. JavaScript object allowed single quotes for the strings, but in JSON single quote for strings will not allow. Okay, that's why I'm writing some single code with the employee name, single code with employee ID, single code with employee qualification, single code with address and value. Then analysis of this program is first I'm going to be creating the JavaScript object, then I'm printing the JavaScript object and working with a break tag. After that, we are converting JavaScript object to JSON object and take a JSON object. JSON object is JSON.stringify, and this stringify is going to be making with a method called a JS object. And finally, we got a JSON object is going to be printing. Let me try to work out what is output of this. Output is very simple, straightforward. The first one is object created. This is the JavaScript object. JavaScript object is going to be printing like this only. And after that, you'll be having the employee name, Srinivas, employee ID 1001. You need to understand something now. In JavaScript, string is having single quote that was converted to double quotes in the JSON. In JavaScript, employee name got in the single quote, but in the JSON file, employee name taken double quotes. Why? Because of your JavaScript already converted to the JSON. Okay, so we just want to understand this is the JSON file or not, or this is the JSON content or not. And anyway, we have the validator pro.json validator. We'll be having the validator JSON validator. Inside the JSON validator, I want to check it out. What is the thing we are going to be having? So this is the JSON and validate the JSON. We have the JSON content. Yes, I got the JSON content. This is the valid JSON. Your JavaScript already converted to the JSON file. Your JavaScript already converted to the JSON file. This is very, very simple. The thing is, we are working with the stringify method. Now, this is basically object, but what about array? What about array, guys? Okay, so this is a array. I'm going to be preparing the JavaScript array where JS array, and let me take multiple employees for the array. Okay, I'm taking multiple employees. I'm taking a multiple objects. So this is the first object, first employee name, and second object. I'm taking only 2 or 3 objects. I'm taking only 2 or 3 objects. The first employee name is Srinivas. Second employee name is something like Srikant, and third employee is is something like a Venki. Okay, so Srinivas and Srikanth, Venki have different things. Okay, finally, whatever it may be. And now the thing is very simple. What my requirement is, I want to convert this array to JSON. How to convert that one into the JSON file? Okay, let me make it print the array also, and this will be the JS array. And conversion is also same. Now we need to take a conversion. This conversion is JSON array. I'm going to be preparing the JSON array and the JSON.stringify JS array, and this is the JSON array. And for each and everything, I want to take a break. And after the break, I want to write a. Okay, let me check it out. What is output of this program? This program is having the first one is object. That object already converted to this one, and this one is the array, and array got converted to this one. Array got converted to this one. So very simple, straightforward. It is not a big complicated program. It is not a big complicated program. The program is very simple, straightforward. What we are trying to doing is we are going to be creating JavaScript first. That JavaScript object or JavaScript array, we are making stringifying. We are making stringifying with a JSON object and a JSON array, and trying to printing that into the top of the document. That's what we are doing. So this is not much deal. Then the next concept is parsing process. Next process is parsing process. It means what? JSON to JS.html. How to convert a JSON data to JS. Okay, where JSON object, I want to create a JSON object. JSON object we already know, so that will be in the single quotes. Why? Because your JSON object, this one is a JSON object. I'm taking the JSON object inside the single quotes. Why? Because of why single quotes I'm taking. Why single quotes I'm taking? Why? Because of inside you will be having double quotes anyway. JSON having double quotes only. JSON strings having double quotes only. But outside I'm not actually taking as a string. Complete JSON content I am putting inside the string. Remember it. The complete JSON content I am putting in the string. Then only it will allowed. And after that, what my requirement is? After that, what my requirement is? My requirement is very simple. I want to convert. Okay, let it be. I want to convert JSON to JS. How to convert JSON to JS? First of all, I want to print this document.write JSON object and document.write break. Just giving the things like this. And after that, I want to go with the conversion JSON parse. JSON parse. How to do the JSON parse? JSON to JS. JSON to JS. And for that, I want to do a method where JS object. Now, this time I want to convert that into the JS. For that, I need to write a method JSON.parse, and inside the parse, I need to take a JSON content. Whatever the JSON content we have, that I'm putting into the parse method. Then JS object is getting ready. JS object is getting ready, and JS object I'm going to be printing document.write JSON. Now this time this is the JS object. This time it is a JS object. Finally, what is output of this program? And we have the JSON content first, and that JSON content converted to the JavaScript. This is the JavaScript. But I want to parse the JavaScript. How to parse the JavaScript? Okay, document.write. I want to get the name first. Name is plus or comma, JS object dot JS object dot yeah, so employee name. This is employee name. Already JavaScript object dot employee name. Why? Because of this is key. And after that, I want to take a break. How to take a break? Document dot write take a break. Then I want to print each and everything. Just to make it print all the things. The first one is the name. Second one is the EMP ID. EMP ID is EMP ID. So whatever we have the key over there, that key I'm writing. And one is the EMP address. EMP address is EMP address. Okay, EMP qualification is EMP qualification, and EMP ID is EMP ID. EMP name is EMP name. That's all. Okay, fine. Now let me make it right click and open in default browser. What is going to be happening? So employee name is Srinivas, employee ID is oh, no. Why it ID two times? Okay, employee ID is 1001 and employee address is developer and employee qualification is MCA, something like this. Why? Because of we are actually breaking the object. We got the JavaScript object. No? That JavaScript object I'm just making break. Break means calling individual keys. Whenever you are calling the individual keys, automatically the values are going to be attached. And let me take a HR over there. HR means horizontal row. Keep a horizontal row over there. That's it. This is JSON to JS. So I'm just doing the object here and try to work out with the array. Array is also same. You try to do practice with the multiple examples of array parsing also. If you have multiple employees, how to do parse? For example, this is my first object, right? This is my first object. If you want to go with array, how to do with array? Let me write a program for the array also. Let's make it finish. This is the JSON array. And whenever it is array means collection of values. The first object is this one, and copy and comma second object, comma third object. I will be having multiple objects here and the square bracket ended. And come down. I want to print the JSON array also. Just make it print the JSON array over there. And now parsing method. How to do parse? This is object breaking, so I don't disturb the object. Then I'm coming to the array breaking. If you want to make it array break, JS array, and this is the JS array, and this is the JS array. JS array is going to be printing them. And finally, each and every employee I need to make it the fetch. And this is the first employee. If you want to fetch the employee from the JS array dot employee name, JS array dot employee ID, JS array dot employee address, JS array dot employee qualification. Now this time it is giving you undefined. Maybe yes, it is undefined. Why undefined? From object you are going to be fetching very easily. But from array, if you want to fetch, it is different. From array, if you want to fetch, it is different. Let me take a HR here, and this is array now. Okay, let me take a HR. Okay, fine. Okay, now this is the array, and from array I'm going to be trying to fetching the values, but a fetching process is wrong process. Why? Because of array is collection of values. Whenever we have collection of values, the thing is very, very important that we need to do follow. Whenever it is collection of values, array is following index, right? Then we need to take the first index, first object from the employee. So first employee is 0. And I need to make it copy everything over there. Now we will see the data. Now we will see the data. What is the data about the array? Okay, Srinivas I got first. I got Srinivas, but I want Srikanth and I want Venki. Okay, so whatever it is. And here the names I can change. Employee, this is the first employee, right? And second employee is something like Srikanth. Second employee Srikanth, employee ID 1002. And qualification, okay. And this one employee, third employee name is something like Venki. Venki, and this one is at 3. Okay, let me make it. Let me make it. Okay, now finally, after 1, after 0, I need to go for the 1. I need to go for the 1 and 1. Each and every time I need to write a syntaxes. And let me take a HR here also. Okay, every time I'm taking HR horizontal row. When I'm taking horizontal row, you can understand how the things are going to be happening with this one. First one is Srinivas, second one is Srikanth. I got a second object. Second object, this one. See, try to observe. The first, this is the arrays. Array is nothing but collection, right? Array is nothing but collection. This is the 0th index. This is the 1 index. This is the 2 index, and everything will be in the array. And the 0 index got fetched. The 0 index got fetched. 0 index got already fetched here, and 1 index already fetched here. 0 is fetched. 0 is fetching and 1 is fetching. But where is the 2? Where is the 2? I'm not writing the 2, right? If you want to write the 2, you can go for 2. Just make it copy paste. Make it copy paste. I'm writing 2. This time it is 2. And copy the 2 now. Okay, finally we got Venki and 1003 and 1 for last. This is very clear. This is very clear. We are parsing very, very clear object and array. At the same time, we are making stringifying. We are making stringifying object at the same time array. Stringifying we are doing at the same time parsing also we are doing. Both we are doing. Both we are doing. This is very clear. Okay, so I'm going to be creating a simple calc.html. This calculator program we should create. So what is the way of the calculator? I will tell. So a simple diagram I will tell. Suppose this is the page. This is the page, and here we will be having 2 text boxes. Here we will be having 2 text boxes. The first text box is enter first number, and second text box is enter second number. And we will be having different buttons here, like a plus button, minus button, and star button. And we'll be having the slash button. And we will be having the clear button. See clear button. Okay, so whenever we are entering the first number and last number here and here, and click on the plus, obviously I need to get the output in the alert box, or I need to show the output in the some part of the element. So that is the agenda. So to do this, what we need to do? Script I'm trying to open it. And before script, I just want to write the HTML over there. That HTML should be something like okay, input I'm taking. So input to type text. Placeholder is going to be enter first number. Enter first number. And one more is input type text. Placeholder is enter second number. Okay, then I want to take a multiple kind of things like one h1, enter first number and second number. Enter first number and second number. Okay, so here what I want to do, I will take a simple button plus. Okay, there are multiple buttons I'm taking: button minus, button star, button slash. One is a plus, one is a minus, one is a star, one is a slash, and there is a button called clear button, C button. Okay, what I want to do for all these things, I want to write a style sheet and H1 text lines and all. Next button background color is going to be red, and padding should be something like 5 pixels. Border radius 5 pixels. And finally, we will be having the H1, we will be having the button, and we are going to be having a lot of buttons there. Let me try to execute this, open a default browser. So I'll be having something like, and will be make it more padding will be 10 pixel. This is good now. So we are having a multiple buttons over there, and this is the first number, this is the second number. Whenever we enter the first number and second number, and I need to click on the button. When you click on the button, I need to get the output of addition. So what we do with this, I need to capture the first placeholder, sorry, a first input, and I need to capture the second input first. Okay, so that thing is access inputs in HTML. Access inputs in HTML. The first input is a document dot get elements by tag name. The name of the tag is input of 0. Okay, so I'm taking as a variable this one. Where f number is equal to dot value. Okay, this is the first input value, and this is the second input value, where second number, s number, input of 1 dot value. This is the first input, this is the second input, and then I need to click on the plus button. If I want to click on the plus button, document dot get elements. Okay, let me give some IDs for this. This ID, button ID is equal to add button, and I will do add, and remaining things you people can do. Okay, so one is the add, document dot get element by ID. ID is going to be add dot add event listener. That should be click, comma addition. Function name is addition. Let me write a function addition. And inside this addition, I want to call the summation of these two. So how to do this summation is very simple. Where summation is equal to fnum plus lnum and let summation. Okay, fine. So when we click on the add button, I just want to execute this block of the code. So what is going to be happening here? First number is going to be accessing, first number value is going to be accessing, s number value is going to be accessing, and summation is equal to first number plus, okay, second number, not s number. first number plus s number. S number is second number. I'm trying to adding both. And finally, alert summation. When I say alert summation, obviously we can get a okay. Okay, enter first number, something like 12 and something like 23. Click on plus button. We got 12, 23. Why? Because of actually we need to get the output like 35, but I'm not getting 35. So where's the problem with the 35? So that is what plus is not working as arithmetic operator. Basically, we will write a point here. Plus is the symbol. Plus is an operator, which is working as arithmetic operator. Arithmetic operator. In case of integers and float values. And plus is working as concatenation operator. Concatenation operator in the case of strings. Plus is working as arithmetic operator in the case of integers and floats. And plus is working as a concatenation operator in the case of strings. We have two things. Okay, now in the particular program, what is our program? Our program plus is working as concatenation operator. Why? Because of value we are going to be accessing here is a string, and the value we are going to be accessing here is a string. Both strings, string plus string, obviously string. String plus string is equal to string. String plus string is equal to string. Obviously, we know that. And whenever we have string plus integer, string plus integer is equal to string only. String is the first preference. And whenever we have integer plus string is equal to string only. And whenever we have float plus string, float plus string only. And whenever we have integer plus float, output is float. Why? Because float is the first precision now. Okay, so this is the case of plus symbol. Plus is working as arithmetic operator with the integers and floating values, and plus is working as concatenation operator in the case of strings. That we need to get understand finally. And let us check what is going to be happen. String and string summation also string. Here basically string plus string functionality working. That is the way reason output also string, but I don't want string and string. I just want to go with the method called the parseInt method here. ParseInt. There is a method called parseInt. So copy the parseInt, write down here. ParseInt of sum. First number, S number. I'm just making the method called the parseInt. Maybe this is the camel case method. ParseInt. Okay, so let's try to work out the same program. And enter first number, enter second number, click on plus button. We have 46. I got output as 46. That alert box got shown. Okay, so I just want to get the output in the part of this one. Okay, so what I will do for that. Okay, so get the H1. How to get the H1? Document dot get elements by tag name of H1 of 0 dot inner HTML is equal to addition is addition is okay. So 23, 35. ఏమైంది? Addition is summation కదా. Addition is summation, not addition. Addition అంటే the complete function is going to be printing for us. Okay, so 1, 2, 3. Okay, addition is 23. Finally, we got the output. So in the same way, you try to work out with a subtraction, multiplication, division at the same time clear. So the thing is, if I am getting the output plus here, 23 I'm getting. And after getting the output, I just want to make the clear values, text boxes. I don't want to show the text boxes value then. Document dot get element by id tag name of input of 0 dot value. Okay, just get this. Immediately what I want to do is value make null is equal to value make null. So when I say null, then we will check how this is going to be happening. 12, 12, click on plus 24. So value making null. So we don't have any output for this. And first number, second number, both text boxes are actually showing like empty boxes. This is the way of the programming. And you people can try to work out with a minus, multiplication, slash, concatenation. If you want, you can go out with a modular division also. Modular division, get remainder basically. Try to work out with a simple calculator modular division also here. And this is the program basically for the calculator. JavaScript functions. So in JavaScript, if you want to define any function in JavaScript, if we want to define any function, we need to use function keyword. And yes, yeah. So function fun1. This is the syntax of the function, and here we need to write a function block. That's it. And calling function is very simple. We need to call a function with fun1. That's it. This is basically calling function. Function is a keyword, and function1 is the function name. And whenever you are going to be defining some function, that function should be having some parentheses and curly braces open, curly braces close. Commonly in any programming language, function is going to be defining like this. In the same way, we are going to be defining the function in JavaScript. Function with the function name, curly braces open, curly braces closed. Inside that particular curly braces, we are going to be writing the block of the function code. Function is nothing but some set of statements. Function is some set of statements for some situation or executes some kind of work. That is basically function. Okay, so let me write a program for the JavaScript, how to write a function and how the function is going to be working. All these things we will see. And today 22/11, and this could be notes. Let me take a program how to create functions. Functions.html script I'm writing, and function name fun1, and which is going to be something like a document.write I'm trying to writing hello, this is a JS function. And how to call the function? Function calling is very simple. Function calling. Whatever the name of the function you are writing, that particular function we going to calling. That's it. This is function calling. A basic function, very simple basic function, function keyword, and the name of the function is fun one. And inside that particular block of the function, I'm going to be writing some document.write hello J. This is the JS function, and then I'm calling the function with the fun one, and execute this output, and we can see some output on top of the browser. Hello, this is the JS function. Hello, this is the JS function. This is the what actually we need to see. Document.write is going to be printing on top of the browser. That is going to be a function execution. Now there is a one more concept called function with the parameters. Function with parameters. Function with parameters. How to write function with parameters? So let us write a function and fun one, and this is going to be having some parameter 1 comma parameter 2, and whatever the parameters we are going to be defining inside the function, those particular parameters we can utilize in the function block. So I can able to utilize the function parameter 1, parameter 2 also. And whenever you're calling the function, we are trying to using the value for the parameter 1 value. We are going to be giving the value for the parameter 1, and for parameter 2 also we are going to be giving the value. Parameter 1 value we are giving, parameter 2 value also we are giving. So that we will see how this is going to be executing now in the programmatically. I'm taking a new program, functions with parameters. Functions with parameters. Functions with parameters.html. Let me write a script over there and writing a function add two numbers. This is a function, and inside this particular function I'm going to be giving the two parameters called a comma b. Then document.write, I'm going to be writing something a plus b. Then I'm going to be calling the function add two numbers. So a is going to be 10 and b is going to be 20. So whenever I'm calling the function add two numbers, I'm going to be passing two parameters for that, and 10 is going to be storing in a, and 20 is going to be storing in b. 10 is going to be storing in a, 20 is going to be storing in b. Those things I'm going to be executing that. Now if I'm trying to execute in this particular program, open in default browser, I'll be having output 30. Why? Because of document.write a plus b. Okay, instead of writing document.write a plus b, I will write where c is equal to a plus b. This time, which is going to be working as arithmetic operator. Sorry. So a plus b, I want to print the document, right? Document.write c. And finally, the output is going to be 30. But so for this add two numbers, I want to give the add two values. The name of the function is completely different now, add two values. And I'm calling the function again, add two values, the bottom of this. Then I'm going to be providing the first one is Srinivas, and the second one is something like full stack. First one is Srinivas, second one is a full stack. Now what is the output of the second line? First line is 30 and second line is Srinivas full stack. We can see the output very clearly. Document.write and trying to giving a break over there. And then output is very simple. The output is going to be 30 and Srinivas full stack. Why? Because of we are passing two values. First time number and number. Number and number, it is going to be addition with a plus b. Second time we are passing string and string. Whenever I'm passing the string and string, that is going to be making concatenation. 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 This time it is concatenation, this time it is addition. The first time it is going to be addition, 10th line it is going to be addition, 11th line it is going to be making concatenation. Sorry, concatenation. First time it is addition, second time it is concatenation. Okay. Now, what I want to do is I will pass add two numbers with the number and string. And A will be something like 10 and B will be something like full stack. Then what is the output of the third line? Add two values calling one more time, and this time add two values are going to be 10 full stack. Why? Because of string number. Okay, let me take 10. Number and string. This time it is going to be concatenation again. Why? Because of whenever you are trying to adding a number with string, obviously the output is string. Whenever you are going to be adding number and number, output is number. Whenever we are going to be adding number for string, output is string. And finally, the output of this is concatenation. Let me go with the one more line. Addition of two numbers, add two values, 10 comma 10.65. I'm adding two things now. The first one is integer, second one is a float value. When I'm trying to add in the int and float values, output is very clear. This will be the float. So the precision is float precision now. This time it is float. And this time it is going to be a string precision. String. And this time it is going to be again string. And here it will be the integer. Why? Because of int and int integer. Int and int integer. Int and float, float. Int and float, float. Int and string, string. String and string, string. Try to understand. Try to understand. So plus is the symbol which is going to be having two kind of forms. Plus will work at strings concatenation operator. Concatenation operator. And plus will work with numerical values. With numerical values or numbers. It could be addition. It could be addition. So try to understand these two lines. Plus is going to be having two forms. Plus is going to be work with strings concatenation operator. Plus is going to be work with numbers addition. Arithmetic operator. This is going to be arithmetic operator. Arithmetic operator. This time it is going to be arithmetic operator. This time it is going to be concatenation operator. This is what actually the functions with parameters. Let me write one more example with the function with parameters. So function get full name. Get full name. So this will be fname plus fname comma lname. Fname is first name, lname is last name. Where full name is equal to fname plus and I just want to give something like and okay, and this time it is going to be lname and document dot write full name. I want to get full name now. So when I call the get full name, I need to pass two parameters. One is the first name and last name. So the first name is fname. Fname is something like string. I could pass a string Srinivas and comma. I want to pass the variable like a Goran. So if I'm going to be passing the values like this, what is the output basically for this? Srinivas, and we will be having some symbol and Gorantla. We have Srinivas Gorantla then. This is what called actually function with parameters. And there is the one more concept called functions with return type. Functions with return type. Return type. How to work with the function with return type? Very simple, straightforward. So let me write a function script, and this will be having some function a comma b, and which is going to be return some c. And what is the c then? C is going to be a plus b. C is going to be a plus b, and this is going to be return c value. Okay, then what is the output of this particular function? I'm calling the function called add function. For add function, I'm going to be calling 10 plus 10 comma 20, and this value is going to be returning now. C is going to be returning. C is nothing but a plus c, and return value should be something like c. And this add function is going to be return some value. That value is going to be stored in where summation. Summation is equal to add, and document dot write something like a summation now. So summation is going to be having c. Why? Because of whenever this function is executing, or whenever function is executing, some value is going to be returning. That value will be c. C is nothing but a plus b. Yeah, sorry. C is nothing but a plus b. Whatever a plus b value is there, that particular value got stored in C, and C is going to be returning for us. And whatever the C we got, that is going to be storing in summation. So now this thing is summation is equal to C. That is the basic meaning of this particular program. Summation equal to C. I hope you got understand how the thing is going to be working with the function with the function with the return type. So what is the output of this program? Documented dot write summation is 30. So let me write something like summation comma summation, and end of the time the output is summation 30. Summation, end of the time the output is summation 30. That's it. This is the way of writing the program. Function with parameters, function with return type. There are multiple kind of functions we are going to be writing, like function with parameters, function with the return type. And we will discuss one more concept called a simple calculator program. We will see about the functions. We try to work out all the functions, and we do one simple calculator program on this particular functions. Then we will move to the another concept. So today we are going to be discussing about variables, loops, conditions, and data types. Data types, whatever the data types we have, that we go with the variables combination. Then we will go with the loops and conditions. So one by one we will see. So first of all, variables. So variables are going to be creating in JavaScript. Variables are creating using with the var keyword. So var keyword is very important to create a variable. Where x is equal to 10, where y is equal to 10.5, and where name is equal to Srinivas, something like this, and where name is equal to something like Radha. Okay, so where is graduated is equal to true or false, some boolean variable we can create, and where fruits or UITS, fruits is equal to something like array. Array is nothing but a combination of values. So one is apple, one is a banana, and one is the orange, something like this. And one more is object type, where emp info is equal to something like object is going to be having curly braces open, curly braces close, something like emp name colon something like Srinivas, and emp qualification something like emp qualification colon string data mca, and emp salary, emp underscore salary is something like a 1.50,000. So these are the different kind of things we are going to be discussing in part of the variables. There are multiple kind of variables, something like integer kind of variables, floating kind of variables, string data, which is going to be having single quotes and double quotes, and is graduated, this is the boolean value, and the fruits is array, and employee info, this is an object type. So these are the multiple kind of data types which are going to be available in the JavaScript. And first of all, whenever you want to create variables, we need to follow some rules and regulations. What are the different kind of rules in variables? The first rule is variables not starting with a number. Variables should not start with a number, and variables not having, or variable name, whatever it is, variable name should not have any special character without underscore. Underscore is basically important. And without underscore, no other special character is going to be available in the variable name. And the variable name should not have spaces. And one more point, fourth point, variable name should not be a JavaScript keyword. It should not be any JavaScript keyword in the variables. So these are the multiple kind of rules we need to follow compulsory whenever you are going to be declaring some variable inside the JavaScript. Let me try to create one simple example about the variables, and let me save the content inside this. And let me create a new folder. This folder will be 112, sorry. So inside the 112, I'm going to be having the nodes. Nodes should be like this. And let me have the program. The program is about variables dot HTML. Okay, let me write a script now. This is the where a is equal to 10. Variable name should not a number. Variable name should be something like a character, or should be something like a character set. It's like a string. So where, let me print this one, document.write a is a, comma a. So a is going to be printing. Semicolon is optional in variables. Semicolon optional in the JavaScript, basically, not variables. Semicolon is optional in the JavaScript. You are giving semicolon, not a problem. You're not giving semicolon, not a problem. And where b is equal to something like 10.5. And how to print this one, document.write b is something like comma b. This is the floating type data, where name is equal to, I can give single quote, or I can give double quotes. Document.write something like a name is comma name, and where name1 is equal to, we give the double quotes. Now I'm going to be giving Radhasri, and document.write, and this is the name1 is, and comma name1. name is going to be printing and name one is also going to be printing. Name is going to be printing and the name one is also going to be printing. At the same time, I can able to go with the different kind of data like Boolean type data. Where is graduated? Where is graduated is equal to true. I want to print this. Document dot write is graduated or not. Is graduated or not. Okay, is graduated. So just give the comma and got the variable name is graduated. And every time I need to take a break. So that is the reason I'm taking a break now. So document dot write break. So br every time break required. Just copy that, paste here, paste here, paste here, paste here. And I just want to have the array now fruits. fruits fruits is equal to this could be array. And let me give the apple, banana, banana, banana. Okay, orange, orange. This is fruits, and the same thing. Fruits are document or write fruits. fruits, fruits, and document or write. Next, where emp info is equal to object. Now this time object declaration is curly braces open, curly braces close, and something like emp name, something like Srinivas, comma, emp qualification is going to be something like mca. This is object now, and I want to give something like emp salary. So most of the time a key should be something like string, and object can be anything. Employee salary, this will be number now, so 1,20,000. Okay, so let me try to execute this variables now. So open in default browser. So we will be having a lot of variables got printed, and let's check it out. What is the first one? A is integer, A is 10, B is floating type 10.5, and the name is equal to Srinivas, something like that. Name is Radhasri, that is okay. And is graduated true. And fruits apple, banana, orange. But I'm not printing the object now. I'm printing the object also. Document dot write emp info is emp info. Let's just print emp info is emp info. And finally, we got print object also. Emp info is basically object. It is going to be showing on top of document as object level like this. Object. This is what actually about variables. This is what actually about variables and data types. These are the multiple kind of data types we have. These are the different kind of variables we are going to be storing. But remember one thing, in JavaScript, variables are going to be creating with the var keyword. Var is a global keyword. In other programming languages, most probably we will be having the int, float, char, all these things, and string like this. But in JavaScript, we don't have like this. We don't have any data type meaning to mention. Every data is going to be storing in the var keyword. Var is the very important keyword we need to remember to create a JavaScript variables. And we will be having a lot of JavaScript variables over there. The first one is where a is equal to 10. This is the numerical type, number type, numerical, number, and same time integer. And this is also number at the same time. This is also number, same time float. Number, which is going to be a float type. And this will be a string. This will be a string. And again, this is a string. And here, this is the Boolean. And this is the array type. And this is the object type. This is object type. So we have multiple kind of data types we have. Next, I want to go with the next concept. That concept is going to be variables. Variables already done. The next concept is about loops. Then we will move to the conditions. So what are the different kind of loops we have in JavaScript? There are multiple kind of loops in JavaScript. We don't This is not required. Loops. What are the different kind of loops in JavaScript? The one is the while loop, the one is the do while, one is the for loop, one is the for in. In ES5, we have different kind of loops. One is a while loop, do while, for loop, for in. How while loop is going to be working? First of all, we need to understand what is loops. Loops are iterators. Loops are iterators. Loops are iterators. Loops iterating some situation multiple times. Loops iterating some situation multiple times. So there are multiple kind of loops. One is a while loop, one is a do while, one is a for loop, one is a for in. So how while loop syntax will be? First we will write a while loop. First of all initialization, then while condition, and loop and statement, whatever you want statement you can write here, and increment or decrement. This is while loop. For example, I will write one example there in the program, but now we are discussing about the syntax. Do while. Then how do while will be? Do while is very, very simple, straightforward. First do the statements whatever you want. Before that initialization is important, init is important, and after that do whatever the statements you want, and increment or decrement. At the time ending this particular block, we are going to be checking the while. Then we are going to be checking the condition. Semicolon mandatory. This is the do while loop. First one is the while loop. This is the do while loop. So these loops and conditions and all these things are actually coming from C language. If you know C programming very well, and JavaScript is basically familiar with the C language. Okay, so this is a very fine do while loop, and one more is for loop. How for loop will be? For loop is very simple. For initialization, then condition, then increment, decrement. Everything will be in the single line. Increment or decrement. Everything will be in the single line. Then block of the code we have to execute. Block of the statements you have to execute inside the loop. That is a for loop. Next, there is the one more iterator called for in. How for in is going to be working? So simple syntax I will tell now. For where object in array or collection. Yeah, in array. Now we will be having something like statements. We will be having something like a statements, number of statements we are going to be having. That is for in. So let's check about the loops now. There are multiple kind of loops which are going to be available. Loops.html. Let me try to write a script here, and this program name is loops, and the first one is a while loop. How to write while loop? Where I is equal to 0, I means index, and while I less than or equal to 10 or I less than or equal to 5. Sorry, this will be the equal to, and then I need to print the statements. Document.write I value is comma I. So I is going to be printing now. So I is going to be initializing with the 0. Then 0 less than or equal to 5 condition is going to be true. Whenever it is going to be true, the block of the code is going to be executing for us. Then after that, immediately I value is going to be incrementing I plus plus. Then I value is 1 less than or equal to 5 condition is satisfying. Then document.write will be printing. Then I incrementing by 2, I incrementing by 1, and value is 2 less than or equal to 5 condition satisfying. Block of the code will be execute. Next 3 less than or equal to 5, yes, execute. 4 less than or equal to 5, execute. 5 less than or equal to 5, condition is not going to be satisfied. Whenever the condition is not going to be satisfied, loop is automatically terminating. Loop is automatically terminating. This is basically about while loops. This is basically about while loops. So let me check the output of the while loops now. Open in default browser. Open in default browser. So we got not I value, so plus I. So we got where is the problem? Oh, sorry. I less than or equal to 5. Yes, we got the output. I value is 0, I value is 1, I value is 2, I value is 3, 4, and 5. Let me print a break now. Document dot write, take a break. This break is going to be having something like breaking the line. Something like a breaking line. So how breaking line is working? I value is 1, I value is 2, I value is 3, 4, and 5. Till 5 it is going to be printing. After 5 the condition is not going to be satisfied. Then automatically loop is going to be getting terminating. This is what actually about a while loop. Then we will do the same concept in the while loop, do while also. This time it is do while. Do while. How do while is working? So do some statements. Before that, initialization is important. Int a is equal to 0, and do statements. Document dot write. Document dot write. A value is a, comma a. Then document dot write print break. So print work with the break tag. So what is the break tag? Break tag is going to be basically int a is equal to, okay, sorry, where a is equal to 0. Int is not work. This is not C programming, this is not C++ programming, this is JavaScript programming. In JavaScript programming, definitely we need to go with the where keyword to declare any variable. So where a is equal to 0, where a is equal to 0, do document dot write a value is a. Let me give the plus a. Then document dot write break. Document dot write break. Somewhere we got the issue. Okay, so let it be. We will check that. So then we need to write the while condition a less than or equal to 10, semicolon mandatory. Semicolon mandatory. This is while loop and do while loop. Then what is the output of the do while then? What is the output of the do while? So somewhere we got the issue. Output is not coming. When output is not coming, we need to check, understand. Yeah, so we are not printing that a plus plus. A plus plus is missing. That is a problem. Basically, loop is not working. So now I value got printed 0 to 5 and a value is going to be printing 0 to 10. Why? Because of document dot write HR. Let me take HR, guys. Okay, so this will be something like a horizontal row. I'm taking. By the horizontal row, I can able to easily identify what is I value, what is a value, and all. I value coming from the loop while loop, a value coming from the do while. Basically, both are same. Is there any confusion with this? I don't know. Yes. And then we will move to the for loop. How for loop will be? For b is equal to 0, where b is equal to 0 and b less than or equal to 10 or 5, b less than or equal to 5 or 4, and semicolon b plus plus. Now for loop is going to be printing with different kind of things. Document dot write and b value is comma b. Then that's it. This is not having rocket science. This is very simple, straightforward. Document dot write br/br. And one more HR I will take after the do while also. After the do while, I'm taking the one more HR. That HR is going to be making the break for you. And automatically for loop is B. Okay. So I value coming from the while loop. Do while is coming from the do while loop, a value coming from the do while loop and b value coming from the for loop. Yes, we have the for loop, and from the for loop I want to print the array of data. So let me take array of data. Let me take one more HR. Now what I want to do, where fruits is equal to, we have the data already for the fruits somewhere. Yes, we don't, yeah, we have the data. Just copy the data and make it paste here. Fruits is something. Now what I need to do, for loop I want to do execute for where I is equal to 0. Index is going to be printing now. Index is going to be initializing now. I less than or equal to fruits dot length, then I plus plus, and I want to print each and every fruit. Document dot write then what is this I value? I want to print the I value. When I print the I value, basically we got I value 0 1 2 0 1 2. But the thing is I want to get the value. Whenever you want to get the value, we need to go for something. I is 0 now. 0 is nothing but index. So what I can do, fruits of I. From fruits I want to get the index. First time it is going to be printing something, second time it is going to be printing something, third time it is going to be printing something. Apple, banana, orange, and undefined. Undefined nothing but we don't have less than or equal to, only less than we can go for. Apple, banana, orange we have. That is for loop. For loop is very simple, straightforward. Everything will be in the single statement where b is equal to 0, b less than or equal to 5, b plus plus. In the same way, we are writing for loop for the fruits also. Fruits having apple, banana, orange. For where I equal to 0, I less than or equal to fruits dot length, I plus plus. I is nothing but index. So otherwise, you can take like fruit. You can take fruit. Fruit is equal to 0, and fruits less than fruits dot length I plus plus. No, fruits plus plus, and fruits of fruit. Fruits of fruit. Very comfortable programming. Very comfortable programming. We are writing two programs for the for loop. So finally, the output of the for loop is going to be so apple, banana, orange. Nothing is going to be changed. The last one is going to be foreign. So how foreign will be work? We will see. The last one is foreign. I'm not writing the foreign here. So let me write the foreign now. For in. Okay, so took the same data, fruits data. What I want to do for where fruit, 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 in fruits, then I want to execute the block of the code. The block of the code is as usual common. I'm not changing anything, and take HR every time. HR is going to be making you divide the code, that code to this code. Why? Because of we are writing all the loops in the same program. So that is the why reason I'm going to be giving this, and open in default browser. Default browser is going to be having apple, banana, orange, same iteration. Small thing actually done. That small thing is for loop we are using, for in we are using. For in also one iteration concept, that is fast iteration from the for loop. When you compare with the for and for in is most faster, and which is going to be giving you the output very clear manner. Fast enumeration, yes. The next one is going to be, this is actually about the loops, and you try to work out multiple kind of things. First we will see while loop, then we done with the do while, then we done with the for loop, then we done with the for in. These are the multiple kind of loops. Then we go with the conditions, how conditions are going to be working. There are multiple conditions which are going to be available in the part of JavaScript. Conditions.html. Let me take a script is over. Inside this I want to go with the multiple condition. The first condition is if condition, second condition is if else, third condition is else if, fourth condition is switch, Okay, so let me work with the one by one all this particular condition. First condition is if condition. How if condition is going to be worked, we will see now. How if condition is going to be worked, we will see now. First one, if condition. So if condition is going to be worked something like okay, so where marks is equal to something like 45. If marks is equal to 45, if marks are going to be equal with the 45 number, then you can write something like document dot write okay, document dot write okay. And the thing is we need to get understand if is going to be checking only true statements, if checks only true statements, if checks only true statements, only true statements, that's it. So basically marks 45, but we are checking with 45 is equal to 45. Obviously output will be the okay. Why? Because of true statement working here. Only true statement is going to be working with the if something is not going to be equal, suppose for example marks not is equal to 55, marks basically 85. In this case you can't able to see the output in the browser. Why? Because of this block of the code is not executing. Whatever the block of the code we are writing here, that will be not executing. Whenever it is not executing, obviously you can't able to see any output. Why? Because of condition not satisfied. If condition got satisfied, I can able to go with the if or else something like marks basically 45 double equal to 85, not possible. That is the why reason it is not working something in the browser. It is not going to be working with something some in the browser. Let me do one thing. I want to do the equal value. When I give the equal value, when condition is going to be getting satisfied, obviously you can get the output as, obviously we will get the output as okay. Why? Because of if is checking only true statements. If it is true, then only execute. If it is not true, it will not check anything. For that there is one remedy. That remedy is if else. There is one remedy. That remedy is if else. What is if else? If else is going to be checking true and false. If else is checking checking true and false blocks. Okay, now I want to check with the marks is equal to 45 or 35. If marks is equal to 35, I want to print something. Document dot write marks. Okay, or okay. If it is not okay, go to the else part. Else part is else keyword. If is one block, if the condition whatever you are writing, if the condition is going to be satisfying, true block will be executed. If condition is not going to be satisfying, false block will be executed. This will be the true block. This will be the true block. This will be the false block. Inside the false block, what I want to show, false block. In this, what I want to show, document dot write not okay. Not okay. So if is something, if is going to be checking only true statements, if else is going to be checking true and false both. Then what about else if? Else if I'm trying to writing the third one. Third one is else if. So how else if will be? Concept is same. But we need to check more and more conditions here. We need to check more and more. More and more true statements. Okay, so how to work this? For example, where marks is equal to something like 40. Then I'm trying to writing some condition. If marks less than 35, if marks less than 35, he is going to be getting fail. Then document dot write something like fail. marks less than or equal to 35, so he is failure, or less than 35, whatever, less than or equal to 35, less than 35. Okay, so this particular block is going to be executing with you, that is basically giving failure. Okay, let me give the marks 80. So anyway, marks less than 35. If marks less than 35, document does write failure. Else if marks greater than 35 and marks less than 60 or 50, whatever, maybe 50. So he got a grade. Document dot write. So something like a second class. Else if one more thing I'm writing, marks greater than 60 and marks less than 85. So he is good, basically first class. He got first class. Else part, finally I want to write something. Concept is same, document dot write. This is the failure, this is the this is, yeah, second class, this is the first class, this will be the distinction. So basically we have the mocks 80. Which block of the code is going to be executing for us? Which block of the code is going to be executing for us? So first one is not, second one is not. Marks less than 35 is not satisfying, and marks greater than 35 and marks less than 50 not satisfying. Marks greater than 60 and less than 85, it is going to be satisfying. Then finally output will be the third one. This one is the output. This one is output. The output is going to be satisfying in this particular case. Why? Because of marks greater than 60, marks less than 85. That is the why reason it is going to be working with the output. Let me see the output of this program. So every time I need to take a break. So let me take a break. Why? Because of we are writing multiple statements. That particular statements are not going to be properly sit on the board. That is the why reason I'm writing break here and break here. Every time you are printing something, please go with the break. Every time I'm giving the break. Then finally output will be very, very simple. First one is OK button. Then I need to take a OK button. Here also we have the breaker. For every statement took a break. Break writing is very simple. For every statement took a break. And then output is very, very clear. The first one is OK. Why? Because of 45 we are checking with the 45 number. 45 we are checking with the 45 number. That is the reason the first one is giving output for you OK button. OK output. Coming down, we have the if else. Document dot write OK. If condition, if marks is equal to 35, it is not going to be true. And basically marks 80. So why? Because of the else block is going to be working. Document dot write not OK. And coming to the else if is very simple, straightforward. Checking number of true statements. If any statement is not going to be work properly, if any statement is going to be giving issue properly, every situation is giving you issue, obviously we need to go with the different kind of loops. If, else if, and else if, number of conditions we are going to be checking. If any condition is going to be apply or supply, automatically that block of the code is going to be executing in the browser. Now what is the output of the program? The output of the program is very simple, straightforward, first class. Why first class came? Why first class came? This block of the code is executing somewhere. This block is going to be getting satisfied with your marks. That is the why reason we got the output as. That is the why reason my output as basically something like first class. Okay, so I hope everybody got to understand how the conditions are going to be working. If condition, if else if, and there is a one more condition which is called a switch condition. How switch condition is going to be working? Switch in JavaScript. The first block W3 schools got opened, and how the switch expression is going to be working. Let me take the same program for the switch. We try to execute the switch program also. This will be the switch, and inside the switch, first of all, he is going to be trying to accessing the date value. He is trying to do accessing a date value. So date method, which is going to be having some class called date, and that is having a method called get a day. Get a day is one method of the dates. Get a day is one method of the dates. So based on that particular situation, it is good. Program is going to be checking first condition satisfied or not, second condition satisfied or not, third condition satisfied or not. Why? Because of get a day is giving output. Get a day is going to be giving output Sunday to Saturday, Sunday to Saturday. And one more point we have to remember: Sunday always 0. Sunday is 0. One more point we need to remember: Saturday is 7. So 0 to 7 we are going with Sunday 0, Monday 1, Tuesday 2, Thursday, 4th day, and 5th day. So the day is going to be printing for you. The day is going to be printing for you by the get day method. So finally, what is output now? I can't able to see any output from the. I can't able to see any output from the day. So okay, and document dot write day. Document dot write day. So every time try to remember this. Every time you are writing a program, document dot writes are very useful to understand the flow of the code. And then we need to have a break. So every time you have to print this one. Without printing, I can't able to see any output in the browser. Browser can understand only the DOM level elements. So I got given for each and every one. Even case 5 also I give, and even Saturday also. Saturday also I want to make it print those stress. And finally the output is what? My output is Wednesday. Why? Because of from date object we are trying to accessing get day method. Get day method is giving the date. The date is going to be something like Wednesday. Yes, today is Wednesday. Why? Because of 3 is going to be checking. 3 is going to be checking with the JavaScript date method. JavaScript day method. In JavaScript day, Sunday is 0, Saturday is 7. That is the terminology of JavaScript. So let's try to work with this, and we got Wednesday. That is fine. So we have the loops, we have the conditions now. We have the loops, we have the conditions now. And let us try to go with multiple things in the next class. JavaScript. Set attribute. Get attribute. Remove attribute. Methods. So let's try to understand what is set attribute, what is get attribute, what is remove attribute from element. Okay, so for example, there is one element like h1. H1 is closed. And for this h1, I want to set one attribute like class. Class is equal to some value, something like hello. So this attribute I am going to be setting dynamically. This class attribute I am going to be setting dynamically from this JavaScript. At the same time, I will be having the one more element like img. img and src. And from JavaScript, I want to set attribute src value for this img. So how we can do this? We have to go with the program. So let me save this as notes. Okay, so let us go with the new program. Set attribute .html. Okay, so let me go with the script. Before the script, I want to have the HTML h1. So, hello web development. And here what I want to do, first of all, I want to access the h1. If you want to access the h1, for h1 I'm giving id is equal to head. Okay, access the head. How to access the head? Document dot get element by id. Document dot get element by id, that is going to be head, and dot set attribute. And from this set attribute method, for set attribute there are two parameters. The first one is a parameter name attribute having two parameters. First parameter is that attribute name, and second parameter is attribute value. So attribute name is class and attribute value is something like head. Okay, for head I want to write a style sheet and I want to create a class dot head. So background color red, color green, text align center, this will be white, text line center, font style italic. Okay, so finally what my requirement is, whenever script is getting loading head is accessing, for this head set attribute method is working, set attribute class is adding, and head class also adding. So head class we are creating first in the style sheet. The class is going to be attaching for the h1. So open default browser. So when I got a browser, I got added a class. So can we see that? Go to this, and dynamically we are going to be adding the class for this. So this class got added. This class, whatever the class we are having here, this class is going to be added from JavaScript. That class was added from the JavaScript. So let's work with the one more method, get attribute method. One more method, get attribute method. So how to work with the get attribute method? Get attribute .html. Okay, so same thing. So I'll be having a program copy here, program paste here. And what I want to do is, so this head class is already written. I'm already writing the head class by loading the document. But now my method is very simple. J is equal to document dot get element by id. And now this time I want to write a method called get attribute. Get attribute. What is the name of the attribute I want to receive? I want to receive the class attribute, and alert a. whatever the value we are receiving for the class, that value I'm storing in a, and finally alert a. Alert a nothing but in alert what we can see, observe in alert I can see this head section. Finally render this. Okay, I got a class value, whatever the class value, attribute value which is available, that I got received, that is called head. This is called get attribute method. Then one more method is a remove attribute. So concept is same. paste here and save. Remove attribute. Remove attribute.html. So for remove attribute, attribute is already available. What I want to do is I want to remove attribute class. So remove attribute. Remove attribute class. When I remove attribute class, automatically class head will not work. Class head will not work. Let me check it out. Open in default browser and define that hello web development. The class is not working. Color not working. Background color not working. Text element not working. Everything is not working. So can we see this inside the body? We will be having the header and the H1. I don't have any class over there. I have only ID here, but I don't have any class. I don't have any class. That's it. That's it. Very simple. One is a set attribute method. One is a get attribute method. One is a remove attribute method. Three methods we are discussing in the part of JavaScript. And let me try to work out theoretically what is set attribute, what is get attribute, and what is remove attribute also. Set attribute having two parameters. The first one is attribute name. Attribute name. Second parameter is value. And here what we need to give? We need to give the attribute name. For remove attribute also we need to give the attribute name. For set attribute, attribute name and value. For get attribute name. For remove attribute name. That's enough. So these are the different kind of methods in JavaScript. DOM manipulations. DOM manipulations. And there is one more concept which is going to be available in the JavaScript. Set timeout. Set timeout. Set timeout. Let me work with the set timeout method. So I'm going to be creating a new program, and this is a set timeout .html script. Before the script, I want to write a button. Take a button. Timer start time. Start timer. And access the button here. Document dot get elements by tag name. That's a button. Dot set interval, set timeout. Let me go with that. Okay, first of all, we need to access the button. Button dot add event listener. Listener name is click. Function is fun. And function fun. Function fun. And set timeout. Set timeout 2 seconds. Set a timeout 2 seconds. I'm going to be setting timeout for 2 seconds. So let me check one good example for timeout. Timeout JavaScript. Set timeout, it's a function, and you can work with this. This is having function and parameter. So let's have this one. Set timeout method. Some handler is going to be working for that. Set timeout, which is going to be having something like set timeout, which is going to be having another function. So whenever we are clicking on the button, fun is calling. Whenever the fun function is going to be executing, set timeout is going to be execute. In set timeout, we have something. What it is going to be happening with one is alert and one is time. So timeout only for 3 seconds. After the 3 seconds, I just want to. So when I click on the button, set a time, start timer. So timer is going to be countdown. After 3 seconds, we got alert. After 3 seconds, we got alert. So this is basically set timeout in the real time. Most probably in the banking websites or ticket booking websites, they are going to be starting a timer. The timer is going to be moving on the top of the page, and whenever you are going to be doing some transaction, doing some booking transaction, whatever it may be, timer starts, and within some minutes, some 5 minutes, 6 minutes, 8 minutes, 10 minutes, they are going to be making logout queue. So that kind of functionalities we can work with a JavaScript. That kind of functionalities we can work with the JavaScript. Set timer functionality. This is basically set timeout. And one more is a method, set time interval. Time interval. Set time interval. This is going to be repeating values. This is also having function comma timeout. Function comma time. So let's go work with a set interval method. Set interval method. Set interval basket. Just check one example how interval is going to be working. Concept is same. So let us take the example here. Take new, paste. Set interval. Set interval dot html. So what it is going to be work? So try the button. When I click on the button, it is going to be repeating. Alert box is going to be repeating every 3 minutes. Every 3 seconds. Sorry. Even I'm closing the alert is coming. Each and every 3 seconds, alert is coming. Why? Because of timer is working. Time is working. So there is a one more important things like a date function. Date function. Today we will work with the date function also. Date function. Date function, which is going to be giving you system current date and date, time, all these things. So with the time, with the date, I will go, then I will work with the time. So date start. Date.html. So script where d is equal to new date. Document.write d. Document.write break. Okay, so I want to print the date value. So full current date Friday, December 3, something is going to be coming. Full date is coming, but I want to see only document.write d.get date. I want to see copy it. d.get day. d.get full year. d.get hours. d.get milliseconds. d.get month. d.get seconds. So these are the multiple things which are going to be available. So check with the multiple examples. And what I want to do is I want to take a break for each and every statement. So here I want to take a break. Here also I want to take a break. Here also I want to take a break. Every time I'm taking a break is going to be breaking the line after your statements. The first statement is full date. Second one is only date. Third one is the day. Then full year. Wow, hours, milliseconds, month, seconds. So let it be. So open in the default browser. Okay, so the thing is function get date. Oh my god, something is going to happen. D dot document dot write d dot. It's a function, sorry. a function basically. You have to give the function. You have to give the parenthesis. Without giving parenthesis, we can't able to see the output. Yes. Now we have the output. The first one is the date, full date, and second one is get date 3 today. Next one is get day. Get day is the 5. Why? Because of Sunday starts with 0, Saturday ends with 7. Sunday starts with 0, Saturday ends with the 7 index values, and year 2021, hours 6, milliseconds 393, month 11. Why? Because of January starts with the 0, December is going to be closed with the 11. So year is month is going to be 11, and seconds 20 seconds, 22 seconds. See, if you are refreshing this, obviously something is going to be changing. Milliseconds changing and seconds changing. Milliseconds and seconds changing. Can we see this? Okay, so what I want to do, get seconds method. Get seconds method. Right. Copy this. In time interval, instead of taking alert box, why I'm working with the timer. Instead of taking the alert box, what I want to do, document.write d dot get milliseconds. And first of all, where d is equal to new date. First of all, define the d. Then only document.write d dot milliseconds I can able to see. Instead of showing the alert box, whatever it may. Okay, so try to understand this. This is very simple, straightforward. This is called anonymous function. Without having function name, we are writing a function, and that function having some handler, and which is going to be having some timer also. Time also 3 seconds. For each and every 3 seconds, I want to show the document.write. So all this is not required. Start timer. Click on start timer. Okay, so for every 3 seconds, something is going to be happening, but the thing is wrong. Document.write break. I'm taking a break here. Okay, let me check this output. Start timer. Okay, so this is going to be working. For each and every 1 second, something is going to be printing on the screen. Document.write is going to be printing on the screen. So this is the way of working with the timers. This is the way of working with the timeout functionalities. Just check it out with all the things.